No. There you go. Yeah. Why are they not using the new installer? Danish. Let's do everything. Use entire disk. I don't need swap. Hey, Becky. I see you have some free time from spanking good old Lamer. Continue. Yeah, I guess. And just log in automatically. Oh boy. Yeah. I just got some new perfumes and they all stink shit. Gotta give him a break occasionally, yeah. And I need to sit up correctly on the chair. I'm about to fall down and hit my face on the desk. And it says no data. Why are you saying no data, you fool? I hate the fucking dashboard on YouTube. It's making me more nervous than when I'm going to shop and there's other people around. So how are the sexy Becky? Becky sexy. Sexy Becky, Becky sexy. Why can't I do... I mean... Alive, I suppose. I'm just refreshing the dashboard, so just give me a second here. Live chat. Okay, that took care of the delay in the preview. Are you... You need to fucking cheer up a little bit. All that spanking of Flamer is making you depressed as fuck. You need to get some sex instead of spanking him. Go up to Sam and say, I want the penis in me now. I need dopamine. Or hire Lamer to do it for you if he's better at it. He would be proud of me for installing Kubuntu. Well, if something is getting you down, kick it in the balls and get up. DM it to me, so I can tell you if it's worth being down upon. Is that a word? That's not how you say it. If it's worthwhile you being down on it. Bad family news. Yeah, welcome to the family. I've been dealing with bad family shit for like 2 weeks now. Oh, well, close to a month. Family sucks. Even the fucking nurses think that I'm going crazy when I'm talking to them. That's how little I give a fuck after a while. For some fucking reason, I'm the guy everyone calls to when there's drama or problems. Take out the fires, take out the fires. No, no. Deal with your own fucking shit. And I'm about to cut my mom out of my life. That's really fun. Because he's a what is that word? Manipulatively massive asshole. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Other words that's more appropriate, put them in chats. Nah, it's just my mom being... First she fell down the stairs and basically almost got a concussion and everything. Didn't tell anyone. And then when she got home, she expected everyone to basically nurse her around and be her little bitch. And now she's at the hospital again to get something with her fingers cut off, or a finger cut off, because there's no plot to it anymore and stuff like that. And now everyone is calling, and I'm on the phone hours every day, and the council is calling because she needs another place to live. And I've said it for years. She needs to move, and she didn't want to tell me and my brother she was in the hospital, so we got to get it to figure that out from another family member, because she knows that we will yell at her because it's her own fault. And now she's mobilizing the rest of the family to be angry at us, and basically my mom is about to die. Or she living a life like she's about to die. Because she don't take care of herself. And yeah, that's been my month. But right now she's missing, I think, half of one of her fingers. And she fell down the stairs because she's going from the bed to the sofa to watch German drama television, and that's the only exercise she's getting. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's what it is. You can't really do anything about it. It's my own fault for playing along with her for so many years. All of this could have been dealt with like 3 or 4 years ago when she got sick the first time. Where me and my brother had a talk with her and like, you know what? The council want you to move. We want you to move. You need to live in a more safe place because you can't walk that well and stuff like that. And the bitch didn't want to listen. And then she just slowly started to go into a decay where she didn't want to do any physical activity whatsoever, because it's much easier to get everyone else to do it for her. Shop for her, bathe her, wash her clothes, you know. She's like that typical, you know, meme you see that, but what is a guy's future, you know? It's to, what is a guy's best future plans? It is to become so fat that a hot nurse is going to bathe him and do everything for him every day. That's my mom. She figured out that she could get other people to do her work if she starts to bitch and moan too much. And they did it. She manipulate people to the high. She's a narcissistic, manipulative, I can't say that word, motherfucker. Like, if you deal with her, she's the nicest little woman you can ever imagine. For the first 6 months. And then she starts to use and abuse you more than you do Lema in your basement. And then she throw money at you, pity at you, and if you don't do what she wants, she gets really, really fucking, what you call it, manipulatively. Why can't I say that word? She look up what a narcissist does. That's what she does. She's just what you would call a covert narcissist. The ones that oh, it's so sorry for, you know, the ones that use pity as a form of manipulate people. Here's the thing. I can choose not to deal with it. I can cut her out of my life. It's that easy. If you're dealing with negativity in your life, you can do 2 things. You can see if there is a possibility of it changing. Like, if someone gets help, they will change, or the situation between you and them will change. If it's not going to change, you cut them out of your life. And it don't matter if it's a friend, a family member, a co-worker, a workplace. That's the easiest way to deal with it, because you cannot change something that don't want to change. So if you have something that tracks you down, sit down and say, are they willing? Have they shown that they or it or the situation can be resolved? If not, cut it out. And yes, it's painful, it sucks, it's irritating, but you know what? Every good thing in life always starts out as being a painful motherfucker. Everything in life that ends up being good for you start out being bad for you. Well, most things does. Love and all of that shit don't, of course. But you get what I'm saying. Hey, Jan, why is this not going in to become full screen? What have I done wrong? Yeah, I will read it when I'm done live streaming, Becky. But always sit down and ask yourself, can this change? Have the situation been there before and it didn't change? And if it's no, just leave it. Oh, I'm just playing dad. I'm playing dad. Yeah, why is this not full screening like a mouse? Let's go in and install the VM tools. Oh fuck, do I still have a do I just have to run the upgrader? I really can't remember how to install this on the Linux. It's been a good while. Normally it just works though. What is the terminal? It works under every other distribution. I have no idea. It works with any other distribution. Maybe it just needs an update. Like, Arch it just works with, Tumbleweed it just works with, Fedora it automatically just, the old Ubuntu just work. Maybe it's a Wayland thing. Oh god. Yeah, that's Python release update. Yeah, that's nothing that's really, they've been kept back. If it works on one disk with the other one heads out again. Yeah, it's I'm really starting to like the more I put this in highly quotes, the more real work I do with Windows, the more I start to hate fucking Linux. Because yeah, Windows has its idiocies, and there's things with Windows that I fucking headbang my shit into the wall with, but 9 out of 10 times it's better, faster, and work if you don't try to play smart. Permission, my fuckhead. Oh. This is the same problem I had with what if I run VMware upgrader? 64. Yep, permissions. It don't. So here's the. I hate that statement. Oh, it depends on what you value more. Well, I don't give a fuck if it's open source, closed source, or Becky shoving it up my ass. If it's hindering me or other people doing their work, and making my work as an administrator more difficult, then it's not a good tool. I have not installed the tools, Alexander, because I need to copy this shit over to a fucking folder. Let's just paste it in here. Yeah, it is Kubuntu. Well, if I can't run VMware with Kubuntu, I'm not going to run Kubuntu. It's that simple. Then it's a shit system that don't work. Open in terminal. Ah, fuck, I forgot to set up the permissions. Wait, didn't it install it? What the fuck? Oh, God. Let's just take all the permissions away. There you go. Okay. I probably need the fucking kernel header. I want to see if it's running Wayland, because that could be the issue. Oh, wrong button. How do I log out? I fucking hate. Oh, Linux, you stupid idiot. Nope, it's an X11. What if we do run Wayland then? Oh, I'm just... Kubuntu is the only distribution I've installed in VMware that just don't work out of the box with the resolution. Nope, that didn't work. I could probably go in here and do... I forgot to check that. Yeah, I can just set it up here automatically. There you go. Oh crap, I forgot I have a 1440p screen. This one here. Now it's working. Congratulations! You just made it way more fucking difficult. Let's see if we can do, if it's the same with Xorg. Fucking hell. Linux, why are you so stupid? This is shit we dealt with in the 90s. Like, I dealt with shit like this in the 90s, not having resolutions work properly. Oh, God. Oh, Linux is so advanced. Yeah, we're still fucking trying to fix shit we fixed in the 90s. There you go, buddy. Let's customize this sucker. Wank. How are you, Anton? Have you made any new pictures of Becky and Lamer in the dungeon? Now she's going after Vector also. I'm the only one not getting any love from her, man. Also, I'm drinking coffee and I may make some more coffee, so I'm fucking jittering with caffeine right now. And I found a playlist with all the good old party music I used to listen to when I was clubbing, so I'm like really hyped up today. I'm like just, yay, baby! Let's pin this. There you go. Let's see. Oh, we have way more snaps this time. This is going to angry a lot of people for some fucking no reason whatsoever. Oh, sorry. When are you going to look at show me some more real photos that you have scrapped from the internet with your Python script? I'm sorry, I forgot that they were real because I can't believe the fucking crazy sex escapades that Linux, Laymer and Becky are doing in her sex dungeon. I just can't really believe it. So, Ubuntu 23.04 just came out. How many people are bitching about snap packages? Have any of you guys and girls looked at the interwebs and see how many people are losing their testicles because snap packages? Which is no fucking different than running flat packages, by the way, other than one control one thing and one control another thing. That's classified. Everyone loses their shit over snaps. Well, why are they not losing their shit over flat packages? It makes no sense. If you're bitching and moaning over snap packages, why are you not bitching and moaning over KDE having a monopoly on KDE development? GNOME for having a monopoly over GNOME development. Why not bitch and moan about Mozilla having a monopoly over Mozilla development? Snaps packages can be slow, so can flat packages. I've had flat packages being slow also. I have had the dip file. Flatpaks is done somewhat by Red Hat. They do lend. I put this in quote lend. They do help out a lot. Flatpaks and snappaks are not the same thing. They are the same idea, but they are not the same thing. They are trying to do the same thing in a little bit different way. And if any of you call them sandboxing apps, I'm going to kick you in the balls because they are not sandboxing, okay? I don't give a fuck what package manager people use. I just wish they will find one and stick with it. App images, snap, flat packages, some Nix packages, I don't give a fuck. I really don't. Just find one package manager system and stick with it. I can live with all of them. I can bitch and moan about them having some inefficiency over. I don't give. In the end, I really don't care. I just pick one, okay? Pick one. It's not that difficult. Just pick one. It's like Linux is like a guy going into a fucking brothel and cannot change, decide what hooker they want to fuck because there's too many choices. So they make 10,000 different brothels with different fucking names and type of hookers in them. Because what if I want a fat one today? What if I want a fucking she-male tomorrow? The schizophrenic nature of Linux is driving me nuts nowadays. It's not even fun anymore. And the community is just playing right into it like fucking gooses that have no self-awareness whatsoever. Now I'm done with my coffee. Becky, make me some more coffee. I want more coffee. I do like app images. They are really nice. They are the closest to a real portable package format. I do prefer them out of them all, if I'm being honest here. Because I like that they function independently. And they are like a one-stop shop, you know. You just download the app image, you double-click it, and it runs. Instead, you don't have to install it and stuff like. Yeah, that's good girl, good girl. Then you can go and spank Laymer when you're done. He's yelling at you down in the basement. He needs Mama Becky to come and show him some punishment. Or as he calls it, tainted, painted love. Yeah, we have Discover, Flatpak, Snap. Yeah, it's all over the fucking place, man. I never use... Discover is actually really good nowadays. It's really, really good nowadays, but I just go into the command line, man. There's one thing where I will categorically say that the command line is best in Linux, and that's installing packages. All of the shops in quotes that I have tried, they all have had problems. Every front end or store front end or shop or package manager front end or whatever you will call it, they all have problems. But if I do it in the command line, I rarely have any problem. So what I normally do is I use the front end here to search for a package. So let's search for Krita. And then I figure out what it's called. If let's say I couldn't remember that it was called Krita, so I will do Krit. It'll be like, oh, it's called Krita, and then I will store it from the command line. It's just easier to find packages in the app store, in quotes, than it is in the command line. But yeah, to this day, all of these storefronts, or what you will call them here, they all suck still. They still sucks. And it's baffling me that all of the fucking effort that they're putting into all of these things here. What is this? Install remove packages. Oh, it's policy kit. Ah. What the? Oh, it's look this. Oh, whatever, dude. My PC had a rough couple of days. I'm preparing to switch. What happened? What did you do? Don't pee in your fucking computer, man. I told you many times before. That's not a good plan. Yeah, that's Wilson. That's an issue with OpenSUSE. OpenSUSE don't like package kit in the backend because the YAST lib or the YAST backend that controls the package manager conflicts with package kit, so it makes it really slow. I would not even say Pacman works or Parmac. Well, maybe a little bit. Yeah, Ubuntu. The only reason I installed Kubuntu is that I hope Blamer comes in here and he becomes all fucking get his biggest nerd bone on, so I can make fun of him and uninstall Ubuntu again or Kubuntu again. I mostly want Tumbleweed and then Fedora. That's kind of what I found out that. I don't know why, but RPM-based packages, it's probably because they are backed by massive corporations, but Fedora and OpenSUSE, they just seems to work well if you're using hardware and stuff that is not 1000% open source. So if you're dealing with secure boot and you're dealing with dual booting with Windows, or you're using a lot of proprietary stuff, Fedora and OpenSUSE, they just seems to work better with all of that than Ubuntu and stuff like that. And I think it's because Debian by default prefer the open sourceness of things. So if Ubuntu wants to be more proprietary friendly, they have to basically hack it back into the packages and so on, or the core system. Where Fedora and OpenSUSE kind of want it to be open source by default, but they also are much more allowing for everything else to be there. You just have to add a repository and that's it, and stuff like that. And to me and a lot of people I talk to, it seems to be like, especially if you're dealing with newer hardware and you're dealing with secure boot and all of those things, Fedora and OpenSUSE, it just seems to work better, man. Yeah. They just need to make like a LTS release of Fedora and OpenSUSE. That's what's holding OpenSUSE and Fedora behind in adaptation, is that they don't have a long-term release. Now that OpenSUSE is going away from Leap, which in my opinion is a massive mistake, because a lot of companies love Leap. And we don't have CentOS anymore because Red Hat is a massive bad company that's killing off its competition. It looks nice though. I do like KDE, but I get the same desktop under OpenTom. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they need like a LTS, maybe not like Debian, but they need a LTS release, definitely, yeah. That's not what I want. Ooh, that's pretty. That's really blue. Hey, Lamer, did you got permission to get out of the basement from good old Becky? I haven't seen this in a 1440p monitor. Oh, nice. Better this was supported. I find more. So yeah, server support well than OpenSUSE, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Let's find a beautiful nature background. What the fuck, Lame? What are you doing up here? Listen to Mama Becky. If she's not giving you permission to get out of the basement, you get your sorry fucking spanked ass down there again. I think she's ready with some candle wax and stuff like that. Maybe some hot oil. Oh, so you're yelling from the basement. I see how it is. Walmart used to sell, I think it was Walmart and Fry's or something like that. They actually sell, I can't speak. They sold Linux computers like many years ago. There's just one issue. People don't buy them. Like in the early 2000s, like from 2000 to 2010, you could actually buy Linux boxes and machines in shops, but people didn't buy them. And if you look at the hardware sale for Linux laptops and stuff like that, they still don't buy them today. The only people that are buying Linux machine outside of the fucking crazy Linux hobbyists are IT professionals, Linux administrators and developers and stuff like that. That's why Lenovo and Dell and HP started to sell Linux laptops close to 15 years ago. Or let's just say 10 years ago. It's because the professional world needed a certified Linux machine to do work on. And run on certified hardware, basically. That's what they mean. Yeah, Linspire, it was a horrible distribution, but at least they tried. But you could have OpenSUSE was sold in stores, Red Hat was sold in stores, Debian was sold in stores, Mandrake was sold in stores. Heck, you could get Ubuntu for free shipped on a DVD to your fucking house for close to a decade. Nobody really wanted it though. Other than the hobbyists, of course. Ooh, that's pretty. Hey, Seth. If I could make a new distribution, it would be a gaming base. We don't need more distributions. Go into, if you have the dream of making a Linux distribution, go on to a Linux distribution that already exists that needs help and put your finger on that distribution. If you are 1 out of 5 developers, you will have a lot of influence on that distribution and you can basically do whatever you want, basically. And that will be way better than making a new distribution. Yeah, but they also sold TPCs and I think at one point they had an Ubuntu-based. I can't fucking remember it. It's been so long ago. Yeah, I never got Linux shipped to me, but Esnik has a lot of Ubuntu DVDs laying around that he got shipped to him. Or media, both CD and DVDs. Oh, there was a glitch there. Ubuntu is not turning into a steaming pile of shit. Why is it? Why? Ubuntu is one of the better supported distributions out there. It's probably one of the best supported distributions out there. The problem why people say Ubuntu is turning into shit is because people want Ubuntu as they think they want Ubuntu. And then they are bitching and moaning about they can't run the stuff that they want to run on Ubuntu. So, the Ubuntu that nerds want is not compatible with the hardware and software they also want Ubuntu to run. Those two philosophies goes way different ways. Because nerds want everything to be as nerdy as possible, and if you want everything to be as nerdy as possible, aka overcomplicating simple things, that is pushing people away. And if you're pushing people away, you're not getting a bigger install base, and therefore companies are not looking at your system as a viable option to make money on. Well, Snaps is here's the thing. RPM, deb packages, and GC packages are going away. I'm going to burst everyone's bubble right now. Everyone, I don't give a fuck who you're a fan of. Universal package format is the future. And you can do two things. You can bitch and moan and be left behind because they want native package formats. Or you can do what the rest of the world is doing. Follow the change. Snaps, flat packages, and app images, those three are going to be the future. To a degree that we probably will never have a deb package anymore, or deb packages or RPM packages are only going to be used for the kernel and user land. Because snap packages and flat packages is what the the corporate world want. And here's the thing, again, I'm going to burst a bubble here. What the corporate world wants out of Linux, that's what Linux is going to do. Because that's the corporate world is why Linux exists. So if they say snap packages and flat packages, Linux say, yes sir, let me bend over and take it up the ass. We have to stop looking at Linux like Windows or Mac OS as a desktop operating system. It's not. We just use it as one because we are crazy motherfuckers. But Linux is a server operating system. Linux is a development station. Linux is a corporate system for IT professional that is 99% tailored towards IT professional work. Or let's say 90%. We just happen to be stupid enough to run it as a entertainment system, as a desktop. That's our problem, because we are doing that. Yeah, I just changed it's not dynamically changed, I just changed it in the settings menu. But we have to get out of our asses about this whole thing that Linux is this, like, oh, it's going to be a desktop operating system competing with Mac OS and Windows. No. It's not. It is to the degree that it's making... They are making it work on a development station. They are making it work on an administrative desktop. So that means that they are not putting much work into making games more optimized and shit like that. And don't get me started on Valve. Don't. For the love of everything that's holy. If you think Valve is going to revolutionize the gaming on Linux and blah blah blah, I don't know what you are smoking or who the fuck is putting stuff up your veins. But please give me some of that shit, because that's copium to the highest degree, my friends. If the Steam Deck, or let me put it this way, when the Steam Deck fails, because now they're starting to become competition, you can bet your fucking nerd boner one thing, and that is Valve is going to shelf Linux as fast as possible. Valve have shelved Linux 3 or more times the last decade. Maybe 2 decades. They have tried doing this 2 or 3 times. Okay, maybe this is the 3rd time. And every time they try to do something out of Linux, they ended up shelving it. Linux is a bet for them. Linux is let's invest into this and see what's happening. And if the horse we are betting on takes off, we are on the crown floor. We are the first ones to be here. So that means that we can earn a shit ton of money. But if it don't take off, well, yeah, we lost a lot of money, but we can afford it because we have a lot of money. No, BTIF, Pipewire, and Wayland is not the future of Linux. BTIFS, there'll come a new file system in 5 years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Pipewire is going to be replaced in a couple of years. Wayland is going to be replaced. There's, like, I've been using Linux for over 25 years, and there's one thing that is a constant. Nothing will end up staying in Linux as a standard for... There's no standards. Package formats is the only thing that's been lasting this long is package formats, but that's going to change now. File system, audio systems, display manager, well, maybe Xorg has stayed for a long time. But we have had Almir, we have had Wayland. Wayland is over 10 years old, man. You know, the future of Linux is servers. That's the future of Linux. That's it. If you want to know what the future of Linux is, IoT devices and servers. Not your fucking desktop. How do I open him as a new tab? Linux desktop is Linux is not even close. Lamer, Linux desktops are not even close. Not even close. We just like to tell ourselves that they are close. Oh yeah, Python. You can install every Flatpak. That's right. Yeah. I haven't tried it either. Like, GNOME is eventually going to ditch X11. Yeah, but that don't matter. In 10 years or 5 years, Wayland is going to be replaced by something else. Yeah, let's just put it in downloads. It's really and if you think about it, BTIFS, let's really think about this. BTIFS is not a desktop file system. ButterFS, let's call it that, was purposely made for servers. All of the development effort is going into the server side of BTIFS or ButterFS. That's what it's meant for. We just happen to be stupid enough to use it on a desktop. And the only benefit we're getting out of ButterFS on a desktop is the snap capabilities. But here's the thing. You can do that with plugins to almost any file system. ext4 has a really good system that allows you to take snapshots of your system. Heck, ext4, if I'm not mistaken, is way better for small to medium files, and if you have a lot of them, which most desktop users do. Pipewire. One thing Linux have never managed to fix, because there's not a big market into it, is the sound system, because nobody gives a fuck about Linux sound system, because servers don't have sound cards. And almost no one is using Linux in a professional mixing studio. So there has been Pulse Audio, Elsa, and all of these. I can't even remember how many different sound systems that's come over the year. And Pipewire is not even finished yet. It's not even 1.0. Because it's done by a really few select group of developers that are focusing on the desktop, where Linux have really no future. So when they get tired of it, they're just ditching it. Wayland is the same. Wayland is a little bit in the middle, because it makes sense for a developer laptop to have a good display manager. But bet your ass that most of the invention with Wayland is going to be user interaction, meaning, you know, UI control, triple finger, nose fingering your ass gestures on your trackpad. Gaming is an afterthought with Wayland. If even a thought with Wayland. Wayland and Mia was made. Well, Mia is now only a server technology, IoT technology. But their main focus is to make Linux function on development station. Jack Audio is another one, yeah. Like, if you've been using Linux for more than 10 years, you get so fed up with it. Every 5 years or 2 years, someone comes in and say, "This is the future of Linux." That's cute, kid. That's cute. Let's sit here and masturbate a little bit over that you think that's the case. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, of course it is. And then next year or a couple of years later, now this is the future of Linux. And that just became a 13-year-old boy, by the way. Yeah, it I have seen more things being the future of Linux and never happened that I actually can remember. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. There's so many systems that are going to save Linux and be the future of Linux that I cannot even remember all of them. Like, that's how bad it is. I heard that BTF sometimes can roll back your user folder if you haven't configured. There's a lot of... I don't know specifically about that one, but I do know that ButterFS has some issues. It's not even regarded as production ready. It's just recently become kernel ready. But in the professional world for servers, BTIFS or ButterFS is not even regarded as production ready. People just use it anyway. I could be mistaken, but if it has been deemed production ready, it's something that have happened the last 2 years. People need to get fucking, their heads out of their asses about Linux. I get so angry because I see so many people talking bullshit about Linux because they want something to happen so bad that they are spewing out one lie after the other and gaslighting and lying to potential new users, and it's making me so frustrated. You're not being honest, not to yourself and not to other people that are willing to listen to you. It's mental. It's actually mental how bad Linux is as a desktop operating system. Ooh, pretty. Yeah, GNOME extensions. Yeah, that sucks, man. I don't know about the rollback thing. I haven't heard that. Hey, I would not be surprised if you pay $10 a month, or you have to pay $10 a month to run Windows. I would not be surprised that they are making a subscription service out of Windows, because they have talked about that for over a decade now. Mac OS have thought about that for over a decade now. And now that everyone is, having subscription services to Hulu and Netflix and Spotify and porn sites and all of that fucking shit, we already been conditioned to, pay a subscription for a service now. We already been brainwashed into do it. So I honestly think that if they did it in like 2 or 3 years, both Mac OS and Windows, I don't think it would be that fucking big of an issue. People will just gladly pay them like $5 or $10 a month to run it. Heck, I will probably pay $10 a month to run Windows. I honestly, I probably would. It's, yeah. If I get every update after that for free, and I get a lot of, I get maybe a 1 terabyte OneDrive storage, I get maybe free access to fucking Office 365. I get free access to all Windows services for like $10, $12 a month. I would probably fucking buy it. If they did like a one bundle for everything and it was like reasonably priced, I would buy it. I would fucking buy. I would pay like $12-15 a month to get everything with Microsoft. I would. Because if you're using Office 365, it's fucking nice, man. You get better Teams, you get better Outlook. You get better storage, and OneDrive has ransomware protection built into it. So if people are going to ransomware your computer, if you're backed it up to OneDrive, they can't do it, and if they do it, Microsoft can give you your data back. I looked into this for my job. Actually, it reminds me we need to do that fucking backup thingy we were talking about. But yeah, their services offers a fucking lot, to be honest. And if you buy into the Microsoft ecosystem, it's a fucking nice place to be. Imagine for $20 a month. Think about this. The entry level Office 365, okay? Windows for life. For $20 a month. And Game Pass. You get Game Pass on top of that. So that's 100 plus games you just get for free you can play. Imagine that fucking shit. Again, I will probably... I'm paying for Game Pass right now. I'm playing a lot of games on Game Pass. Oh, here's the thing. The future is not going to be... the future is mobile phones and tablets. What we are talking about right now is just the intermediate stage before everything is moving over to tablet. Look. If you are having an iPad, you can download DaVinci Resolve and start fucking editing videos. And they will probably render faster than your fucking high-end computer you have right now. Like, tablets and mobile phones are going to kill off the desktop, the PC. And it's only developers and really select few people that need a computer for really specific things that are going to... Maybe not even that, because you can just put your fucking... You know, with all the external graphic cards we have nowadays and stuff, that you just plug your fucking tablet into a docking station. And now you have access to, you know, better graphic card, better speakers, all of that fucking shit. And that's just all put together with a dongle you plug your phone or tablet into. That is going to be the future. And that also means that you always have your, you know, your OS in quotes with you all the time. So I can take my my you know, tablet or phone to Lamer or Wilson, and I can just plug my phone or tablet into his dock, and it will be like running it, you know, home, like at home. I will just be limited by the accessories that he has plugged into his dongle. So I may have a better graphic card, but he may have, you know, extendable, let's say, CPU box laying around. So it would be better rendering at his place, for example. Or he may have VR connected to it that I don't. That is going to be the future. DeX is just an intermediate place before people start to get used to the paradigm of not using a traditional desktop as we see it right here. To be honest, I think what what Apple is doing is probably closer to the future than DeX is. Where you blur the lines between a desktop and a tablet OS. And if you look at like, you can use mouse and keyboard from your iMac or your Macintosh, and then just move it over to the screen on your iPad, and it don't look any different than the iPad looks right now. But now you have a cursor instead of you know, you're using your fingers. But they need to do something a little bit better with what is it called? Multitasking. That's why they're trying all of this sidecar and expose and all of the expose and all of that shit. And Dex and Android have their own versions of that. We need to figure out the whole multitasking thing to be way better on phones and tablets. But I think we will figure it out because we're not far from it. It just needs to be better. But yeah, probably in my lifetime, having a big computer with a massive graphic card or a iMac or a Mac Mini, that would be outdated. You just have your phone and a tablet. And then you plug it into the dongle, and with that dongle you're plugged in a 30-inch fucking display, and if you need an external graphic card and so on and so on and so on, and you use that, you're also plugged into that dongle, your keyboard and mouse. And when you put your phone into that dongle, it basically functions like a computer. Hey, Wells. It's just a computer running iOS or Android or some other system. Ubuntu tried to do that back in the day with the Ubuntu phone. Try and Google the Ubuntu phone. That was a phone that when you have it in phone mode, it was basically Android, like an Android system. But when you connected a screen to it, it will open up Unity. It basically open up a separate partition that ran Ubuntu. But that I don't think that would be the case. I think it would be the case that we have the same UI no matter where you are. It's just on a bigger screen. So you can have better, more things on your desktop, you know. Like I can have more things on a 1440p display than I can on a 1080p display. But then when I plug it out, it will just, you know, clean itself up to the native resolution of the display. There's some issues here. Look, rendering issues. It will clean up the desk quite a lot, yeah. But if you look at what young people are doing nowadays, you know, the youth, not to be a creepy ass motherfucker, they can't live without their handheld devices. They will gladly say no to sit in front of a fucking computer, like a desktop or a laptop, but they cannot live without their mobile phone or their tablet. And if you want to know what the future is, you go to your school and you look, what is 9th graders doing? What is college people doing? What is high schooler doing? What they are doing, the technology they are using right now, that is what's going to be used in 10 years' time. 5 to 10 years' time. That is going to be the dominant market. When I had a brief stint at a school, I worked as basically a guy. I did everything, house maintenance, ground maintenance, and all kind of things. And we were talking, this is like 12 years ago or something like that. Fucking kids in kindergarten was running around with mobile phones. And nowadays, classrooms have iPads and Androids and phones, and, you know, you don't see a fucking kid without a phone in their hand nowadays. Back then, it was only rich kids that had a phone in their hand. Now it's everyone. And that happened like 3 or 4 years after I noticed that. Yeah, but you have to... Here's the thing. If you go to your states, if you go to Germany, if you go to France, if you go to Denmark, you know, if you go to rich first world countries, you know, countries that have a lot of money, that spend a lot of investment into IT, the majority of schools are... Like, we have educational systems in Denmark where you can't have your phone with you. There is some schools still that still use desktop. Well, all of them have desktops laying around to some degree. But tablets, yeah, but you have to look at more than one school. You said here, looking at my school. Like I said, there are institutes, there are educational places that's not caught up with it yet. So here in Denmark, it's mostly public school, or you know, the public education, or the 1 to 9th grade. They've not really caught up yet. It's kind of what you were saying there right now. But when you go to university, it's everyone's running around looking into a fucking mobile phone or tablet, and they're using it in classes, they're using it for homework, and so on and so on. Some have still laptops and stuff like that, but the vast majority of use is being done on iPhones and tablets. But you have to look at not just one, because if I go to my town and I look at my university, that may be different than, let's say, if I go to Copenhagen or if I go to, another fucking city. If you want a good picture of this, you have to see what is the educational system in general doing. So you don't look at just one city, you look at what is the trend in all of the educational systems. And that is mobile phones and tablets. When I took my graduation test, we could not have any aids with us whatsoever, not even a calculator. Then you were allowed calculators. Nowadays, I think you can fucking have your phone and tablet with you when you're graduating 9th grade in Denmark. If you want to. I think sometimes, you can even fucking have your phone, your laptop with you now, if I'm not mistaken. But if you look at the trend in any first world country, what are they going? What is becoming, or what are the pupils using more and more and more? What is being more and more allowed into the classrooms and stuff like that, and what is being utilized more and more and more for doing their education? That's phones and tablets. It's on the rise, and you have to look at it from that perspective. Because I live in a place, like my city is one of the smallest cities in Denmark. So that also means we don't have that much money in our educational system as, let's say, Copenhagen has. Copenhagen is way ahead of us when it comes to how technology is being used, both in a city way, in a educational way, and in people's everyday people's life, because it's the biggest city in the country. The city have more money to experiment and to put up more high-tech, things, high-tech surveillance shit and high-tech, traffic controllers and all of that fucking shit. So go to, if you were like in Sweden, go to Stockholm and see what's going on there. Go to the big, massive cities that you have. In Norway, go to Oslo or something like that. I don't listen to rumors. Rumors are going to fucking drive you nuts, man. The only rumors you should listen to is if it's coming from someone that has a proven track record of being somewhat correct. But then you should listen to it. So in the Mac world, there are a few people that are kind of trustworthy with Mac rumors. Listen to those. In the Linux world, there are a few people like Alan Poby and stuff like that. They are somewhat reliable. Listen to them. But if you just read some fucking random article from some random fucking idiot on the internet, just never believe it. Because most of the time they're doing it just to make you read it and get clicks, so their ads are being showed. They don't give a fuck about how accurate it is. Console profile, yeah, that's fun. Good. You don't even have to. Just go into, look at how many tablets and phones that are being sold to the educational system in Sweden. That's public record, if I'm not mistaken. Just look it up. How much money they spend on future, or not future, but electronics like that. It's not that difficult. Well, if it's public, if it's a public record, it has to be public. That's why it's called a public record. Maybe it's limited public record or something. I don't know what else you will call it, but if it's called a public record, that means that the public have access to it. That's kinda implied in the name. If they're calling it a public record and nobody can watch it or see it or get access to it, then it's not a public record. Or at least I will not call it that. For what that's worth. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like this. That's pretty. That's bright, but pretty. Oh, you have to go through some bureaucracy to get it. Yeah, Oh, it's already... I forgot to download that. Yeah, that's still public. But they have to provide it to you. That's the thing. They have to provide it to you. But that's just bureaucracy in a fucking nutshell, though. Oh, another PSP. Oh, if you can get PSP with PlayStation Store games on it. Steam Deck. Start to check your pants. Starts to check your pants. Like, the more... So here's the thing. I love shitting on the Steam Deck. Because it has such a dedicated fandom around it. But let's be honest here, this Steam Deck is massive, it's kind of slow, the screen is kind of shitty, the battery life as far as I know is shitty, it's not running as well as people want it to, it's not really that well built, so there is a lot of fucking room for a better, even a little bit more expensive device to go in and take over the Steam Deck. And unless the Steam Deck 2.0 is going to become massively fucking better, well, Valve has a massive problem. But that has been Valve, that's Valve's MMO. They overpromise and underdeliver to take something out of DSP's mouth. They overpromise and underdeliver. Remember when the Steam Deck came out? All your Steam games can be played on the Steam Deck. That was, the developers said that. That you're going to play, like, maybe not all, but 90% of your libraries are going to be played on the Steam Deck. And the fucking masturbation circles of Linux users that came out of that. And then it became most games. Then it became some games. And then it became, well, we kind of need to, you need to validate that they work. So we need to have, like, a validation system in place. And now it's like... Really, 80% of the top 100 games works, or something like that. Yeah, but there's more than 100,000 games on the store. That don't really mean nothing. So they wanted to deliver something. And then they scaled it down, 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 scaled it down. And now, like, why the fuck would I want to play on a Steam Deck that's loud, hot, shitty fucking graphics? It's running like in what is it, like 480p or something like that, when I can get a Nintendo Switch. My phone, my tablet is a fucking better gaming device than the Switch. And I don't want to play my Steam games all the time. Sometimes I want to play mobile games, or a lot of people want to play mobile games. I don't, but a lot of people do. A lot of people, they like the Switch because it's not Steam. They like what it brings. You know, they like the library that it brings because, well, I can't get Nintendo on my computer, but I can get Nintendo on the Switch, and that's why I'm buying a Switch. I can't get PlayStation, or most PlayStation games on my computer, so I buy a PlayStation. If you already can play your Steam games on your computer, why would you want to play them on the go? If you think about it. That would be a good opportunity. Oh, I'm going on a trip. I'm just playing devil's advocate here, by the way. Oh, I'm going on a trip. Well, I played Call of Duty, or I played, you know, CSGO for like the last fucking 10 days. Let me play some Super Mario. Let me play some Nintendo Zelda while I'm on the trip on my Nintendo. It's a good way to pick up the monotony of playing the same game over and over again. And I do think that to some degree that's the dilemma that some people have, that they're not looking to play Steam games on the toilet because they play mobile games there or the Switch or in bed and stuff like that. I think I already downloaded this one also. No. You know, just to break the oh, I love this here. I hope I make sense here. I hope it makes sense. But a new PSP would be fucking amazing. I kind of want a PSP, to be honest. If you can play the game, doesn't matter if it's lagging or smooth, as long as it plays. Oh, really, Lamer? Oh, your old wireless was acting up. That sucks. Yeah, a lot of people use the Switch as a dedicated console. You're right there, because they like the whole Nintendo ecosystem. And I get that. I get that. Don't get me wrong. I fucking get that. Okay. And I also understand that there are some people that want. Oh, it's a WebP picture. I could probably use it, but I don't want to take the chance. I get why some people want to play their Steam games on the go, but here's the thing. If you play your Steam games on a 1440p screen plus with 100 plus frames per second, you don't want to go down to 720p or 880p 30 frames per second just so you can say, oh bro, I'm on the go. You know, you get accustomed to a certain, you know, expectation with the games. But if you're playing your game on 1440p plus with 100 plus frames per second and then going over to playing mobile games and Nintendo games, they're totally different games. That expectation is no longer, you know, in your head, because you didn't just sit and play set game in a high resolution, high refresh rate. Which can also play into why some people may be hesitant to get a Steam Deck. I used to work with one that had a PSP or Vista, or what the PS Vista, what the fuck that was, and he was a traveling repair guy, so he had, you know, all the games hacked. You know, he had like a card with all the games on it, illegally downloaded from Korea, I think it was. He got it. Like he was traveling all over the world. I was so fucking jealous. I'm like, what the fuck? He was like, yeah, well, that's because when I'm sitting in a plane for like hours and hours and hours, I can play all these games. Like, I also want to be a traveling repair guy so I can get those games. Like, I didn't want to do it because the job was fun. I want to do it because, well, then I get access to people that can help me get all these amazing games for free. So I really wanted, I think it was a PS Vista here. I think it was a PSP he had. I can't remember it. But yeah, it's a fun thing, man. They probably Xbox or Microsoft Xbox have talked a long time about getting, you know, not a PlayStation, make a Steam Deck competitor. And if they do it, they will probably do it better than Valve does. And again, imagine that you can get your Game Pass games on it. With one subscription, you can play Xbox, PC, and the Xbox handheld, whatever it's going to be called. That's a fucking good deal, if you ask me. Like, let's be honest here, that's a fucking good deal, right? And they will probably make a better hardware than Valve is, yeah. Oh, they already made a deal. Oh. Yeah, Microsoft has always made good hardware. Oh, they will, Wilson. They will. They've, like I said, they've talked about it for a long time. A long time. Ooh, pretty. I'm getting quite. I need to transfer this collection over to my Windows machine. I'm getting so many wallpapers here that I don't have on my Windows machine. That's kind of pretty also. I love wallpapers. I'm a wallpaper whore, man. Oh, where the fuck did the... Oh, well. Ooh. Oh, that's crazy. Oh yeah, Microsoft Azure is an amazing system, man. I already got that one. I don't think I got this one. Oh, I don't know about Activision and Nintendo and all of that shit. I haven't been caught up with it. I haven't really followed up on all what's going on in the gaming space the last year, so I don't care much because, well, the graphic card prices, you know, it's just stupid that, like, I don't know how many of you guys have watched my podcast yet, but if I want to upgrade my PC and get like an entry-level fucking graphic card that can last me a while, it's cheaper for me to buy a Mac Mini and an Xbox Series X. It's cheaper. It's like, what? So I can get what is regarded as a premium brand that is regarded as being overpriced and a console. For, instead of a totally new computer and still save money. It's yeah. I kind of wanted to try Surface products, but I never got any of them, to be honest. I always feel like I've been missing out a little bit on the Surface products. Like Surface tablets and laptops and stuff like that. Oh yeah, the Xbox controller, that I cannot, that's the best controller for my hands ever made. My brother is a hardcore PlayStation guy. He's had all PlayStation since it came out. And I just can't game on the... I can game on them, but it just feels like I'm playing with a kid's toy or something like that. It just feels so small. I can't get comfortable with them. And I don't have specifically big hands. I have normal size hands, I would say. PC only. I don't own an Xbox yet. I may do like... So here's the thing. Here's the thing, people. In a week, I may be the proud owner of an Xbox and a Mac Mini. Or one of those systems. Or I would be the proud owner of an upgraded PC, or part of an upgraded PC, because I'm not buying everything at once, of course. So this week is going to determine if I'm going to be a Mac user or PC user for the next 3 to 4 years. So in a week's time, like let's say not this Monday, but the Monday after, I will either be running an Intel i5 system, or starting to upgrade to an Intel i5 system, or I would have either ordered a Mac Mini or an Xbox. The Xbox controller still use AA batteries. I just bought a new Xbox controller, and it still uses AA batteries. Yeah. So this is kind of what I'm debating in my head. Is like, do I what do I do? Do I spend the extra money to have a tinkering system, aka a computer? Or do I buy an Xbox and a Mac Mini? And then I kind of want a work laptop anyway, like a cheap ass, like $300 laptop just for developing at home, just for work. So I can separate it a little bit. Heck, I may even see if I can get it sponsored in some way by someone, or some of it. But, just so I have like a dedicated laptop this is just for what I'm doing at work. I just got a new, Mac Mini, so for the horsepower, so here's the thing. The Mac Mini as a development station and productivity station, like editing videos and pictures, you cannot beat the price. You cannot beat the price. It's more expensive on the respective, or maybe not more expensive, but well, it depends on, of course, what you're buying and stuff like that. But if you want to get close to the same efficiency and stuff like that's another fucking debate. You can probably buy it for the same price, or a little bit more, or maybe a little bit less, the power of a Mac Mini. But what about the power draw? Like I have so many friends and family members the last couple of months that gotten a massive fucking bill in the mail because of the extensive electricity prices. I had to pay $500 extra in electricity last year. $500. So imagine you can do the same work only using a third of the electricity, and you will only be like 1 or 2% slower. But you're saving a third, because think about it. The new CPUs, they use over 100 fucking watts, close to 200, depending on which one you're going with, and that's just the entry level. That's just the entry level, like the R5 Ryzen 5. They use over 100, and I think the lowest one is like the Ryzen is like 120 or something like that. And then the i5, they go up to 180 watts. And then you have the motherboards, then you have the fans, the LEDs, and all that fucking shit. Then you have the graphic card. They fucking suck up close to 500, 250 to 500 watts when they are running full tilt. A Mac Mini, if you take the gaming away, can do almost... Hey, Tinker, I hope you're doing well, man. I hope... sorry, look at it like this. A Mac Mini can do all of that for the same price, or maybe cheaper, and using a third less, or maybe 50% less wattage. Think about that. That's like, that could be you saving thousands of dollars a year. Or maybe not thousands, but hundreds of dollars a year. Think about that, man. Think about that. Because with the electricity prices being what they are right now, I would be willing to lose a little bit of efficiency if I'm only going to pay half the price for running my computer. Get what I'm coming at here? It's a weird situation. Yeah, it's like I said, Tinga, it's what it is, man. Oh yeah, don't think about it, Tinker. Don't think about it. I hope you're doing well, man. Haven't heard a lot from you lately. I got a job as an IT professional, by the way. I'm actually working in the IT field right now. I blame you for it. Yeah, we definitely need to fucking get a beer one day, you and I. And don't think about it. Don't send me anything. I'm okay, man. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm really okay. When I stress my 590X to the limits, my PC become a heating station. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to I will download these wallpapers here and I will go and show you guys. I just got a new PC at work. It's a new used PC, but it's actually fucking good. Yeah, ARM is really easy to cool. Yeah. Yeah, the whole Metal APIs and stuff like that. I think it's Metal. It's called. It's getting some traction. But again, we have to think about it here. A lot of game developers are focusing on handheld devices, phones and tablets. What Apple have done is basically taking a phone and tablet hardware and making it bigger. So if your game works on the phone, it works on your fucking M1 chip or M2 chip. It's just kind of the same. You get what I'm saying here? What they have done is fucking brilliant. You only need to target one system, and that system can be in a phone, a tablet, or a desktop. Heck, it can even be in a console if they want to. So you develop it once, and then you basically just have resolution settings in the game. So, okay, it's detecting it is on this screen, running this hardware, so we're lowering the resolutions and the fidelity because I'm on a phone, beefing a little bit up because I'm on a tablet, beefing it really up because I'm running a Mac Mini or iMac. But you basically just have to target one thing, one hardware. Roughly speaking here. It's fucking brilliant. It really is brilliant. It is scalability to a whole new level, man. It's really crazy. It really is. I'm not a massive Apple fanboy. Not really. Like, I actually wish I didn't want a Mac Mini, to be honest. But when I look at the Mac Mini and all the things I experienced in IT over my fucking 40 years of living, I'm like, this just fucking screams the future. And the way that they managed to pull it off, and not only did they do it, but they also did it with so much success that Microsoft want a M1 product line. They have now worked on their own ARM series. AMD is going nuts about the M1 processor. Intel is going nuts about the M1 processor. Their response to it, or M2, M series process, their response to it is, okay, we have more cores, we can put more gigahertz into it, but we have to put a lot of fucking heat, voltage into it also. And at some point, that's not doable anymore. I saw a podcast where I can't remember what it was called, but it was someone that is following the chip manufacturing industry really, 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 really closely. And he said something that really, really got my brain to tickle a little bit. And he said that everyone is laying awake at night because every chipset manufacturer are laying awake at night to figure out what to do in response to the M series of chips from Apple. Apple is not. Qualcomm You know, Snapdragons and all of that, those fucking people. Intel, AMD, MediaTek, they all are trying to figure out what the fuck to do in response to the M series of Apple chips. Yeah, they can maybe outcompete them in cores. They may can outcompete them in gigahertz. Hey, welcome back, Layman. But gigahertz and cores is not always the, you know, it don't tell you the equal picture here. Like, not all gigahertz is made equally, and not all cores are made equally. Like, a 4-core or 8-core Mac Mini can outcompete, you know, a 20-core Intel i5 or something like that in some workloads. And it really made me think when he said that it's like, it's kind of true. As much as you hate fucking Apple, and I don't like Apple particularly much, to be honest, but that whole fucking Apple Silicon really fucking, like, stirred up the world a lot. Like, really a fucking lot. To the degree that overnight, think about it, overnight, Ryzen CPUs became obsolete. They became yesterday's technology. Intel CPUs became obsolete. They became yesterday's technology. They may be better in some aspect and they still have a use case, but everyone is talking about ARM as the future, Apple Silicon as the future. They're not talking about Intel and x86. They're not talking about Ryzen and x86 anymore. Think about that, man. The micro satellites use ARM too. Yeah, everything uses ARMs, man. Yeah, Alexander. Yeah, I would definitely suspect that. So Jan, you can get there's a lot of third-party add-ons that helps you do all of the tiling that you can do under Windows. I can show you. I can DM you some tools if you want some tools to help you tiling on the Mac OS way better. Oh yeah, if they became a chip manufacturer that you plug into a motherboard like Intel and Ryzen or AMD, they will outcompete them in a fucking year, man. So Blender may not be the best thing for a Mac system. Go look up rendering times for M chipsets and Blender. Even on a Mac Studio, Blender is not really that great because Blender really likes cores. It really, really likes cores. So for Blender, so here's the thing: if you're doing 3D animation, that's a situation where you should not get a Mac. Don't get a Mac. Because they really like cores and they really like GPU and a lot of GPU power and a lot of GPU RAM accessible RAM. Which is kind of where Apple's M series, M chips is kind of falling a little bit behind with the graphic card side and the core side. So yeah, I will definitely not. If you think about doing Blender work, build here's the thing: you don't really need a high-end graphic card, and you don't really need a high-end CPU. Just get like a Ryzen 5 or an i5. That's way good enough when you're learning Blender, and then get like a 2060 or 1060 even. Like I rendered a lot of fucking Blender shit with my 1060, and it was not fast, but it was not slow either. It was not like I was waiting hours and hours and hours. So speaking of Windows Power Tools, yeah, Windows Power Tools is amazing. Yeah, guess I gotta crap into my wallet next year unless Apple tries to trickle that as well. Yeah, Yeah, Docker is also a thing, but go ask Christian about Docker containers and stuff like that. But Docker containers, like, here's the thing. Mac OS and Docker containers are like two things that, like, you don't use your Mac OS as a server. You know, and Docker containers are mostly meant for servers. So if you are going to do Docker or containerized workloads, you should have like a home lab, or you should have like a computer that are running some form of a server operating system that you are remoting into and then developing that way, because that's what makes sense. You know, that's what you do in real life. Holy shit, I have a lot of wallpapers now. Luckily enough, I'm almost done. I'm getting so tired of looking at wallpapers now. That's because Windows are putting more work into it. It's like the easy answer. You're cheating me. Oh, pretty. I love nature, man. I wish I was not a fat fuck. I would love going out on like hikes and just taking pictures of nature. But I'm a fat, lazy fuck, so. Yeah, if you're... So, this is my philosophy, okay? Robot. If you're developing for Windows, you run Windows. If you're developing for macOS, you run macOS. If you're developing for Linux, you run Linux. I can kind of understand it with Windows if they're using Windows subsystem for Linux. That I can understand if they wanted to use that. But other than that, yeah, it makes no sense, man. I am not a... Oh, I hate these fucking things. Yep. There are no more cars, you fucking idiot. There you go. You should click the download button. Yeah. So let me set up this wallpaper and I can show you my new development station I got at work. You would be surprised of what it is actually. Hey, humans. Yeah, the whole fucking recapture thing. Yeah. You can get it to run hypervised, or it can hypervise the core systems, yeah. To some degree, like you can containerize the memory and the kernel. But you have to activate it first. It's not activated by default. It's called core isolation. I think that's what they're calling it. Look up Windows and core isolation. That's basically what you're talking about. Can I open up a new tab? Yep, I can. I'm going to create new folder. Call it a wall. I do like KDE. I'm not going to lie. I really like KDE. Let's cut that sucker. And paste it in there. There you go. And now I can set up a... So here's the thing. The way I determine if a desktop environment is made with 20... Like, it is made with people that knows about... Let me try again. The way I gauge if a desktop environment is made for the future and have some fucking clue about what the users are doing. If you cannot by default set up a sliding wallpaper in the desktop environment, it's like going back to 1995 and running Windows 95. I have not heard anyone say, nope, I definitely don't want the option to run a sliding wallpaper. Maybe a lot of people will not use it, but it's definitely not a feature that people don't want to have the option for. So if a desktop environment cannot get me sliding wallpapers, I'm not going to use it. Because it makes no sense in 2023 that you don't allow your fucking users to have a sliding wallpaper. Or slideshow, as it's called. It makes no sense. It's one of the fundamental things that you can do to keep your fucking desktop fresh. At work, I use Bing wallpapers that refreshes once a day. I like getting to come to work and I have a new wallpaper. It's nice. You know, it's really nice. Let's just keep 15 minutes. There you go, buddy. Let's do it randomly also. It already did. You know, it's really nice. Just like you boot up your computer or change the wallpaper every time you boot up your computer if you close it down every day, you know. It's nice to get like a new fresh wallpaper every day. And every time I set up a computer for a coworker or something like that, I just install Bing wallpapers. And you know what? I never had anyone come back to me and be like, remove this shit. I don't want this shit. Keep it off my computer. I have not had anyone tell me to uninstall Bing wallpapers yet. May come one day when they figure out that it's Bing wallpaper, but right now, nobody really complained about it. You know? Yeah, KDE can be buggy. Well, I just removed the bar, nothing happens. And I edit the bar, nothing happens. Windows managers. So here's the thing. Windows managers are for Reddit users that want to look cool for everyone else. It's for people with no life that thinks they're cool because they're doing Windows managers. Windows managers are not going to give you any benefit that you can't get under KDE or GNOME. Maybe less resources, I will give you that. So here's the thing. Macs is one of the most used development hardware systems out there. There's just like something like, you know, containerized systems they're not good for. And there are a few things that Mac OS is not really great at when it comes to development. But a lot of developers prefer to develop on the Mac OS. They really do. Oh yeah, the built-in tiling in KDE is really, really nice, yeah. Lively wallpaper, I've not heard about that one. There are Linux versions of a wallpaper engine, yeah, but a lot of them don't work under GNOME. And GNOME is the one that I'm talking about here. GNOME took away the feature of easily getting your slideshow. For some fucking reason. For some really weird reason. It took away the feature of giving you sliding wallpapers. Somehow a sliding wallpaper is against their design choices or something like that. Huh? How many times did you get dropped as a kid? What the fuck is going on in their brains, man? Windows Spotlight. I never looked into that. I just download Bing Wallpaper because I like Bing Wallpaper. Oh, it's for Windows Wallpaper Lively. Okay, I thought it was for Windows. Oh. Yeah, I never heard about that, Lame. I think you're messing things up here. Yeah, there is a GNOME extension to use Bing Wallpaper. Every GNOME extension I have installed to give me sliding wallpapers have never worked. That's the issue. I tried them all, and they work, and then they don't work, or don't work at all. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, man? I don't think Bing will replace Google. Google is too big to be replaced, but it will be a contender. We will have Bing and we will have Google. Those are the two ones that are going to exist. There you go. This is my new development station at work. With Windows 11 Pro on it, 16 gigabytes of RAM, 6 cores of pure fucking Intel vPro awesomeness. This here. Yeah, it's probably using too much CPU, yeah. Oh yeah, Alta Vista. Oh my god, who remember those days, man? I have to try that out later. Personalize your desktop. And then what did you say I should click on? Personalize your desktop. Where the fuck is it? Is it backgrounds and slide pane? I don't see what you're talking about. Click on the drop-down box. Yeah, this is just going to open up fucking... Oh, there you go. Oh, personalize your background. That's why you fucked it up. Oh yeah, Windows Spotlight. Yeah, that's right. It's in there. But what does Windows Spotlight do? So it's basically just being wallpaper. Yeah, whatever. There you go. Yeah, I wanted a Lenovo, to be honest. I don't know if Tmux is for Windows. I don't know. Yeah, I personally wanted a Lenovo, but my boss liked the look of it. So I showed him this one here and a couple of Lenovo. I like Lenovo's tiny PCs. They are way better than Dell's and HP because they are easily upgradable and they are less locked down with like so HP and Dell has a lot of proprietary firmware or software you need to run. You know, you have to down... Yeah, take care, Ting, and I hope to see or hear from you again. Just go on to Discord and DM me if you need to talk or something like that. I do miss talking to you, man. I do miss you a lot. So yeah, HP and Dell, to keep them up to date in an easy fashion, so to speak, you need some form of, like, you know, Dell Health Center or HP Health Center or something like that. You just need a shit ton of bloatware to just make sure that the system runs quite well. Where Lenovo, you can do most of that from within Windows Update itself and stuff like that. They are just better, but that said, it's not a bad fucking machine if you know what you're doing with it. And this is not even the fucking one that I have. Mine goes up to 4.4 gigahertz. Yeah, my machine is more... The machines we have is newer than this one here. So we got 9th gen, 16 gigabytes of memory. For max boost is 4.4 megahertz or gigahertz. And we have like a 500 and whatever gigabyte NVMe. Plus, you can get there's a room for another NVMe in the box here. And if you're just doing development or office work, this is fucking amazing. I use this for Python and I'm starting to learn Android development. Oh my god, don't get me started on Android development. It's the biggest fucking mess in the world. But this just fucking works, man. and it takes no disk space. I have a like we would call a normal sit standing disk at work, and I do a lot of things with machines and building shit and taking computers apart on the same desk. So I can't have a big fucking box standing there and taking up all the desk space. So that's why I took the Lenovo Tiny to begin with. I asked if I could use it because it took no space. They had to buy a power brick for it though. And they are massively cheap. The ones we got, I think per unit they were like... Let me see. $60 or something like... No, not $60. What the fuck am I saying? $500. About $500 per piece. But they're also newer than this one here, and they have more memory, they have more storage. So about $500 per piece. A little over 550. And like I said, if you're not gaming, you're not doing anything that require a massive graphic card, these here is what you need. Oh yes, as VPNs and routers. Yeah. I have not had any slowdowns on my Lenovo. I have not had any slowdowns on this one here. I have ran this at 4.4 gigahertz for an hour. No problem. No problem. But they are running a less power hungry i5, because I when I was looking for a computer, anything 10 gen and up, I kind of don't want to use, because that's kind of where Windows or Intel started to put a lot of power into their CPUs. Like if you 9th gen and under is kind of where it's manageable. And I've been using the Lenovo I used for better part of fucking 3 months, 4 months now. Was like a 10-year-old computer or something like that. It ran for what it was. For what it was. It was actually really fucking good. Yeah, I would not run Ryzen in a small form factor. Ryzen small form factor CPU, they don't really have any good efficient small form factor CPUs. Intel seems to be way better at making low power desktop CPUs than AMD did ever have done. But again, if you're not using, like, if you're not gaming or making what you call it, Blender renders and stuff like that, something like this here, like, most people can live on this fucking shit here, man. Well, get what is cheapest. Like, if you can get a HP or Dell, like, get what is cheap. So here's the thing. I just found the most powerful, cheapest small form factor computers. And it happens to be a Dell, a HP, and 2 Lenovos. And the boss just like the look and feel of this one here. Lenovo seems to have better I/O. So Lenovo have better options for I/Os here in the back. Most Lenovos also have Wi-Fi in the back, or the option for Wi-Fi. They're better expandability in the back end also. But if you just need an office computer, you cannot go wrong with these. Yeah, you can mount them on the computer. I just have mine standing on the monitor, beside the monitor. But yeah, you can mount it on behind the monitor. Yeah, I basically run my... So that's basically what I do, you know, like you can think of it like this. I'm running this in a what is it, a 24-inch display, you know, monitor. So I'm basically just running it as a laptop. It's basically just a laptop with a monitor attached to it. But I don't need the portability of a laptop, and you're not paying the extra price of a battery that you get with a laptop. So that's why you're getting them cheaper. Why build a desktop when this is good enough? You probably can't even build a desktop for the price of this one here. With the same power. And plus, it takes more space. And when you're working, and you need space for other things than just having a computer standing there looking ugly. This is a desktop. I can upgrade the RAM, I can upgrade I think I can even upgrade the CPU on it. I haven't looked into that, but I think you can upgrade the CPU on it still. And I can upgrade the NVMe. This is the only thing I can't do with this one here is putting a graphic card in it. But I don't need a graphic card at work. I'm not doing graphic card intensive shit. Or at least not graphic card intensive shit that the iGPU can't handle. So having a desktop that takes more space is stupid. When I'm using my desk as a repair shop also, basically. I could put this behind my screen, and I have the only thing that takes up my desk space is my monitor and my keyboard and mouse. And yes, no, I'm not putting it on the floor because it's a standing desk. But for fuck's sake, are you not listening, Jason? I don't need the GPU. Come on, dude. And I don't need a lot of disks. Heck, I can probably... What is the biggest NVMe hard drive? It's probably also massive expensive here, but you can get a 15 terabyte NVMe. 15. Are we listening to Christmas music here? Jason, you're being a fucking idiot right now. Most people, like, if you put like a 4 terabyte SSD NVMe in a computer, most people are not going to use any, like, just a 2 terabyte for work purposes is overkill. Yeah, I think we're listening to Christmas music now. This is like the mentality. I love this mentality, is that let's overcomplicate simple things. And then make excuses because I want a big, massive, fucking ugly case on my desk. Instead of looking at, okay, what are you actually doing for work, at work? What is the purpose of your computer that you're using right now? Let's analyze that purpose. Let's see, okay, how long or how powerful does this computer have to be for you to be able to do this for 2, 3, 4 years? And what would the price per year be, for example? The system I have right now, that's a 9th gen CPU, so that's like 4 years old. I can probably use that for another 3 or 4 years. So that's a little bit over $100 a year for this computer. The longer you use it, the cheaper it will become. Get what I'm coming at here? Jason? Listen to me here. What are the workload you are doing? It don't matter if you're running a 9th gen laptop CPU or a 9th gen desktop CPU if all you are doing is watching Pornhub. Again, an example of why it's the most unintelligent fucking thing you have ever said is that I utilize on average 60%. This was on my 10-year-old 4-core Lenovo Tiny. My average utilization of my CPU was about 40%. Average. On a 10-year-old computer. The only difficult I had was when I was doing Python and OpenCV, because it takes a lot of compiling or initialization. That's the word I'm looking for. And that was the only place where I noticed that the 10-year-old computer was old. Anything else I did with Python, I didn't notice any slowdown whatsoever compared to doing it at home on a Ryzen 3600 system with 12 cores. No difference between doing it at home or at work besides when I was going into doing OpenCV. Then I noticed the difference. And the system that I'm doing Python and OpenCV with here is a 4-core 8GB system. I now have a 6-core 16GB system at work. And I don't notice any slowdown for the work that I'm doing when I'm using my Windows development VM here. So that means it should run way faster at work because it's a more beefy computer. Arch Linux is not good for development in a corporate environment, sorry to say it. And I'm done entertaining your thought pattern. It makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. What is the expected lifetime of an NVMe drive? I think it's gotten up. NVMe lifespan 10 years. Yeah, I thought it was gone up. 10 years. Yeah, 10 years. Emulation devices, yeah. Yeah, Lenovo, anything Lenovo, if it's old, is really cheap. Having more cores is, of course, better, yeah. Exactly, Wilson. Yeah, give an i9 to an office worker. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, start to try install Arch and shit like that, you know, you will get people look at you like a fucking crazy person. Yeah, so, Jason, what you do at university as a stuttering course versus what I am doing research and development, building new applications, making, you know, stuff like that, building machines and stuff like that, not machines, but, well, not, what do we call it? Products. It's way different. Or not building products, what is it called? I think we'll call it research and development, you know, making software for automation and production machines and stuff like that. It's way different than what you're doing VR development. It's like, what the fuck is going... Why can't people seem to grasp that not everyone is using their systems the same way? I don't think the poor girls want to sit with a VR headset on to fucking put items into an inventory system. That would be a sight to behold to come at work and see all the fucking, you know, inventory people sitting around with a VR headset on. Then don't sit here and tell me what I should do because you're doing it. We are living too. I have a gaming computer at home. When I use it also as a virtual machine station to do development work on. But you cannot sit here and tell me that, oh, because you game at home, I should have a gaming PC at work. I think you need to get your fucking university, give your university money back because they have apparently not taught you anything. It's honestly here, I talk to a lot of people that take computer science and go to college and university for computering, and they know nothing about computering for the most part. Are the education system just failing massively and spectacularly bad when it comes to teaching people something? It feels like they know more about fucking gender equality than fucking using computers. Oh, you did say that. The whole way that you said that your whole conversation was you basically saying that I should use a customs PC because they are better pro. Like I just every time I talk to someone that is taking a computer course, I'm like, what the fuck are you learning? Are you even learning? And sometimes they get some good knowledge out there and they can teach you something, but for like I have no fucking education in IT whatsoever. Which is really fucking scary to think about. Michael Crichton book movie Disclosure. I think I've seen that one, yeah. Unicom science is mostly almost useless. Oh, really? Oh, bootcamp. Oh, really? So you get a university degree, and then, yeah, you still have to go into a bootcamp even though you have a university degree. You don't learn hardware stuff on computer science and IT. Hardware is part of computer. It's part of the computer science. It's part of IT. Hardware is part of information technology. You cannot learn software without learning hardware. You cannot learn hardware without learning software. Or else you will have like a massive fucking what you call it, gap in your knowledge. My uni-friend that took computer science can't even install Win. Oh my god, Wilson, please don't tell me that's not right. Main reason to take bootcamp SCI courses when I was in uni was to get access to Sun Solaris Lab. Oh, awesome. I live in a country where university is free. I don't think we can blame the iPhones and the tablets about the lack of knowledge and learning, because that comes down to the institutes. I honestly believe you can learn as much on an iPhone and tablet and streaming device or whatever, even in VR if that's what you want. You can learn as much in there as you can not having it, if it's being used in a proper way. But if people are not teaching the proper stuff, it don't matter what you are using, they're still not giving you the proper knowledge that you need. Is a cum laude? What is a cum laude too? I don't know how that happens. So he screams when he's coming or something like that. We don't need to force GNU Linux into the educational system. Linux in the educational system is not going to make people more knowledgeable about computers. Linux don't teach you anything about computers. How often do I need to say this? I can learn the same shit about computers and anything IT related on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. It depends on you. If you want to dive in to that knowledge. come louder is when the GPA is more than 3. Okay, so Wilson, what does the GPA more than 3 means? Are they intelligent people then? Or is it just that they? I don't understand the whole. Well, I do understand. No, I actually don't understand the GPA system. I know there's like 1, 2, 3 and stuff like that, but I don't know what's the difference between a 1 and 2, for example, or a 2 and 3. If that means that they must be like fucking Einsteins, or they just are better at taking tests. I don't know. I fucking... I need to make a video about how little Linux actually teach you about hardware. I will probably also get yelled and screamed at because people, they think they learn about hardware. So, okay, let me ask you this question. If Linux have taught you so much about hardware, can you explain the GPU RAM location on the PCP on your graphic card? Can you explain to me something AMD did with their Vega CPUs, GPUs, I think they did when they did those, why they stacked RAM on top of each other? That's learning hardware. Learning how to put a command in to do, to figure out what fucking peripherals you're plugged into your PC is not learning hardware. Probing your system is not learning hardware. It's just learning how to probe your system. It's basically learning how to open. So if you're going into cars, it's like what Linux teaches you is how to open the hood and look into your engine and see what engine is in there. Close it down, or better yet, open the hood, look what engine you have in there and see, okay, it's not a diesel engine, it's a petrol engine. So I need to put petrol in it. That's what Linux teaches you about hardware. What is the difference between a 14nm CPU and a 4nm CPU? That's understanding hardware. Why do the MOSFETs on a motherboard needs to be cool when you're overclocking? I want to know the Linux tutorial about installing Ubuntu or Arch that are telling you all of that. I have not seen it yet. You are so full of shit, Marble. That's not what it is. If you use Linux, it means you're comfortable going outside of the comfort zone of the default OS, and going outside of your comfort zone is very... Again, you can do that on Windows, Mac OS, whatever system you don't have to use Linux to get outside of your comfort zone. Going outside of your comfort zone in Windows could be, I want to understand how the registry work. I want to understand how the Windows kernel work. I want to understand how Microsoft do hardware validation. I want to understand what the Windows design language is versus the kernel. If you think you need Linux to do that, you are limiting yourself. It's like saying, I cannot go to the gym and get healthy unless I'm living closer to the gym. Or unless my wife is carrying me in the door to the gym. So you need an outside factor to do something you can do without it. That sounds a little bit like an excuse. That sounds a lot like an excuse. TPS usually calculated from your test scores. Let's say you have 10 courses with 9A and 1B. Most likely you'll get a 3.1 TPA, something like that. Oh, so it's a measuring system for your score results, basically. Why don't they just use the fucking score results then? The American educational system is way more complicated than it should be. I feel like Americans really love complicated shit just for the fact that it's complicated. Yeah, I can't remember what the problems with the Vega card was, but yeah, I knew they had some problems. It also was really, really unoptimized with the whole stacking memory and shit like that. And now everyone is doing stack memory to some degree. Yeah, you got interested in computer stuff because of Linux. So here's the notion. So you won't like what I'm going to say right now. We're going to say it anyway. If you think that okay, this worked for me, so therefore it will work for everyone else, it's a really narcissistic way of thinking. Because you are not thinking about how other people are. So what works for you, which is great that it works for you, is not an indicator that it will work for everyone else. And it can't work for anyone else in other ways. So you're using yourself as a benchmark, as this is how it should be done. Sorry, I just hit the mic there. And we should not do that. We all do it. I do it also sometimes, but we should really not do that. Because what works for me don't work for you. The way I learn programming will probably not work for any of you guys. Because it's really unstructured. And the way you learn programming will not work for me because my brain works in a weird way. So I cannot learn anything if I don't have a problem to solve. I cannot sit down and say, I want to learn to draw right now. And then just look at a shit ton of things to draw. If I don't know that I need to learn to draw to fix a problem. Or to fix something that someone needs to be done. You know, like a work task or something like that. But that's me having a weird ass brain like that. Because I would get bored, because I would be there, okay, I need to learn to draw, but I can see no reason why I should learn to draw. Because I'm not going to sit and draw just for the fun of drawing. Well, I do that, but you get what I'm saying here. I'm not learn to draw professionally if I'm just sitting down and drawing, noodling in a fucking notebook once in a while. So why should I learn to draw professionally if I cannot see a reason to learn it that I can use in a work environment or to help someone fix a problem? But that's a lot of people like to learn stuff just to learn stuff. I have friends that like to just, well, I haven't learned anything new in a couple of months or 6 months or a year. Let me learn a new language or whatever it is. And they just learn it for the sake of learning it. And yes, they may use it later in life, and they, again, this goes a little bit against how I work as a human, but I have a philosophy to say, no matter what you learn, it's never wasted. You can always use it, and so at some point, or for something in your life. I just have a hard time learning when I don't have an immediate goal in front of me. But even if I learn something and it's only to fix one thing, I still look at it, okay, I fixed one thing, but I can still use this knowledge. But I just can't get myself to just sit down and do something for the sake of doing it. I need to have a purpose with it. And I know that's me looking at it really weirdly, and it also goes against what I just said, that everything you learn is not wasted. Because I should just tell myself that, okay, you may not use this now. You may use it in 10 years. Or you can use it as a conversation starter and stuff like that. So it's worthwhile using or learning. I just have a hard time doing it if I can't see, okay, I need to learn this to do this. That's why I'm learning Android right now. I saw someone having a problem with some Android stuff at work. I'm like, hey, maybe I can learn enough to fix that. So I'm learning Android. Which is really fucking mental, to be honest. Android is a fucking weird ass system. But that's how I work. I see a problem and I want to fix it. And then I get the knowledge to fix the problem. And just learn for the sake of learning. There's so much other things I'd rather game, I'd rather chase girls, I'd rather spank lamer. You know, I'd rather watch a movie, I'd rather go to the gym instead of just sitting and watch things for the sake of learning, or read something for the sake of learning, unless it's highly interesting to me. You know, I hope this makes sense. But there are a lot of people that likes to just, you know, I have an hour free. I don't want to go to the gym, I don't want to go out with the family, I don't want to, you know, watch a movie, a game. I want to read this book about quantum physics or something like that. I could probably read a book about quantum physics because that's interesting for me. But if it's not something that's interests me to begin with, I have a hard time getting into it unless I need to fix a problem. And that means that the way I learn is I learn by fixing problems. So I put up small problems. Okay, I need to figure out how to put a button on a fucking screen on a mobile phone. That's the first thing I learned. How can I make that button make a pop-up window? You know, like those little notification messages. That's the second thing I learned. So I start with, you know, I break down the overall big problem into smaller problems. And it's that's how I learn. You know, that's how I look at the world. But I know for a fact that I'm not normal, you know? I know that I don't function like most other people. But Becky's always spanking lame. Yeah, but sometimes she crazes over at me and look at me and wink a little bit and I get a spank here and there. Yeah, I just remember something Android Studio is so bloated this. No, it's not that it's bloated. It's like when you're comparing coding on Android versus coding on iOS. Let me show you an example here. Let me go full fucking autistic on your ass here. Where is it? Just give me a second here. I need to get it in from Windows. Oh fuck me. Luckily enough, I have keep. Yeah, here it is. Oh. Do we not have key shortcut? No, we don't. No. Let's just do. What the fuck can I use as an example that I know both have? Let's try this one here. Let's see if we can find your face. It'll take a photo. Let's do that one. What the Here you go. So let's just say you want to capture a photo. This is how Android do it, okay? You need to do some permissions and stuff like that. But hey, you know what? Let's have two fucking ways of doing it. Either in Java or Kotlin. I'm using Kotlin, by the way. Why do we have two different fucking ways of doing it? Well, it's because they have some license issues with good old Oracle. And then in 2019, they decided to do Kotlin. And then you have to do all of these fucking amazing things here to take a picture. Let's go over to iOS. Here you go. Permissions. That's it! That's it! Take photo capturing pros. Capture and saving live photos. Let's look at this here. Not that bad. They have one way of kind of doing it. I know we can use Swift and all of those things. Save a full-time fixes, add a photo image, request a camera feature. And a lot of it is scattered all over the fucking place in 10,000 different files and whatnot. On the iOS, it seems to be kind of coherent. And yeah, the IDE for Android development, Android Studio, is fucking a mess. But it's just like, I can kind of understand this here from my Python and stuff like that. This here. And then we are mixing Java and Kotlin in together because some things have not been updated to Kotlin yet, and some things is not really documented, and we have to go into submenu, or we have to do like a lot of, you know, methoding and functioning and Oh, you can't do it on your laptop. Oh. Don't, Lamer. So here's the thing. I've always asked myself, why do iOS devices seems to have way more features on the same program? So if you have like a program for Android and iOS, the iOS versions 9 out of 10 times seems to be better and have more features. This here is probably the reason. Then you have to request the feature. Then you have to import into the .kt file or Java file. Then you have to make sure that it's in another file also. Then you have to make sure it's in a third file also. Then you have to make sure that the third file know what the second file understand. Then so the first file understand what the third file understand. Where on the iOS, it just seems more thought out. It's probably also easier to develop for. Like, the thing I want to do is not something ground fucking breaking. Like, under Python, you could do it in like an hour. Under an hour. If you really, like, probably 10 minutes if you really know what the fuck you're doing. Under Android, even if you knew what the fuck you were doing, I think it will take you 30 minutes to an hour to do it. Under iOS, probably 15 minutes. And when I see people talking about developing for Android, I get flashbacks back to Linux. It's just fragmented all over the fucking place. And I talk to like I have access to a kind of newly educated developer. So it's a guy that he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He just came out of university with development, or kind of just come out of. He's really smart when it comes to development. And I'm like, okay, so this Android thing, do you develop in Android? And he laughed in my face. I'm like, okay. Is it just me, or is Android just fucking a mess? And he was like, yeah. And a lot of things you can't even fucking validate if they work until you actually go in and use it in the program, because it's so all over the place. And that's why he never is going to do Android development. Okay, and it's the same sentiments I get from a lot of people when I look at forums and stuff like that. It's just a mess. I honestly thought it was more coherent, it was more streamlined. And if you develop Android apps for 10 years, you may have been conditioned in, you know, like, it's the same thing I say to a lot of Linux people. yes, it's easy and convenient for you because you're doing it for so long. If you've been using Linux for 5-10 years, you are used to just, okay, new machine, do this, click here, go in here, do that. Oh, yes, this is not working. I need to go in here. I need to go into etc. I need to go into AppArmor. I need to edit this file, this file. All of that is just easy and convenient for you because you've done it for so long. But if you're new to Linux, all of this that, let me do these commands and edit these files and go up here, that is like, why do I need to do this? But you've been conditioned to do it, or you've been used to do it for so long that you don't even think about doing it. And it may take you 5-10 minutes to do it, but you should not have to do it. So, hey, Wilson, I have looked into C++, and C++ makes more sense to me than Android development. C++ makes more sense to me than Android development. C# makes more sense to me than Android development. Yeah. I don't know, Robot. I haven't used Eclipse in fucking over a decade. It's deprecated. What I'm looking at. This is not deprecated APIs. What the fuck are you talking about? Nowhere here does it says it's a deprecated API. I was looking into a deprecated API, and there is a big, massive. Well, they are deprecated over here. Sorry, it's the wrong one I'm looking at. Yeah, you're right. It's this one here I was looking at. This is the one. There you go. Where the fuck is it? Here, but this is the same issue. This is the same fucking issue. You're right, that one was deprecated. But this is the same issue. It's the same issue. You still have to go over to all of these files. I actually looked into this. Look. I actually looked into this. Actually, I wanted to access the cam at some point just for funsies. And first I was looking at the deprecated one. And I went, oh, there's a new version. Okay, so why don't they take out the old one? Well, whatever. Then I'm looking at Cam 2. Well, Cam 2 is kind of the same as Camera X. Camera X just have a little bit of extensions onto Cam 2. Well, Camera X is not really production ready, but we still regard it as production ready to use it in your system. Or I think it was like, it's not production ready, but you can use it in your system because it's stable enough. Something to that nature. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Okay, anyway. And then I looked at Camera X and looked up some tutorials to see what they were doing with it. And there was no real difference between the way they did it in the olden days, other than they updated some features, they gave you access to some more features and stuff like that. It was still a fucking mess. It was still a mess. So using the deprecated or not the deprecated one, it's still a fucking mess. It's just that under the non-deprecated section, you have access to more features. So you can do more shit with your webcam, basically. And some of the things, yeah, is a little bit different and to some extent also a little bit more convenient. But it's still a massive mess compared to this here. Configuring, capturing photos with depth. It just like. At first I was like, okay, I actually wanted to use Java because if I learn Java, I can use Java in other situations than just Android. But then Android came up with this. We kind of see Kotlin or what it's called as the primary development language since 2019, and we are a Kotlin first development studio, and we prefer you using Kotlin. Like, oh my fucking god, Okay, so fuck Java then, even though we can use Java and Kotlin together. But if you want me to use Kotlin or Kotlin or what it's called, and you're saying to us that this is the future, I might as well just learn that to begin with. And yes, it's a little bit more easier or streamlined, not easy, but streamlined than Java. But it's still a mess. Java, yeah, it's still a fucking mess. It's still a mess. It's like, I would imagine, like a massive company like Google could figure this fucking out. Like, with the collective brain power Google have, I would imagine that developing something for Google would be the akin of, okay, I'm tracking this over here, and I'm tracking this over here, and then AI in the back end is just doing all the code for me or something like that. Like with the money and the brain power, like it makes no sense that a smaller company with less developers can make a more coherent fucking development language for their system than Google can. Unless, and this is what I suspect was going on, Google just take whatever is out there and then gluing and bending and melding and gaffer taping it together to make a product. So they don't put effort into be like, okay, how is this going to be maintained, developed, and stuff like that. It's just like, okay, we need a product. Let's glue a lot of fucking technologies together so it works, and then here you have a product. They're not thinking so much about the ease of development is a wrong word, but again, cars. I'm a mechanic, so it's easy to explain with cars. So some cars are a joy to work on because it makes sense. Okay, this part is here. They have to make sure you can get a spanner in there to work with, you know. You can work, it's easy in quote to work on that car. It's not easy, but it's more comfortable. It's more convenient to work on it. And then there is cars just to take a fucking light bulb out. You have to take the whole front apart, basically. Because they have not thought through that, oh my god, people have to fucking take out the light bulb once in a while, or the LED strip or something like that nowadays. So you have to take batteries out and junction boxes and hoses and shit like that. Versus, okay, we understand that at some point people have to change their headlights. So let's make it so it may be complicated. You have to take a lot of shit out, but we're not overcomplicating the shit that you have to take out. We're making it, in quote, convenient for you to take it out. We're making sure you can get your tools in there. We're making sure that you can take it out without fucking scratching your arms and your legs and your testicles by doing it. That's what I'm getting from Android versus iOS, is that iOS is like, yeah, we understand that people actually have to work with this fucking code. Where Android is like, okay, let's take some Java, let's take something of that, let's invent some of our own shit, and let's just glue it all fucking together and put it into one big mess and say, here, you figure it out. And it makes sense if you were part of the team that made it all, and if you, of course, the more time you spend with, the more sense it becomes, because you get condensed this into it. But when you're looking from it from the outside in, and you're like, okay, I'm new to this, I want to develop for a system. I could look at this mess, or I can look at this. Like, there's already some things here that reminds me a little bit of, you know, object-oriented programming from Python. I see a little bit of Java in here, but not much. Even though there's a lot of Java, but I'm not that well-versed in Java. But I hope I make sense. It's like, okay, you get this car that, yes, you still have to do a lot of work on it, but the work, when you have to do work on it, it's convenient, or as convenient as it can be. It's thought out. It makes sense. Where, yeah, you need to change this thing. We just put a lot of fucking things on top of it. We don't know why. It just, yeah, it's just what we have laying on the shelf. You figured out how to change it. And that means I never liked this mentality of, let's overcomplicate something for the sake of overcomplicating it. And I feel that's what Android is doing, is that it looks to me that the whole Android system is overcomplicated just for the sake of being overcomplicated. But it's probably more by design. Again, I'm just I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. I'm just looking at it from, this is how I see it from someone that knows a little bit about it, but don't know, I'm not an expert. I'm sure some will say that Android is way easier to code than iOS and the other way around. But then I want to ask them, how long have you coded in both languages? Or do you only code in one of them? Because I'm a primarily Python developer, so I see every solution to a programming situation with Python eyes. Because that's what I'm comfortable with, that's what I know most about, that's what I use the most. So if you want me to do something, I always think about it in Python. Because that's my go-to thing. But not everything is best made in Python. Some require C++, some C#. But because that's where I'm comfortable and I know most about it, my brain does default back to Python first. And then I have to be like, oh, is it actually the best tool for the job? Yeah. Also, they have two different supported ones. Yeah, that's really weird, man. So Cam 2 is the new version, and Cam X, I'm just really paraphrasing here, Wilson. Cam X is an extension to Cam 2, and it's going to be the future. It's because they have a lot of legacy devices out there, I guess. You know, old not iPhones, Android phones. There's so much Java code in production that we will never be rid of it. So here's the thing. I actually really like Java. Java. I actually, to some degree, I like the strictness of Java more than Python. What I don't like about Java is you have to write more code to do the same thing. But if I was not a lazy motherfucker, I do like the syntax of Java better. I like that it's strictly, Python can also be strictly written, but there is certain ways of doing Java. You don't really have much freedom with being creative with how you do Java as you do under Python. And because you don't have the freedom to be too creative with the code, well, it seems to work more often than not when you're doing it in Java than Python. Because if something fucks up in Python, you're like, what the fuck? I have had problems with Python code, and it was a fucking indentation problem. You know, in some file there was an indentation problem. That would not have been an issue in fucking Java. You know, but you have to write more code to get the same work done. And if you're a lazy motherfucker, you don't like to do that. And yes, I know you can use autocomplete and stuff like that. And Java is faster than Python and so on. But again, if you're then going over to machine learning, AI, computer vision, VR and stuff like that, Python just have a bigger library accessible. And it's way more documented. So again, it's the same with operating system. It comes down to the best tool for the job. So when you're doing a coding project, what is the best tool for the job? What is the company using by default? What has the best documentation for what you're going to do? What has the best libraries? It's not, what do I like to do? I see too many professionals bitching and moaning that, I was hired to do this project, but they didn't want me to do it in Rust just to make Lamer happy here, so I didn't take the job. Well, if everything they code is in C# or C++, fuck Rust. You have to do it in C++ or C# if it can be done, because it means that their developers have an easier way of, you know, maintaining said code when you're not there anymore. Is that Spotify? I thought it said Spotify down there. You know. Yeah, Google take the easy way to profit. No way. Yeah. Fun fact: some people think that JavaScript is an extension similar to Java. Yeah. JavaScripting has come a long way. Yeah. A lot of things are now done in JavaScripting that we never thought would be done in JavaScripting. I haven't looked into libraries with Android, Wilson. I can't really say. I don't think there's something like Pipe for Kotlin or for Android. I think you just download them via the IDE and then import them. That's the furthest that I got. Is I looked at the IDE and there was a way to download and import. the libraries. And Rust is the fucking Linux of coding languages. Anyone using a sound card, external USB device with Linux they like. Yeah, I use I don't use it right now, but when I ran Linux on real hardware, as they call it, on bare metal, I still have it. I use a Behringer mixer. Any Behringer mixers with USB outputs works really. They're just plug and play under Linux. The only problem with Linux and external sound cards is that depending on what fucking day it is, it just auto switches to one of the sound cards. Oh, today I'm going to use your USB sound card. Tomorrow I'm going to use your fucking, onboard sound card. And sometimes it depends on what fucking program you open. So Firefox may use your onboard, and Chrome may use your your external sound card. And then the next time you open it, none of them is using the external. They're all using the onboard. Linux, and if you don't want Linux with more than one sound card, is basically what I'm trying to say. It will fuck you up over. And the same with microphones. If you're using more than one microphone sound card that use microphones, that have microphones input on it. So if your webcam have a microphone, like mine has, even if you disable it, it can fuck it up. Linux is like, oh, let's just use it anyway. Yeah. If you want the best audio experience under Linux, don't use more than one fucking sound device. But yeah, it's a mess. Oh, did Rust make up a copyright thing? Tell me more. I'm thinking about, I'm done with CS classes. I'm going to learn C# is on the rise. C# is really getting up there. And if you know Java, it's really easy to learn. Yeah, you're right, Robot. I think it's kind of the same dude or the same team, yeah. Yeah, all Behringer, as far as I understand and have seen, all Behringer USB sound cards, or mixers, it's a mixer that I'm using as an external sound card. They seem to work, but like I said, the problem is that Linux just sometimes switch them behind, switch devices depending on what fucking mood it's in, which is really fucking crazy. Oh, you can. What internal sound card does that computer have? What internal sound card does it have? Wilson, what do you mean that they want to be like Nintendo with the trademark rules? So you have to pay them every time you use Rust or something like that? Yeah, C# is like a lot of people that are here doing C# development really like it. Intel on. Can you type in the specific what specific chipset it is, Robot? Maybe we can figure it out. Okay, so they want people to pay them every time someone used. Oh fucking hell! Fucking hell, man. So here's the thing with Rust, okay? I never really liked the whole Rust thing, because the Rust people came out again a lot like Linux people with this whole like, oh my god, Rust is the next big thing. It's going to Java is going to be obsolete. Python is going to be obsolete. C and C++ out of the fucking way. Rust is going to be fucking taking everything with storm. Go is more popular than Rust, Kotlin is probably more popular than Rust because it's supported by Android. There's so many new languages that's come out that's less or younger than Rust that is more popular than Rust. And every Rust developer I talk to, or not every, but a lot of Rust people that I see, they are, every time you talk development, their answer is Rust, 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 they're like vegans. Like I said, they're like Linux users. When you talk to a Linux user, every time you talk computers with Linux users, it always comes down to Linux is the answer for everything. And I think that, if you type in Rust Foundation new trademark, there will be many explanations. Yeah, I don't want to go into that shit. I don't want to go into that shit. Yeah, Rust takes to forever to compile. Oh, really? Well, that's a codec, though. That's not a chipset, is it? Oh, I forgot we don't have copy-paste in this fucking... I don't have... click... It's because I don't have the word... Oh, god damn it. Oh, Realtek. I have to type it in manually then. Give me a second. ALC 3867 CT. Wait, did I spell it right? Yeah, here. Linux. Yeah, we need the specific chipset. Like, we need the specific chipset. An Ask, yeah, there's an Ask Ubuntu up here, yeah. But that's for the Intel NUC. But if it's the same chipset, it should be working. I looked into Rust like for 5 minutes. I'm like, why the fuck do I want to learn this? Yeah, the Rust was introduced into the kernel. The kernel is going to be rewritten in Rust. No, it's not. I don't know how much Rust code that's in the kernel. Yeah, it's probably the same chipset as the Intel motherboard, yeah. That's why I don't like Rust people, because they're like Linux, you know. When you see someone using Rust, they're like, oh, now Rust is going to take over this whole project. No, they put Rust into the kernel as a temporary test to see if people want to use it. And if it don't make sense for the Linux kernel, they're taking it out again. But the Rust people read that Linux now support Rust in the kernel, like the kernel is going to be rewritten in Rust. I don't know what dick-swinging methods that your brain's coming up with to get to that answer, but I guess. I don't know. There's a Linux driver download here, though. And it's from 2018. Accept all cookies. What are they saying here? Option SN, model del, headset multi to the file. I don't know if you can see this. This here. You probably need to do that. Yeah, who the fuck is going to rewrite millions lines of code? Like, come on, man. How stupid are you? Yeah, I'll keep it up here for a second then. I just don't... I really don't get it, dude. I'm speechless, man. I actually have cookies, not cookies, but cake at my desk. That's not good. I'm a fat fuck with cake on my desk. I haven't opened it yet. It's like small little balls with the like rum liquor in them, like a chewy dough with rum taste and chocolate around them. I don't know if I can. I can probably. I don't know if you guys. We call them this in Denmark. So it's like this here. It's basically, you know, what bakers used to do is, or still do, is like all the, you know, the pastries they can't sell. They put that into like a blender or something like that and make a big mix out of it. And that's basically what's in here. And then they put like, you know, like rum taste alike kinda in it to give it like a really weak taste of rum. And then you can put like cocoa stuff on it, or you can, or not cocoa, but you can also put cocoa powder on it, or coconut bits on it. You can put all kind of things around it, and they're really, really, really good. But it's basically just leftovers. You know, cake list leftovers. That's how bakers do it. But you can also do it yourself here, make it from scratch, you know. Then they put some raspberry marmalade in it, cocoa powder, to give it, you know, a sweet taste. So it's rum, raspberry, and cocoa powder taste. That's why they call rum balls, basically. That's like, rum balls is like the translation. And I do like them. But the ones I have is not like, they are like, I think something like this here. They're made in a machine. You know, it's like the cheapest ass shit that you can get. So they're just made in a machine, and they're probably a lot of fucking artificial shit in them, but they were cheap, and I haven't had them in fucking forever. So yeah. I wish I had an oven. I do like to bake. I do like to cook and bake. I just don't like doing it for myself. Oh, website cookies. No. Hey, Arnie, how are you? Cake crust. It's probably something like that, yeah. So yeah, another thing is that I'm getting really fucking tired of my Intel GPU. Because randomly, it's not being picked up by programs. So I can open up a game and it's like, yeah, you don't have any graphic card installed. Okay. Or if I have EA's launcher up, any other program that needs access to my graphic cards is being hijacked by the EA game launcher. And it is a driver issue, but it's been going on for over a month now. And then sometimes I just have to retry opening the program over and over and over again. And then it will register. Like, I had to reboot my computer because Streamlabs desktop did not want to recognize that I had a graphic card in my system that could run anything over DirectX 10. It's a really weird issue. So if some program in quotes hijack the graphic card, I think it's not going to. I think the driver don't releases it correctly again, and then other things can't see it. And sometimes when I start up a game, it basically runs in CPU mode. So my CPU goes up to 200%. 100% can't go to 200, but 100%. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why you sound like a jet engine? And it's because it's not, the graphic card is not being used whatsoever. And then I have to close some program that has some form of animation going on, and it will work. Or I have to reboot. And I have no idea what the fuck it is. I don't know if it's the driver, or if it's programs that are not being, developed to understand and handle the Intel Arc TPUs. I honestly think it's a driver issue, and I'm looking at driver updates every fucking day, and there's no updates to it. I haven't seen any driver updates for it since, well, this time last month. It's been a month since they did a new graphic card driver. I honestly don't think it's a firmware thing. Because I think they update the firmware via the driver. Intel Arc firmware. I could try and... Intel Arc just a scale up of... Yeah, it's just a scale up of them, yeah. I love... So here's the thing. It's the only issue I have with it. All of the other issues I had in the beginning it was rectified with the other update. Right now, and this is really strange because this is a deal breaker that I have to reboot once in a while. I can't use my fucking graphic card, or I have to close down a program so I can use my another program that uses graphic cards technology. But I don't have any other problems with it. Could it be my ass-old install of Windows that's like... This Windows install I'm running is from 2015. Running Windows 11 now. Started out as Windows 10. Could that be a thing that there's so much legacy shit going on? I don't know, probably. It probably don't help, to be honest. But I had no problem whatsoever with my Nvidia card. Granted, it was a 10 series Nvidia card. But yeah, they haven't updated the driver since like last month. And I look at it almost daily. Ubuntu's driver hasn't been updated for ages. Where the fuck is the... that's Ubuntu. Maybe download. Oh, it's because I didn't spell it right. Oh, I probably didn't spell it right in my title either then. Nope, I call it Intel Arts has a problem. No, it's not the power save mode. I have looked at that. Yeah, but I don't have an integrated GPU. I'm running a Ryzen series processor. Where can I see the fucking drivers? Yep, that's the driver I have. When did that came out though? Yeah, March. So it's almost a month old. Tomorrow it's a month old. I'm sure they will fix it. It's just right now it's really irritating. But I'm sure they will fix it. And let's be honest, if that's the only issue, even though it's a, in quote, big issue or irritating issue to have, I can still play games on it, if when the games wants to pick up the graphic card. And so here's the thing, sometimes it happens like today. Today it happened all the fucking time. And then I can play games and do, you know, use it for weeks without having a problem. I used it for like 1 or 2 weeks, and then, oh, it happens one time. One time it happens. Or 2 times over 1-2 weeks. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I can live with that. I just have to reopen the program and reopen the program 1 or 2 times, and oh, now it knows I have a fucking graphic card. But today I couldn't open anything, or the last couple of days I couldn't open anything. But I have to reboot my computer. And what that tells me is that something is blocking the graphic card. Something is not releasing the graphic cards to be used by other programs. And the only thing I can think of that do that is the driver. It still thinks that it's being used in some other instances. And when I start noticing it, so if I'm watching YouTube videos, for some reason they just don't want to play anymore. They stop decode. And that's kind of an indicator. Okay, now I'm starting to get issues with the with the graphic card. That's also kind of the same time, you know, where I start to get issues with, oh, it's not going to register that I have a graphic card. Like, everything is working perfectly. Like, you know, it's not like, you know, the computer goes down or anything like that. I just can't open graphic card intensive shit because it's saying, oh, you don't have a graphic card, but Windows working perfectly. You know, I could go on web browsers and all of that shit. Everything is just working perfectly. It's just when I'm opening up like OBS, I want to use the QuickSync encoder, or open up Streamlabs, or open up a game, or I can even edit, but my video editors, I don't use graphic card because I don't have the paid version. You get what I'm saying here? And like I said, when I'm watching YouTube videos, once in a while they just stop fucking working. Then they start to lower the resolution because YouTube think that it's a bandwidth issue. And if it goes down to like 480p, that codec it can read really easily. There's no problem with that. But when they go up to anything over 720p, and I think YouTube is using another codec over 720p, if I'm not mistaken. That's when I start to get issues once in a while. And then if I lower it to 720 or 480, no problem whatsoever. Then I raise it up again to 1080p resolution or 1440p, it starts to get issues again. So it seems like it's a driver issue, some communication between the video encoder and basically between the software and the driver and the hardware, that the driver may not release the hardware fully or in a correct manner. So a game or a graphic card intensive program can then utilize it 100%. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird issue, man. And it only happened with this upgrade here. And like I said, sometimes, like the first 2 months, it rarely happened. But today, like yesterday and today, it happened all the time. And I even tried to restart the graphic card driver with the shortcut. In Windows, you can restart the graphic card driver without having to reboot. That didn't help either. Because that worked before, because then it released the graphic card, so to speak. But yeah, that just tells me it's not a Windows issue. Because when you do that, Windows releases the graphic card for anything Windows related. But if, like, let's say Firefox or Chrome still hijack the graphic card to some extent, and then you're opening up a game, it's like, no, we are seeing that you're playing a video, so therefore we're not going to also allow you to play a game, because according to the driver, you're using all the graphic card for the video playback, even though you're only using the video encoder. And it just screams to me that it's a driver issue, because why else would it work after a reboot, you know? But again, I also noticed that the longer I have my computer turned on for, the more often it comes. So when I rebooted today, my computer's been up running non-stop for almost 8 days. So the longer I keep my computer running, the more often that situation comes. Again, sounds like a rogue processes in the driver, not really, you know, Yeah, memory leak or something like that in the driver. Yeah, but I haven't seen my RAM goes up, like physical RAM goes up. Or I think it's a rogue process that are. No, it's not too hot because it's like it's running 51 degrees. It's not too hot. It like when it happens, it never happens when I'm doing graphical intensive things. It only happens if I want to do graphical intensive stuff. So, like I said, right now, if I'm doing what I'm doing right now, sitting at 50C, then if I want to open up like OBS, sorry, Streamlabs, or if I want to open up a game, then it will start to bitch and moan. Or if I'm opening up my Affinity Photo, it will bitch and moan. Because they all, want resources from the graphic card. Well, they want more resources from the graphic card. If I'm just sitting and doing normal Windows stuff, like this here, under Windows, and looking at videos and websites and whatnots, no issue whatsoever. I can see the video encoder doing its thing, and it's under 50 degrees, and everything is just amazing. Yeah, but like I said, it's a driver issue because that's handled by the driver. The driver is the communication layer between what's going on your computer and the graphic card, and if the driver don't really fully release the resources or allow new resources to be allocated, well, then it's a driver issue. And like I said, it also happens more and more the longer I have my computer open. So there is, like I said, EA. I found out that the EA launcher was the issue because I couldn't. It started to act up, and I was like, okay, it worked before. What have I opened that after that I didn't have open before? Okay, EA. Then I closed EA, and that normally did it for me. I just happened to close EA, the EA launcher, and then it worked. No issues. But yeah, now it's starting to be issues with more and more things. But again, it's something that are closed that don't, the driver don't recognize as being closed or whatever the fuck you will call it. And that's a really strange thing, man. That's a really strange thing. It's probably not going to happen. Can I look what's in here? Let's try and your temp folder on Windows gets deleted every time you reboot, and I think it's also periodically deletes itself. Yeah, I actually have done that because I do disk cleaning once in a while, and I have done a disk clean where it actually goes in and delete the temp folder, but you can't delete all temp files. It's only some temp files that you can delete. Oh, didn't I? Oh, fuck me. Let's copy this one. Let me put it this way. I've tried everything. Well, not everything, but I've tried as much as humanly possible. What is this? Let's actually do what they say in the manual, okay? So, they want us to do sudo, and then do this whole VM thing here. Do you want to still want to proceed? Okay, it recommends using the OpenVM. So let's try that one then. So sudo apt install Open VM tools. Huh? Oh, I need to do install. Oh, really? No, the old driver version. I need. Let me put it this way: I needed the new driver version because the old driver version was really fucking crazy. I had a lot of issues with the. Let me put it this way: I can live with. I have to reboot my computer every third day or something like that, versus the issues I had with the old driver. The old driver was really unoptimized for a lot of games. It really fucking went crazy with the. It was just a bad driver. Let's try and restart this sucker here. No suitable video mode found. What? Okay, let's see. Let's see if I have now copy-paste abilities. Nope, I still don't have fucking copy-paste between host and... I didn't have to set this up under any other system. Oh god, please tell me you... Oh, I hate Linux sometimes, man. Yep, it's not auto resizing either. So it has not worked. Yeah, here's the thing with GPU pass-through. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's the most, like, when some ordinary gamer did that whole GPU pass-through video series that he did with Billy, his computer Billy, he forgot to mention one fucking thing that is the most important thing, and why I hate that he did that video series, is that the only time it makes sense, there's probably more than one, but the only times it makes sense is that you're doing it on a server, running VMs for work-related shit, or you're doing it as a technical exercise. Because it makes no sense to go and buy 2 graphic cards just so you can say, oh, dude, I run Linux. You know, it makes no sense. And here's the thing, even if you're running Windows in a virtual machine with GPU pass-through, you're still running Windows. You're still a Windows user. And you're still being, what is it called? Subjected to the same fucking issues and problems with Windows as if you ran it on bare metal. That over. Let's say you don't want to buy a second graphic card and you're basically hijacking the graphic card from your host system to your VM, then you can't do anything with your host system. Your host system becomes useless. So what I'm doing right now is I'm running Linux here in a VM, and I have my host system handle all my streaming. So I basically have a streaming computer and a Linux computer. The Linux computer just happens to be a virtual machine. But for all intents and purposes, I'm basically running 2 computers in quotes at the same time now. The VM and Windows as the host, doing the streaming, the resource handling, and all of these amazing things. Could I do it the other way around? Of course I could. I just can't game in this VM. But if I have to buy a second Intel Arc GPU or another whatever GPU, or dedicate my iGPU to my whole system and then use my others for... and here's the thing. That second graphic card will only work when your VM is started. The way you set it up, the way he sets it up. And it's the best way to set it up. So... if you only game or only use your VM for gaming like an hour a week, you are now having a $1,000 or $500 graphic card that you can only use for that hour when your VM is up. It makes no practical sense whatsoever. It's fun to try out if someone wants to do that. It's a good intellectual exercise, technical exercise. That's all it is. But if you have more money than you know what to do with, and you can say, I'm okay with having a $1,000 graphic card that I only use like 50% of the time or something like that. Yeah, cool. You have more money than I have, and than most people have. That's cool. But his whole system that he built is a testament to unnecessary things. It would probably have been cheaper for him to build a gaming Windows computer with a decent graphic card. When he bought 2 graphic cards. When he only had 1 graphic card in the latest iteration that I saw, I don't know what he's done right now because I stopped following him because he starts to become too much of a drama queen. When he hijacked the graphic card from the whole system, now you just render your whole system useless. And that kind of takes away one of the benefits of running a virtual machine, that you can run 2 independently operating systems at the same time. You can't even boot up another VM because that graphic card is tailored to that one VM that you have passed it through to. I can boot up 3, 4, 5. I can boot up as many VMs as I want right now. It's the only limitation is RAM and CPU power. It just makes no sense. The only reason why I would do it in any way, shape, or form was like for a rendering farm. Having like a server with like 5 fucking graphic cards in it or something like that. And opening up... he doesn't want Microsoft to spy on him. Then don't use Windows. Microsoft still spies on him if you're using Windows in a virtual machine. Windows still fucking know what's going on. Yeah, it may not know your CPU and RAM configuration, but Windows knows everything else. What about Steam? That also takes fucking... You have your graphic card, your credit card connected to Steam, and it's a load of bullshit. Does he have a specific payment method that has no tie to his bank account on Steam? Like, does he have like a separate bank account in the Cayman Islands that he transfers money over to every time he's buying a game on Steam? It's probably just his fucking credit card connected to his everyday banking account or savings account. So yeah, okay, Windows may not know your CPU configuration, but it knows everything else, and Steam still fucking knows everything. And here's the thing, you're on YouTube. He makes money on YouTube. YouTube is connected to a payment method that you need to be ID'd as the right owner for any transactions to be done. But yeah, let's make sure that Microsoft don't know how often I'm on Pornhub. Which the browser knows and Pornhub knows, but Windows don't know it. That's okay. Windows cannot know how often I'm on Pornhub. But Pornhub can do it, the browser can do it, the VPN can do it, the ISP can do it. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine and dandy, as long as Microsoft don't know what I'm doing. It makes no sense whatsoever. It really doesn't. It's like I said in my video about the telemetry. It's like you need to move 2 tons of dirt in your backyard, and you take 1 bucket of dirt, move it away, and say, "Yep, I'm done. Everything is away. I've done my work. I don't need to do anything more." No, you're just starting right now. You're just starting. And I do like Mutahar. He's an amazing guy and stuff like that, but he's too much of a drama queen. His latest content the last year, so it's just been drama. I don't want that shit, and I don't want to watch that shit. And I like his view on Linux. He's not pushing it on people. But on the other hand, he's not really telling the truth about Windows either. But he's not as obnoxious as, let's say, DistroTube and all the other idiots that I haven't watched in fucking forever. I will say this. After I stopped doing so much Linux content, like other than live streaming Linux content, oh my god, my life has become so much better. I'm like a newborn baby in the world, man. I still get like... Here's the thing. Every time you're mentioning something with IT and computers, there will always come the random fucking Linux person in there that just have to tell everyone Linux. I remember I did a poll about how you use Windows, and people still have to comment about Linux. I'm like, this has nothing to do with Linux. This is not meant for Linux users. It has nothing to do with Linux. All I want to know is, how do you use Windows? Did EB make a new video? Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know about EB, man. Yeah, I don't know. He's on a custom PS Linux.
Hi everybody, English Bob here. Welcome to today's video. Today's video is just a little bit of a quick tour around my current daily driver, which I've now been using for approximately 4 months solid. Not had a single issue, single problem. Everything is absolutely...
Wait. I'm not going to watch the video because I don't really give a fuck, to be honest. But I just caught something. Guide to all classes. What is this? Oh, it's a game. Oh, I was like, is he making... Like, I thought he was making fucking educational courses or something like that. Yeah, so I love English Bob. I think he's a fun guy. He's a nice guy. He has a massive big heart. I just can't deal with his hot and cold thing. I can't. I just can't. One day, this thing is the best thing ever. The next day is the worst thing ever. And then 2 days later, it's the same issue. Then he's bitching about something and doing the exact same thing, but in another system. And I just can't deal with people that are hot and cold like that. It's draining. Yeah, he does have some funny rants. Yeah, he does have some funny rants. But it's just, it's really draining to be around people like that. Because you never fucking know what's up with them, you know. One day you can be their best friend, the next day you can be their biggest fucking asshole. English Bob is not like that. I will say that he's really good with his people and stuff like that. But he is kind of like that with Windows and Linux. One day Linux is the best thing, the next week Windows is, the next week Mac OS is, and make up your mind, man. Like, I just can't deal with hot and cold people like that. Yeah, again, tomorrow it's something else. Next week it's something else. Should we react to a video? Give me a video we can react to. I haven't done ReactCon. I'm also starting to think about if I should do reaction videos when I'm doing live streaming instead of uploading them. Do you guys miss the reaction videos? I actually like that I'm not doing them anymore, to be honest. Or I do them really rarely because it's because what I'm thinking about doing is just react to them on here and then download the live stream and maybe put them up on Kent Talks video channel instead, so we can also react to anything that's. It don't have to be. It don't have to be tech specific, because it's starting to become a little bit hard to find tech specific videos to see. Yeah, they are fun, but if you limit them to tech, it becomes a little bit hard to find good videos, because most tech videos are fucking awful. And then it's just me. So you can do tech reaction videos in two ways. Either you can debug what they are saying, or you can be like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I learned something today. That's not fun. The debugging part is fun, but then you come across like a know-it-all idiot just sitting there and correcting them all the time. But if you're reacting to like a fun video, or something like this here could be fun. But yeah, I like the Kent Talk channel. I need to edit some videos and put them up there. But I think reaction content will do better, or will fit better over there, because then it could be reaction to everything. And it would be a channel where if I have an opinion on something, I'll put that on that channel. And I will not put as much effort in, even though I don't put much effort into my channel anyway. But, so tech here and everything else on the Kent Talks channel. Maybe if the fucking podcast managed to... So the podcast thing, it's not getting many views, but they are also long videos. I will give it about a year or so. And if nothing happens within a year or so, I may just scrap the whole podcast thing in. It's not really doing that well. But I think if I can get people to interview them, that would be way better. Yeah, exactly, Wilson. But those videos will be on the other channel that I have, Kent Talk. Why is it crashing all the time? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck? Did it just had an update? It probably just had a fucking update. Did it do a fucking snap update? Yes, it did. So, tip for all of you guys and girls out there. If Firefox crashes every time you open a browser, that's because there is an update. That's just been an update and you haven't closed Firefox. Yes, Snap has updated Firefox in the background without me telling it to do so. So friends, family members, aliens, masturbators, Linux is now doing exactly what we are bitching and moaning about what Windows is supposedly are doing. I'm not going to purge the Snap. I'm okay. What was we about to... Oh yeah, the podcast thing. I want to try and interview some people. And I think that would be better than just me sitting and talking, because it's really no different than me just sitting and talking right now. This is basically just a long format of what I normally do with my Kent Thoughts videos and stuff like that. I need to have a mute button that's easy accessible when I have to cough. I need to buy one of those big fucking buttons you just hit when you have to cough and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't want to do call-ins. That would be a mess. Because then people are just going to troll it. But I think if I can get people I can interview, that will be... because people don't really want to watch podcasts unless someone is interviewing another one, or it's some already famous person sitting there and talking it. I don't think Snaps is why most people are switching from Ubuntu to Fedora, to be honest. But I want to try and see if I can get someone to interview some people. I really want to interview Lamer, but he don't want to fucking get on. I really want to interview Becky, because we all are making fun of Becky. And it don't have to be... It can be tech-related, it can be gaming. Gaming is tech-related. But she don't want to get interviewed. I want to find someone that's really active in my Discord I can interview. And no, humans, you cannot be part of it because you are just fucking crazy. Yeah, but... I don't think it would be that fucking interesting. Oh, I have asked EB, and he has said yes. The issue is, when I asked him, he just did some Linux. And like I said, it's this hot and cold issue with him. I can interview him, and he can say a lot of amazing shit, but then the next day, it's just nullified. Because now he's having a new opinion. Or a new stance. So if you're watching EB, and you let's look at his content. He's like, oh, he's really level-headed when it comes to Linux. Oh, Windows sucks. Linux is the best thing ever. Fucking, if you're not running Linux, man, you should fucking be castrated and fucking rammed up at the ass by a bowl. And then like a week later, yeah, Linux is the worst thing ever. Windows for life. I'm going to tell you how great Windows is compared to Linux. People don't like that. Yeah, I don't want to make fun of Chris Tiles Tech because it's borderline harassment. Oh, I'm not looking for another host, Wilson. I don't need a host. I need someone to interview. I don't need a host. I need people to interview. I am the host. I need people to interview. Because if I'm just the one talking, or we have a host, co-host, well then if you have to interview someone, you have 3 people on the podcast. That's, to me, is getting too many. 4 people is the maximum on a podcast. 4 people, in my opinion. But I prefer one-on-one. So one host, one guest. And if you look at all the most popular podcasts, it's one host and one guest or 2 guests. So, yeah. Oh, he does it to... No, he don't... So here's the thing. He does it to troll a little bit, but he also does it because that's what he thinks. So it's a mix between both, but it's still a fucking issue, man. And I don't like gaming, so I just unsubscribe. Oh, really? No, because none of my Discord mods wants to fucking be on a podcast. I tried all of them. Like, I tried asking them if they want to be interviewed, and... Hey, if they want to roast me doing an interview, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's meant to be fun. But they... So here's the thing. Most tech people are antisocial assholes. They don't want to be on a podcast. And here's the thing. You don't have to be on a fucking webcam. Or anything. You can just use your avatar. You don't have to see your face. You can sit naked and talking to me. I don't give a fuck. It's just that you have someone else you can talk to. But most people, or not most people, most tech people, they are so afraid of anything that's social that they don't have full control over. Bad thing is timing. If timing for me, I don't give a fuck. I can do it all fucking hours on the day. It's just, I'm just going to look like a dark fucking lord with the bad lighting I have, but I don't give a fuck about that. I need to make a cup of coffee, so give me like 5 minutes. And you guys can figure out a video that I can react to, we can look at, and then I will be back in like 5-ish minutes. And I am back. Oh, that was not even close to 5 minutes. What's happening here? I love these fucking fail army videos. So have any of you guys and girls found a video we can react to? I'll probably get copyrighted now because of this fucking video, fail army. So yeah, we were watching one of those TikTok videos with the bad cooks on one of my live streams, and the Fresh Pros from fucking what is it? Facebook. They copyrighted my whole stream for 1 second use of content that was not theirs, but they reacted to. So this is how fucking stupid the Fresh Pros are, okay? I think that's their name, the Fresh Pros. They react to cooking videos and do some cooking stuff. But listen to this. They reacted to a video. And we watched the same video for 1 second without anything to do with the Fresh Pro. We watched the original video for 1 second, but the Fresh Pro copyrighted it. And it was not the Fresh Pro's version of the video, it was the original author's version of the video that someone reacted to that we then reacted to. That's how stupid the Fresh Pros are with their copyright shit. You have like million plus something fucking followers on Facebook or something like that. We can't do stand-up comedy and stuff like it. Has to be somewhat short videos, like a maximum maybe 30 minutes or something like that, or else we will never get done with them. Lone American sub, Japanese supercruiser. Pew 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 pew. Oh, this is fucking amazeballs. What the fuck is that? Modern architecture machine. Oh my god, what is he up to now though? What is he up to now? Is he still bitching about the fucking Asus Ally or what the fuck it's called? That fucking idiot. 6 hours ago, Proton 8.2, the biggest update yet for Steam Decks and Linux gaming. Oh. I can't stand this dude, man.
You wouldn't use a hammer like this. So why would you use a PC like this?
What?
Sure, you might accomplish what you're trying to do, but there's a much easier way. The answer to your PC troubles is Linux. Hi, my name is Gardner, and I run this here YouTube channel. I talk about Linuxy things, free and open source things, video game things, comedy things, and a whole lot more.
Dude, you have to be funny to do comedy. I'm just putting it out there.
Feel free to take a moment and check out some of my stuff. And if you're intrigued by what you see, make sure you mash that subscribe button and ring the notification bell to stay up to date.
Oh, this is so
with my latest
cheesy.
content. I post videos Mondays and Fridays, and you don't want to miss out on all the fun.
Oh, at least here, follow me for biased videos.
Do you? Technology, Linux, gaming, the Linux Gamer.
Yeah, that was when he was called the Linux Gamer, yeah. Yeah, this is the Steam Deck guy. Yep. Oh, dude. Microsoft handheld mode for Windows will never materialize. Okay. Microsoft about to muscle their way into the handheld. The fight for free software ain't over, so why has the Free Software Foundation given up? Because, oh god. Yeah, we are not going to listen to more of his bullshit, but give me some other person or some other video we can look into. This dude here has fucking lost it, man. I don't know where he is in the world, but he's definitely not on this earth. Like, I know this is really bad to think this. I know this is like, if there's a God, please forgive me for saying this, but I really wish that some console will come out and just make the Steam Deck disappear one day. Like, in the nearest future, just to shut his fucking mouth up. Just to see him react to that the Steam Deck is being discontinued or something like that. Just to see the fucking amount of copium that he's going to pour into his top and bathe in. To somehow say that it's Microsoft's fault or the Steam Deck is not really dead, and see how he's going to cope with that situation. I would love to see. I know it's really bad. I know it's not a good person thing to do and say and want, but I really want to see that just to shut him up, just to see how he reacts to it, or if he or if he's like a guy about it, a man about it, and just say, yeah, okay, I was wrong about the Steam Deck. It was not as good as I thought it would be, and then go on to something else. I honestly, I think he will have a mental breakdown in a video. I really do. I really think he will have a mental breakdown in a video. I really do. He would try to somehow convince the world that we are being fooled and the Steam Deck will come back bigger than ever or something like that, you know. Like, his whole channel is Copium 2.0 when things don't go his way. But find me a video we can react to. I don't know what's going on in the tech world so much. There's a lot of Steam... Oh, that's because I fucking searched the Steam Deck. That's why there's a lot of Steam Deck going on. Was something I had on my mind when I was making coffee. Now I can't fucking remember it. What if we're searching lame? Lamar. And apparently there's a cosmetic line called Lamar. The Tomologist. Why is it so fucked up with the fucking... What's going on here? Linux, why are you doing this to me? Llama. Is it like a Korean product? Like Philippine product? 15 things about Llama. I did not know Llama was this fucking massive cosmetologist selling a shit ton of products all over the world. To some... Oh my god, what happened to her? Oh, legs for days. Legs for days. She looks like she got fucking... She ate something that she was allergic to. What if you type Linux users and Windows? Wait, what is this? And this sucks, this fucking initial setup. Dude, Linux users... Why do Windows users think Linux users are weird? Linux users are different. You don't use a guy in a GIMP suit. I hope he understands why. Oh, I hope he understands the subculture of GIMP suits and bondage. Because if you don't do that, this thumbnail makes no sense whatsoever. Like, a GIMP suit is used as a form of submission. Like, they are being controlled. So if you're saying that Linux users are GIMP suit users, or Windows users look at Linux people like we look at GIMP suit users, no. It should be the other way around, that Windows users are the ones in GIMP suit. Because we are being manhandled and controlled by Windows, not the other way around. I think he don't understand the whole subculture of GIMP suits. I barely understand it, but I used to date a girl that was into that shit to some degree. Or Well, I didn't run around in gimp suits. She didn't run around in gimp suit, but she had experimented in her past with gimp suits and shit like that, and bondage and stuff like that. So she loved to talk about it. And I got scared for my testicles, to be honest. I didn't know if I would wake up one day with one less testicle. That I have dated a girl that was into bondage. I have dated a lot of weird girls. I haven't dated a lot of girls, but I've dated some weird girls, and I have had a lot of weird girl friends, girls that I was not romantically with, but were friends, you know, I was friendly with, that also was into a lot of weird shit with their boyfriends. Pretending to be a hacker, yeah. This guy here is the new DistroTube, Michael Horn. He's just making one copium video after the other about how amazing Windows is. Or Linux is. The true gaming experience on Linux. Should we watch that one? That could be a contender. It's 2 weeks old. What did you say about the Rust trademark thingy? I haven't looked into that. I don't want to watch Brody Robertson because he stops fucking researching his shit. This guy here is on the ball a lot of times. Low level. So which one should we do? The primation or low level learning? Which one do you think have the best? I don't really like him so much. I never seen this guy. Let's do this low level learning. I haven't seen him. I need Shut the fuck up, man. I'm about to get deaf there. I'm going to pause the music here for a bit. Yeah, rip ear canals. Something happened here that should not happen. Let's take off the fucking sound here for a bit. Which one do we do? We do them all. Oh, that's how flat Denmark is. Let's see.
Is recovering from what may have been one of the.
Okay, let's do this. Let's amp up the fidelity a little bit. Let's do 720p. Let's do this. Do we full screen the soccer? Let's full screen the soccer. Rust trademark policy comment form. Oh, I'm getting someone texting me. Let's see the Rust Foundation mess up from low level learning.
The Rust Foundation is recovering from what may have been one of the biggest public relations blunders in the history of programming. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, the Rust Foundation recently put out a request for comments for the initial draft of its trademark policy regarding the Rust language. Every language typically has a foundation and associated trademark. This is very common for a programming language to do. But why was the response to Rust so bad? So bad, actually, that a particular set of members forked the Rust language and renamed it Crablang in protest to the trademark policy and the anticipated clampdown of the use of the word Rust.
I love this. I love this. I fucking love this. Like, protest fuck. Come on, that's funny as fuck.
And cargo. So how did we get here? What is the history of the trademark policy and why was it received so poorly? So in August of 2022, internal to the Rust Foundation and the Rust team came up with their first initial draft of the trademark policy. In January of this year, the Rust Foundation and the Rust team sought legal counsel to make sure that the trademark policy was legally binding. And then in April of this year, 2023, the Rust Foundation...
Like, it's really irritating that he has a mouse cursor over his ear, over his... I can't stop looking at it.
And put that trademark policy as a request for comment to the community. We're looking at it right here, the initial draft. There are a couple things that make sense in this policy, but a couple things that don't make any sense. Let's walk through them. The first one is pretty straightforward. Basically, you can't use the Rust name or the Rust logo to make a profit or selling commercial goods. So for example, if I made a low-level learning t-shirt and it had the Rust logo on it, I would be using the Rust logo.
What if we have a gentleman's agreement? You know, just like, what is that guy called? The eBoss Central guy that apparently had a gentleman agreement. I don't think he had a gentleman agreement with Ubuntu and Manjaro, but yeah, that's just pretend that he did.
Logo to turn a profit for myself, and that violates trademark policy. Sure, that makes total sense. As we go down the list here, they start to get a little weirder though. So for example, showing support of Rust. While showing your support for the Rust project on a personal site or blog, you may use the name or logo as long as you abide by all requirements in the policy. Basically, you can't show that you have a commercial affiliation with Rust and that you're not a member of the Rust Foundation. Again, not so weird, but you're getting into this territory where now there's a weird gray zone about what is and isn't okay.
No. So, also look, there's a graphical it's down here. Fucking hell, Linux, get your fucking dicks in order. What this says here, when showing your support of the Rust project on a personal site or blog, you may use the Rust name and logo as long as you abide by all the requirements listed in the policy, which we don't know all of them so far. You may use the Rust name or logo in social media handles, avatars, and emojis to demonstrate Rust project support in a manner that is decorative, as long as you don't suggest commercial Rust affiliation. This kind of makes sense. Like, you can use Rust logos, but you cannot say, "Oh, I am affiliated with Rust. I'm affiliated with the core Rust team." Like, or I have financial interest with the core Rust team, and so on and so on. This is not uncommon. Basically, what they're saying here is that you can use our logo and shit like that, but you cannot make it look like you are part of our team and in a commercial way. It kind of makes sense.
After this, it gets a little more odd where, for example, you may use the Rust name in book or article titles and the logo and graphic components as long as you make it clear that the Rust Foundation has not reviewed, approved, or endorsed your content.
Why is that? Again, you can use the Rust... I don't get why this is a problem. You can use Rust logos and stuff like that, but you just have to put a disclaimer that, you know, this is not endorsed, approved, or reviewed by the Rust community. Or the Rust Foundation. Makes sense. I'm making a tutorial about Rust. Yeah, this is not reviewed, approved, or endorsed by Rust, but I'm still making a tutorial about Rust. It makes kind of sense.
Content. So people started really getting mad about this one because
why?
The Rust Foundation, you would think, is trying to make the Rust language as usable and as widely spread as possible. And you could argue that this rule here makes it difficult for content creators like myself to make tutorials or videos about Rust.
How is this making it difficult to make a Rust tutorial? You may use the Rust name in books and article titles and the logo in graphics component as long as you make it clear that Rust or the Foundation is not reviewed. It's just basically make a disclaimer, say this content is not approved or reviewed, approved, or endorsed by Rust. So it's basically like saying we are not reliable. Rust is not reliable for this content. I honestly don't see that big of a problem with it.
Without fear of infringing the trademark policy. And then the rest of these...
No, you just have to put this video is not reviewed, approved, or endorsed by Rust. It's a little bit irritating. I will give him that. It's a little bit extra work. I will give him that. And I'm not saying it's hindering his work. It's just basically, he's just have to fucking... It's like putting extra code on because it's raining outside. I don't really see a big issue here.
Basically, that you can use the logo Ferris, for example, for as freely as you want, and a couple other points that, you know, don't really matter. It's important though that we talk about do other languages have policies like this? One being, for example, Python. Python, the language, is owned.
It don't matter if other languages have it or not. Like, Rust is not Python. There's no legal precedent set that, oh, we all have to do the same thing with our trademarks. I honestly don't. Is it an inconvenience? Yes. Is it irritating that you have to disclaim that you are not being, officially approved by Rust to do this content? Yes. But that don't mean you can't make the content. Like, come on,
dude. The Python
dude.
Foundation, the Python Software Foundation. And yes, the Python language actually does have a trademark policy. You'll see that it has very similar things to the Rust policy that came out in April. So for example, you cannot use the Python logo or the words Python company or Python language to make a commercial profit, for example. The commercial use of the trademarks is strictly prohibited. Mm-hmm. Also, you have to get explicit approval to alter the logo of Python and use that in any setting. So
makes sense.
Why was this received, the Python trademark policy, so much better than the Rust policy? I would argue it was the transparency and delivery by the Rust community. If you read the first paragraph of the Python trademark policy, they explicitly call out the general goals, the spirit of the law as it applies to the trademark policy for Python. All they want is for the words Python or the trademarks to not be used to refer to any other language in a way that is misleading about the modules or tools, and make sure that nothing is commercially associated with Python that was not put out by the Python Software Foundation, or in a way that confuses the community as to whether or not Python...
Did he call the Free Software Foundation potheads, by the way? Am I loving this guy now?
The modules or tools, and make sure that nothing is commercially associated with Python that was not put out by the Python Software Foundation, or in a way that confuses the community as to whether or not Python is open source and free to use. Basically, taking a module and commercializing it and selling it as a for-profit module for Python. This is, in my opinion, the primary difference between the Python execution of the trademark.
So the whole argument is just symmetrics. It's just like, oh, they communicated the goal a little bit better. Yeah, potheads. I heard the same way, right? So the whole Rust drama is just symmetrics. Some was just a little bit better at communicating what they want than the other one was. This is not really a big issue, people. It really is not.
Trademark policy and the Rust execution of the trademark policy. No one from the Rust Foundation put out a blog post or a video and said, hey, this is the reason why. They kind of just dumped some legal jargon into a document.
It kind of makes sense. Like, if you read it and you have a little bit of common sense, you say you cannot make a product and say that you are commercially affiliated with us. It makes sense. You cannot make a tutorial and say that this tutorial is reviewed and approved and endorsed by Rust, because it's not. It makes sense. It's just that they didn't, for the autistic people in the back end like me, they didn't. Yeah, symmetrics, not symmetric. Yeah, I know. I'm fucked up. They just didn't, explain it in great detail. And this is, I think this is just nerds being angry over that they didn't get like a really detailed nerd explanation, and they actually had to rely on their common sense. And we all know that nerds and common sense don't mix that well together.
Document and basically confuse the community. The community came back in that request for comments and gave a ton of comments, either in the form that the Rust Foundation put out for comment or on Twitter, for example. And in response, a few days later, the Rust Foundation put out this blog post, which was received even worse than the request for comment.
Oh, spicy.
So on April 12th, this blog post came out where they pretty much say, what was the purpose of making the trademark policy? How did they approach it? And they try to touch on the feedback here, but they actually don't go about addressing any of the concerns from the community. All they do is they highlight a bit of harassment they've been getting, which again is a bad thing. But this blog post made a lot of people feel like the Rust Foundation was going on the defense, like they were trying to play victim here and not actually addressing any of the concerns that the community had.
It's kind of fucking self-explanatory. Come on. I don't see. Could it be worded in a more easily digestible and maybe understanding way? Yeah, but I, as a non-native English speaker, can understand what the fuck that means. I don't, and I'm not specifically smart, and like, I'm dyslexic, okay? if I can get the gist of what they're trying to do, I don't understand how anyone else can. I'm a stupid motherfucker. I think this is just people want to be angry for. Like, again, I'm not a Rust fan. I hate Rust, to be honest. I hate the Rust people. I think they are fucking as toxic as Linux people are. But I don't see any problem with this. It's just people that, Python did a better way of explaining it to us than you did. Will you please re-explain it to me? Because I don't feel the tone of your voice was to my satisfaction. That's kind of how it sounds like.
This trademark policy left a lot of people confused, like this one Redditor here who says, hey, I have a package called Rust Maven plugin. The use of the word Rust is in my cargo package. Am I going to get in trouble with the Rust
Then rename it.
Foundation for doing it this way? And he or she are only one of a lot of people who are equally concerned. Can I say I'm a Rust dev on my resume, etc. Right? So in response to all of these comments and concerns,
yes, you can say you're Rust in your resume because it's don't. You saying you're a Rust developer, that you know how to develop Rust, is not you saying that you are part of the Rust development team. It's just that you have knowledge about Rust development. It also say what most CVs is like, this is my development experience. I know how to develop in Rust. That's not the same as saying, oh, I'm part of the core team of the Rust fucking developers. Then associating with them.
Concerns on Reddit, Twitter, and in the formal process that they documented, the Rust Foundation wrote this article on April 17th. Basically saying, during the consultation period, it became clear that many people in the community had questions, concerns, and confusion surrounding the policy draft and the group overseeing it. The consultation phase of the policy drafting process was intended to give Rust community members the opportunity to review the first state. Basically, they go about saying that they acknowledge that they weren't transparent enough, and in the future, they're going to go forward with more transparency. I would argue that the damage is already done. There's already been a rift built between the community and the foundation as to the execution of this policy. Trademark law is intentionally vague. Granted, I'm not a lawyer, but the idea is that it just creates a framework that if a bad actor takes advantage of the trademark of Rust, of Cargo, it gives the Rust Foundation an opportunity to hold them accountable. That being said, it does create a very odd gray zone that if you don't describe what the purpose behind it is or the purpose behind the law is, it can leave people in a state of confusion and concern for not only their content but possibly their careers. That's
why you ask questions. You go, hey, here's the thing. If I was doing anything Rust related and I was like, oh, can I use the name or not? I'll just rename the soccer. It's not a big issue. And again, I don't see any. It explains itself. It's so fucking fundamentally English. Oh hell my god! Why did you want me to watch this, Wilson? This makes no sense to me. I thought it was like something like, oh, every time you mention Rust, you have to pay them $10,000 or something like that. What I get from this is that they seem to be a little bit aggressive. That I get. Like I get it's aggressive, and they're trying to protect themselves, and they may do it they may be too aggressive doing it. But this is not uncommon. If you ever have read any trademark laws, this is not uncommon.
This is the primary issue with the Rust Foundation's delivery of this policy. Unintentionally, they gave very vague and unclear guidance as to what the purpose behind the policy was.
Yeah. When people were confused, they should just have made a blog post say, I see you guys and girls and aliens and robots are confused. This is why we're doing it. This is what we mean by it. And that's it. Yes, the first response should have been that. I will agree with that. But even though that it's not that bad.
And doing that essentially confused the entire community and left people worried about the state of the language. Let me know what you think down in the comments.
Worried about the state of the language because they're protecting their trademark. How is that going to ruin the state of the language that they're protecting their trademark? I think, Wilson, the people that are reacting badly to it are people that don't know what they are reading. And could it be confusing? I can see that. But that's why you asked them, okay, I use Rust in the name, can I cannot use it? You asked the question. It's a fair thing to do. And yes, they should have communicated in their response better that this is what they mean, this is what they're going to do. But I feel like this is like, let me see if I can explain it a little bit better here. It's like, here's the ingredients to draw a house on a piece of paper. You get your crayons and your paper. And then people just draw a willy-nilly house. And then it's like, okay, you didn't tell me how big the house should be, how tall the house should be, how many doors and windows. Those are the people bitching and moaning here. Oh, you didn't give us the explicit details. And I can see that can be helpful, but for the people that need the explicit details, you know, you ask questions. And the people that need those explicit details are not the majority. If you were like, can I use that I'm a Rust developer in my CV? If you're confused about that from what you're reading this text, I think you need to reevaluate if you actually can develop in Rust. Because you need a certain amount of fucking understanding to develop any development language. And nowhere there did it say that you cannot use the Rust name. It actually said that you could just not give the impression that you were affiliated with Rust. So yes, I am a Rust developer, but you cannot say I am part of the Rust development team. Two really different things, and that's what they mean. But then again, I'm just a stupid fucking Danish idiot. Let's see the other one here, the true gaming experience under Linux. This is going to be fun. Let's plop.
Since the release of this...
Yeah, shut up. I'm going to pop you up to 720. Sorry.
The Steam Deck, Valve's Linux-powered gaming handheld, we've seen a massive increase of gamers playing on Linux. And
again, I'm probably going to pause this a lot, but we have seen a massive increase in Linux gaming. He showed me the numbers, and now here he's showing us Steam. Okay, so what is the numbers here? What period is this from? He don't show. Oh, March 2023. That's 1 month. Percent change. Apparently Linux is going down, but Ubuntu is going up 0.1% or 0.08%. macOS is up. macOS 13.2 is up 0.27%. Windows 10 is up 0.11%. Windows 11 is down 9.65%. That's not good. So yeah, no, this didn't show me that. I'm sorry.
And while Linux still only holds 1.27% of global Steam users, the actual number...
Wait. Did he say 1?
Still only holds 1.27%.
So he's putting Manjaro, Ubuntu, and Arch together with Linux. Isn't this here the total market share? So OS X, correct me if I'm wrong, people here, but is this not the total gaming market share of all versions of macOS? And this is all the market share of all of the total market share of these here, so Windows 10, 11, 7, and 8. All of that combined is this one up here. Is that not how you should read it, or am I wrong here? Because it sounds like, so what he did is that he took all of those together. So he took this together, and the other systems together, and this one up here. Because these 3 distributions together don't get 0.84%, of course. But there's probably other distributions that we can't see or you haven't ticked off as being shown and stuff like that. When you grow up, you realize that it's not the distribution you're using, it's your hardware that is the problem, and computers are not for playing games. Okay. So the total market share is not 1% as he said, so he's already lying here then.
Of global Steam users, the actual number behind it is far more interesting. Given that...
So the actual number behind it is more interesting. Okay, what is the numbers then?
That Steam has an approximate amount of 60 million users per day, Linux already makes up 750,000 users. And that's not a small audience anymore. But why...
Wait.
Has an approximate amount of 60 million users per day, Linux already makes up 750,000 users.
Let's try this again.
Amount of 60 million users per day, Linux already makes up 750,000 users.
No. So this is players online. You cannot automatically assume that everyone online out of those Linux is 1% of every time. Sometimes there will be more Linux users online, there will be more Windows users online. And also, the numbers here, this is why I hate this shit. These numbers here is over a whole month. How many online users was there in March? I don't see that here. I don't think that's here. This is just the online users. Oh, here's the dates. So is this for March?
60 million users per day.
I'm sorry, I'm going to...
Interesting. Given that Steam has an approximate amount of 60 million users per day,
oh, yeah,
Linux
okay.
already makes up 750,000 users. And
that's not a lot, though. Okay, I see what he's doing there right now. Yeah, they need to recolor the naming scheme so it's easy to understand. I see, it makes sense now that if you're looking at it from just 1 month, but 750,000 users. So let's let's do the math here, people. 1 million devices, Steam Decks were sold, okay? And in March 2023, there was under 1 million Linux users gaming under Linux. So that means, and that's Linux on Steam Deck and Linux on computers. So that means that almost 50% of Steam Decks don't run Linux then. So the increase in Linux gamers because of the Steam Deck, my friend, is not there. Because there should be over 1 million of Linux gamers then. If every Linux, if the Steam Deck was like this massive success and 1 million sold and everyone's running Linux, there should be over 1 million active users in a month running Linux. There's not even 1 million users running Linux as a gaming device. Not even 1 million. I love this shit. Twitch statistic 2023. Is this streamers? No, I want to see how many active streamers there are. Here. Twitch has 8.5 million monthly active streamers. And we do know, you have to understand here, not a lot of people stream. $33 million
users per day, Linux already makes up 750,000.
And Linux only mustered, let's say, 77,000 people. Is there a magic of what OS runs every Steam Deck? I think you can find it somewhere. I don't know. But it's Valve. It's probably out there because they are probing your ass up. This is the same guy. This is going to make you laugh your tits off. This is the same guy that don't like Windows because it takes telemetry. He's using Steam Deck telemetry to make a point. Okay?
Million users. And that's not a small audience anymore.
It's a really small. It's really small. It's to the point of meaningless. Like, look at it this way: if someone should develop a game targeting Linux with only 77,000 daily users, that would mean that there is not a lot of money to be made. There are YouTube channels that get more views per day. Okay? There are YouTube channels that get more views per day, and they're not even that big.
While the Steam Deck currently takes up the majority of Linux gamers, it wouldn't be that surprising that the amount of desktop users...
Did he just said that the Steam Deck takes up the majority of Linux user gamers? I don't think so, but let's hear it again.
The majority of Linux gamers, it wouldn't be that surprising. But while the Steam Deck currently takes up the majority of Linux gamers, it would...
Yeah, I press X for doubt on that. There is no data. Show me the data. So here's the thing. If you're going to tell me stuff like this, if you're not showing me the data, that tells me two things. Either you are speculating, then say you're speculating, or you are lying to me.
It wouldn't be that surprising that the amount of desktop users increases as well. And why not?
Why? No, it's not. No. Anyway.
Gaming on Linux with compatibility layers like Proton has become as easy as ever. And with Microsoft increasing persistence on forcing users more and more towards the Microsoft Store.
Oh, I love this. I love this. I love this.
Source Linux.
I love this.
Persistence.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
Proton has become as easy as ever. And with Microsoft's increasing persistence on forcing users more and more towards the Microsoft Store, open source Linux up.
So that's no different than Steam, in quote, forcing or recommending people to sell their games on their store, or Ubuntu recommending that you're using their repositories to distribute your fucking software, aka Snap Store, or Arch Linux recommend that you do it either via the AUR or their own repositories. So it's not okay for Windows to have a centralized control store where they can control the stability, they can control the quality of the programs. But it's okay for Linux to do it. Okay.
Operating systems could theoretically soon provide the best possible PC gaming experience. But just how good is desktop Linux really? What were the problems that I've experienced personally? How's game compatibility? And ultimately...
Well, accordingly to... like he just said that Linux gaming is amazing and blah, blah, blah. And it's just as easy as under Windows. Then you should not really have any problems gaming under Linux, because most people have no problems gaming under Windows. Holy shit.
What makes Linux the better gaming platform?
It's not. It's categorically not the better gaming platform. Most games works better on Windows. Most gaming peripherals works better under Windows. There's a lot of fucking gaming related shit that don't work under Linux at fucking all. So it can't be the better gaming operating system. Fucking hell, man.
All of these questions and more in today's video. So make sure to click that like button and also subscribe to the channel.
No.
Okay, here we go.
No.
Gaming on Linux has been interesting for many years. Game compatibility was really not that great, and even after Valve announced Proton, a compatibility layer consisting of a mixture of open source Windows translation tools and their own efforts, development was slow. But a lot has changed since then, and nowadays I do expect a new game to run straight up on release day.
Yeah, but that's not the case though, isn't it? Like, what about all of the fucking Xbox Game Pass exclusive? What about the Epic Store exclusive games? Oh, are we only talking about the games on Steam? Steam. What if I don't like Steam as my what is it called? Service provider of games? What if I prefer Origin? What if I prefer Epic Game Store? Then I'm shit out of luck. Oh, not if I'm running Windows. I can use all of those. So his whole premise about how great gaming under Linux is basically you have to be Valve's bottom bitch. I think GOG works kind of well under Linux, to be honest. But So gaming under Linux is only really good if you are going up to Gabe Newell, or what the fuck his name is, dropping his pants, and looking at him with your big dark eyes and say, stuff that fucking cock in my mouth. Then gaming under Linux is amazing. If you want to get out of a tyranny, pro-profit, dollar-first, telemetry-taking, user data-taking company, you have no options. Well, there you get a lot of free fucking games under the Epic Games Store. I have over 100 games on the Epic Games Store, and I haven't paid for any of them. And a lot of people like that. There's a lot of games that are getting released first on the Epic Games Store, and a lot of people love that. So, AKA, if you don't subscribe to Valve and Steam and let them control your whole fucking game library, you really don't have any options under Linux. But I do have options under Windows. Isn't Linux about options? That's always been my thing about Linux, is you have options. Right now, if you're a gamer under Linux, you have no real option other than Steam. Why is people not mentioning that? Why is people not talking about that? That should be something we should talk about. We should want options. They run under Wine with Lutris, yeah, but they don't run as good as Proton does. And again, like I said, what about Xbox Game Pass members? What about them? You can use I think you can use Proton for non-Steam games, but it's a little bit of a hack.
With some exceptions, of course, but more on this later. So
Linux is great. Linux has come such a long way. It's better than Windows in his opinion, but there is still some problems. If you have more problems on Linux than Windows, it cannot be better. So if one game works better under Windows and not Linux, or if most games works better day one under Windows and not Linux, that's not better. And I think he would probably say this, oh, well, Elden Ring ran better under Linux at release. That's one game. For every game that you can find that run better under Linux, you can find 10 or 100 games that run better or only on Windows. That's the issue.
what is the experience on Linux actually like? Well, let's start off with Steam, since it is the biggest platform after all. Unlike on Windows, where you would go to Steam's homepage to download it, on Linux, most distributions, or the individual operating systems, already have it in their respectable software centers.
So I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to be a fucking IT idiot here and correct you. A Linux distribution is not an individual operating system. For it to be an individual operating system, it has to at least use a different kernel that's not Linux. It's a Linux or Linux compatible system. Why is it called a distribution? Well, if you know Linux, what is a distribution? It's a collection of software. That's why we call it a distribution, because it's a pre-selected group of software that a distribution maker puts together to give us Linux.
Or repositories. If not, then you can easily install it with Flatpak. You can look up how to install Flatpak for your specific Linux distribution.
Already there, that's the issue. Now I have to look up how to install it if it's not in the repository. Under Windows, I just download the installer and double click on it. How is this better?
It's really not hard. And then
no, it's not hard, but it's still inconvenient. It's still more convenient under Windows. Here, if you just do it like this, yeah, it's the same experience.
You just install it, log into your account, and start downloading Linux native games. But what if you want to play a game that isn't natively supported? For that we need Proton, and you easily enable it by heading to Steam settings, go to Steam Play, and tick this little checkbox. Steam will now use the Proton version that's listed right here.
That's another issue with the Proton version here. So
this little checkbox. Steam will now use the Proton.
So here's the thing, and I have had this experience for me many times. So I have a game. I could have a game. Proton version 6.3.8-8 works really well for it, amazingly for it. Then another game that won't work with that version, but 7.0 will work with it. Okay, so I have to change Proton version for that game. Oh, this third game only works with 5.13. That's the best compatible Proton version. Oh, this other game needs Clovis Eggroll's specific Proton version to work somewhat correctly. Do I see somewhat of an issue here, or is it just me that think this is fucking stupid? I don't have to deal with that under Windows. It's really easy. Either it's work or don't. It's like that, and you can. The closest to this that you come under Windows is that you go into the install folder and you run it in Windows 8 compatible mode, and you rarely have to do this. I have had on the gaming under Linux a lot of times where I had to change the Proton versions to get some games to work. I've even seen people, okay, to get this game to work better than under Windows or as good as under Windows or close to Windows, you have to use this thing, this Proton version, but you can only use it for these specific games and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's definitely a better gaming operating system. Yeah. I'm sure that streamers that want to stream, they are like, yeah, let's try another game. I just have to change Proton version and restart Steam. Let's do that, yeah. So you need to open Excel to play games on Linux. It's kind of like an Excel version, yeah. To make sure that you run the right Proton version. Yeah, you basically have to have an Excel sheet that say, this game runs best with this Proton version and so on. And, oh, yeah. If I gotta switch Proton version every time to play a game, I'm not gonna go through that. Yeah, maybe not every time, but my experience and other people's experience that I'm talking to gaming under Linux, they do mix match their Proton versions, and that's alone that situation is. This is not something a gamer wants to deal with. Gamers are not IT tinkers. Gamers are not IT professionals. What a gamer wants. They want to come home from work, get their Mountain Dew, sit on their fucking ass, pick up a controller, keyboard and mouse, click play game, and go nuts. Anything else besides that they need to do to get the game running makes them not want to game on that system.
Proton version that's listed right here. I personally like to switch to the latest official release, but experimental features can also be beneficial for performance and game support. Now you need to restart Steam and start downloading Windows games.
I'm not extra unlucky, Jason. If you go and look up games compatibility, just go on the fucking Proton database. You will see a lot of people say, oh, yeah, this game runs better on this Proton version, so on and so on. I have over 500, I actually think I have close to 1,000 games in my Steam libraries. And it's common games. Yeah, sleep well, Wilson. It's not uncommon. If you spend just a little time researching Linux gaming, you will see a lot of people talking about this. Again, you think your world is the benchmark of how other people live their world. I spend hours a week looking into this fucking shit. Because of what I do here. You know, I'm a gamer at heart. I look into gaming compatibility with Windows, Mac, Linux, FreeBSD for that matter. And if you just go out and look at forum posts and you go and look at Steam databases posts and blah, 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 blah. Why would you use the best Proton version? Because it's not working under... So will you play a game that's stuttering to high heaven and back and have an input lag if you can use another Proton version? You're probably going to use the other Proton version. If you can get some sounds to work or all sounds to work with using another Proton version, use another Proton version. If you were a Warframe gamer, you had to use Clovis Eggroll's Proton for the longest time before you get it to work. I don't know how it is today. But there are plenty of games still, you know, where you have to figure out, okay, I can play the game, but it's not playable. But if I use this other Proton version, it's more playable.
However, you might not be able to play all of them. A prime example for this would be Destiny 2. While
Okay.
you can install it, it won't run on Linux. Because
So it's the Destiny 2, one of the most popular fucking shooters out there. Linux is the better fucking gaming platform. Of course it is.
Destiny uses a custom anti-cheat from BattlEye, which they have not made Linux compatible yet. Actually, quite many multiplayer games that would have Linux native anti-cheat support do not work, because the developer or publisher refuses to enable it. There is
Yeah, that's again is a massive problem, because if you go on to Twitch, which is a really good indicator of what people like to play and watch, and we go in here and we say accept cookies. Oh god, accept cookies. And we go into browse, and we go into high to low. What of the most popular games being played? Well, they all are online games, and most of them are using anti-cheat. It's really, I know Valve have done a lot of work with anti-cheat, and it's coming, and someday it may work. But what he's saying here is that, well, the games that most people want to play, they don't really work that well under Linux. Top 4 means nothing. Top 4, it's a meaningless statistic. Oh, the top 4 of them works. Means nothing. How many online? Online, not online. Online, do I need to continue? If only 4 out of these probably 20 or 30 games I just mentioned works.
There is a neat little website called ProtonDB, which you can use to check if a game will run or not. Okay, that's nice and all, but what about games that are not on Steam? What about League of Legends, Valorant, Ubisoft or EA games that you bought in their own stores? Well, luckily, there are tools which can run these launchers. I personally like to use Lutris, since it already has shortcuts to the most popular platforms, and you don't need to go through the hassle of installing compatibility tools.
I used to play World of Warcraft under Lutris with the Battle.net launcher. And let me tell you, that was a fucking... Actually, one of my most viewed videos is how to get Battle.net launcher installed and working on Linux. And then a random update broke it. Fixed it, then another random update broke it. Potentially unsafe, by the way. It's a fun thing.
Tools and .exe files manually. If you don't like the interface, however, then another awesome tool is Bottles. Overall, installing and launching games on Linux is not really any different from Windows.
It is! I don't have to use an emulator to install EA Origin. I just install EA Origin. And I know that 9 out of 10 times it's going to work after an update. But here I have to install Lutris, then install EA Origin, and then hope for the, pray to whatever I believe in, that it's not going to fuck anything up doing an update with Lutris. Or that EA does an update to Origin that will fuck up the compatibility layer with Lutris. So, in anything, engineering, development and stuff like that, the more complex layers you put on top of a thing, the more points of failures you have. So to make sure that you get the overall best stability, you don't have many points of failure. The problem with Linux is exactly that. You have too many points of failure. And again, if you want the option with going outside of Steam, which, let's be honest here, Vine, Lutris, which is using Vine, it's a fucking mixed bag, man. It's a massive mixed bag. And it can be, you can be lucky that it just works out the box, but a lot of times You have to do a lot of fucking tinkering. And what did I say about gamers? They come home, take the Mountain Dew, put their ass on the chair, and then they want to game. They don't want to do all of that shit.
Heck, it can even save you time, since you don't necessarily need to look up the installers by yourself.
Ooh.
Maybe even expose yourself to malicious downloads,
Oh my
which
God.
try to mimic the official site.
So, I almost died there. Let a random guy that are developing looters or whatever tell you what to download, and not you looking at a web page making an informed decision. I'm sorry, but if you don't know what link to click on to get Ubisoft downloaded or get EA Origin downloaded, yeah, I'm a bit confused here. Like, I don't think my mom would look at this and say, oh, you know, Ubisoft Connect download. Ooh, maybe I should use this one up here. The first one, of course. This is like a little bit of a strawman argument, to be honest. It's really a weak argument. Like I'm trying to see, you know, if I can agree with it on this one. The only reason I can do it if you have no fucking idea what you have never been on the internet before. You never been exposed to the concept of phishing links and bad directed links and stuff like that, and ads in search engines. But I suspect that anyone 50 and under understand this. Even 60 and under, to be honest. Well, maybe 50 and under. Most people would understand this concept. YouTubers fell for the OBS scam. Yep, there's always idiots out there.
But while Linux can be really easy, it can always be kinda hard. What do you do if...
What? Didn't he just sit there and amped up Linux as this amazing gaming system and what have you not? And there's a lot of fucking artifacting going on in Linux today. And it's so good, maybe even better than Windows. And now he's just sitting there and being like, maybe. And I don't have that on the... Like, here's the thing with Windows gaming. Does it run? Yeah. You may need to update your graphic card drivers. Oh, okay. You may need to update your graphic card. Okay. That's the extent that you have to deal with shit on the Windows. A few times you may have to be like, you have to run it as administrator. That happened a couple of times the last whatever fucking years. That's the hassle you have to go through. And then, yeah, maybe they are not as optimized. They're using too much RAM. They may be a little bit stuttering and stuff like that. But you get the same issues with Linux in a lot of games. And those things will be fixed with driver issue updates and firmware or coding, game code updates under Windows and under Linux. It will be fixed with time. The whole selling point for Windows gaming is it's just easier. More things work. I can use more peripherals. I can use more tools. If you really like Streamlabs OBS as a streamer, you can't use Linux. If you like, peripherals with a lot of LEDs and fancy shit that interact with your game and stuff like that, you can't use Linux for the most part. A lot of gamers, they don't just game. They don't just buy a game on Steam or Origin. They also live the gaming lifestyle. That's fancy fucking, LEDs up their assholes and cute bunny ears and all of that fucking shit. They want the accessories that comes with being a gamer. And Linux have not understood this. They don't understand that gaming is not just about gaming. It's a lifestyle. And just like a mechanic like good screwdrivers and good tools, gamers like good peripherals. And if they are going to buy a good peripherals, they are not okay with it. Okay, I have a headset, it can play sounds, but all of the other extra features don't work under Linux. But they work under Windows. Then they're going to use fucking Windows. Because they want the extra features that you're getting for an expensive headset? What about FreeSync, G-Sync? We just recently got HDR under Linux. There's a lot of gaming technologies that just are not supported correctly or take years before they get implemented into Linux. And then it's not always, but a lot of times an inferior version for a long time. Do you need DSLR and ray tracing? I think we also have ray tracing now. And do you need HDR and stuff like that? You don't need it. But if you buy a screen that can do HDR, why use a system that won't allow you to use it? Most of my friends don't even install the extra software that comes with their peripherals. Most of my friends do. Again, go on to Twitch and look for yourself how many people do it. There are probably more people on here that have fancy fucking peripherals installed that are using them than there are Linux gamers in the world. FreeSync works great with AMD Wayland. Yeah, Wayland. What about Xorg? What about G-Sync? You typical Linux user. Let's take what you are saying here is that everyone should be a top athlete. Let me put it in a more easy way for you to understand. Your argument is like saying everyone is Tom Brady because there is a Tom Brady in the world. So look at what Tom Brady could do. I don't know if he plays anymore. Maybe I'm dating myself here. So because there's a Tom Brady, we all are Tom Bradys. You do know the whole concept of the exception to the rule. Linux is all about the exception to the rule. And that means that the world with Linux is not the world that everyone lives in or wants to live in. Because for one person don't give a fuck about RPGs and software peripherals, software for the peripherals, there are more people that do give a fuck about it. For more people that don't care about, HDR or FreeSync, there are more people that do care about it because they buy the fucking peripherals, they buy the graphic cards because of that technology. So just because one don't do it, one is not the majority. Why when Linux users crap on Windows, I say, why when Linux users crap on Windows, I say, at least my sound works out of the box. Most times they go silent. Yeah, there's a lot of sound issues with Linux. Yeah.
If you want to play multiplayer games like Destiny 2, Valorant or League of Legends, which all have anti-cheat, well, virtualization is not user-friendly and can even get you banned, so don't try it. And dual booting can be a bit of a hassle, but honestly, I don't want to convince you to stop playing a game that you really like. Some few exceptions in the Linux community can be really hostile to that mindset, which is kind of odd because Linux is about choice. Not okay. But if you don't have any incompatible games and you use your PC only for gaming, browsing the web or watching videos, then you might want to give Linux a shot. Because Linux has many advantages over Windows.
Oh, here it comes. I will agree with this. If the game that you like to play run on Linux and it runs as you like it to run Linux. What I don't like is the Linux people shitting on Windows and wanting people to game under Linux because they think it's a superior platform, which he spent most of this fucking video talking about, that it is a superior platform. And then it's really not because of all the issues. That's my issue with all of these Linux people, is that they want you to ditch Linux to play on, to ditch Windows to game on Linux because Linux Pro. No, that's not how the world works. That's not how this works. That's not why 97% of all gamers are Windows users. According to his own statistic from March 2023, by the way. But if you're one of those 0.80 whatever percent where it makes sense to game under Linux, you do it. But don't sit here and say that, well, because I can do it, I think it's the best gaming system, and everyone else should be doing it because they have no fucking issues, or don't know what they're doing, and telemetry up my ass, and blah 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 blah. What are you guys saying over here? Have you tried to run FreeSync on Linux? I've not had a FreeSync capable monitor until now, and I don't have an AMD graphic card. But again, I go and talk to people. I ask people questions. I ask Linux people I know that game. I've been talking to Linux people for over 20 years that games. So yeah, I do get information from people. People are stupid, don't trust them. You know what? I think I'm going to time you out for being a fucking idiot. At least test it yourself. Okay, yeah, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Put user in timeout. There you go. I'm tired of that fucking shit. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Fucking idiots. Do this. No, I hate people that just don't want to fucking listen. I'm switching to Plasma Wayland. I have issues with audio connecting Bluetooth headphone using an uninstalled. I have Bluetooth headphones. It was on Pop OS. Linus for me is the OS to play with. Yep. Have you tried Fedora? Yeah, not so much issue, only Pop OS. Yeah, so I rarely time out people, but he just wants to be argumentative for the sake of being argumentative, and yeah. He's one of those people, no matter what the fuck you say, it's never good enough because he already knows that he's smarter and better than everyone else. And I'm going to be an arrogant motherfucker here and say that I've been doing this for 25 years with Linux. I probably know a little thing or two about Linux and gaming under Linux. I gamed under Linux in the 90s and early 2000s. So I have a little bit of an issue with some punk coming in here telling me how gaming under Linux is. I probably gamed more under Linux than he has been alive. But anyway, let's get on with the video.
For once, let's talk about controller support.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I never had a flawless experience on Windows. Every
What?
time I used my Xbox One controller wirelessly with Bluetooth, I had to repair it every single.
Okay, I never tried Bluetooth and Windows. Like, I never tried my Xbox via Bluetooth. I always plug in the cable because I hate dealing with things that needs to be recharged. I just hate it because when you're playing a game, that's always when the fucking game gets disconnected or the battery thing gets disconnected. I just recently switched to a wireless mouse. This is the second time in my life I'm using a wireless mouse for real because I hate that you have to deal with battery management. And this mouse lasts me about 3 to 4 days. So I can't attest to the Bluetooth thing with the controller. I never had an issue with it. Never tried. I never really heard anyone talking much about this. So I can't say. But I plug it in via wire, and when I'm wired up with my Xbox controller, never had an issue. But again, I never used the Xbox controller as a Bluetooth device. So this could be, valid. I have no fucking idea.
Single time. And how do I do it on Linux? I add it once, and after that I simply turn it on. And it works. And the best part is, I don't know when exactly it happened, but for quite some time now, you even have to install a whole application for controllers to work on Windows at all.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. I use right now an customized Xbox controller. And I never had to install this program. I don't even think I have it. Let me see if I have it in my, what is it called? Xbox accessories? Is that the one? I don't even have it fucking installed. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Maybe that's why. Yeah, I don't even have it installed. I will take a screenshot. I don't even have it installed. I will probably edit this out on a video, and then the screenshot will be in there for my Kent Talks channel. I have never had to install this program. I never had it installed. Never. And I've been gaming on Windows with an Xbox controller since 2015. So I don't know where this is coming from. I honestly have no fucking idea. I have never had to install a program, and I have never heard anyone say this to me. This is the first time I'm hearing it. Not even in like hardcore gamers. If Becky was in here, she's using Xbox controller on the Windows. I don't know if she has this program installed. It looks really neat though.
What? I mean, Windows is already massive after refreshing.
Yeah, look at, dude. Yeah, 7.6 gigabyte. Okay, let's look. This is a fresh install of fucking. This is a fresh install of Linux. This makes no sense. Am I getting too tired here? Oh yeah. I used 40 gigabyte. Windows doesn't support Trigger Rumble on Bluetooth. I think that program is on Xbox. No, it's not on Xbox. I use Xbox Game Bar all the time to display FPS. Maybe it's a better way to show it in here. So if we do df-humanly readable. Where is my system? 13 gigabyte. This is a fresh install of Kubuntu. You see how this is misleading? Again, straw man arguments. Let's go out there and not look at what's really going on here. I will say this, Windows do take up a shit ton of space when you're installing it. I will definitely agree with that, but Linux is not far behind. So if you're comparing my fresh install, I installed it this day for this live stream, by the way. Windows is using 11 gigabytes more than my fresh install of Ubuntu. I don't know if that's a fresh install of Windows that he has up there. I don't know if he has anything done to it or anything like that. I don't know if he has done anything to streamline this install. Like done a minimum install or something like that. I have not. This is just a stock standard install of Ubuntu. And I'm using 80% more than he is. Is Windows using more? Yes. But again, this is a really fucking weird ass, crazy argument. I do get it. Yes, Windows takes more space. Yeah, granted. But even 7 or 8 gigabytes versus 24, what do you get with Windows you don't get with Linux and so on? It don't really tell the whole picture here. Do I need to install more shit on Linux to get it up and running? Again, I don't know.
Fresh installation, and they don't add Xbox controller support by default?
Again, it does. Again, it does. Again, it does. I have installed plenty of Linux systems. Sorry, Windows systems the last 6 months. Even here at home on virtual machines and stuff like that. And again, wired Xbox controllers just work. I don't know about the Bluetooth thingy. Ubuntu GNOME takes even more. 25 gigabytes for Ubuntu GNOME.
Linux has generally less storage demands and includes it. Honestly speaking, if you're mainly playing on a controller or are very big into emulation, then Linux would be the much better choice for you.
No. So, all of the previous statements he made about a lot of games not working on the Linux because of anti-cheat and stuff like that, and all of the hassles you have to go through with to get shit to working, that is not an issue if you're a controller. If you're using a controller, because the controller works out of the box, so therefore you should use Linux. No, even if your controller did not work out of the box with Windows, and you still have to do more to get your games done under Linux than Windows. It's still not comparable to any degree. Fiddle with this, fiddle with that, configure that, select Proton versions, blah, 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 blah. I'd rather deal with a little bit of Bluetooth dropouts, to be honest. But that's just me. When I'm in gaming mode, I don't want to tinker. I may be willing to unplug a thing and plug it in again, but I don't want to tinker. When I want to game, I want to game. With Linux, you have to tinker.
Another thing that is very important for gaming is communication. And frankly, all of the most used communication channels like Discord, TeamSpeak, or even less.
Yeah, so you cannot stream your desktop on a Discord on Linux without with sound. You have to do a lot of fucking, like English Bob has had issues with this for years, and the only way he did it was to pipe sounds into one program, that pipe the sound into another program, that output the sounds into another program. Basically using Jack Audio, I think he was using, to get sound on streaming on Discord under Linux. Just because it works, aka you can start it up, that don't mean that you get all of the functionality of said program.
Less unknown services are natively supported. While there are still some limitations regarding certain features like screen sharing,
which is a big fucking part of Discord.
This will not be an issue for much longer anymore.
Let's
Gaming on
hope
Linux is awesome, but
my
it's not
God.
perfect. I myself have a Windows partition which has Destiny 2 installed, since all of my DLCs are on Steam. This really sucks, and many of you are probably in a similar scenario. I really wish that all of my games were supported on Linux. And
I don't want a fork of Discord. So here's the thing. If I come up to you with a pair of Air Jordans, or I come up with a fucking Chinese knockoff, and they could be just as good, you're taking the fucking Air Jordans. People don't want alternatives. If someone tells you they want Photoshop, they don't want GIMP, they want Photoshop. If someone tells you they want steak, you don't serve them fucking pasta and meatballs. They want a steak. This whole notion that, oh yeah, well, you can't have this, but we have a vegan alternative. I don't give a fuck. I want this. That's why I'm asking for it. Because I want this thing. I don't want your shitty alternative, or even if it's good, your good alternative. It's weird. What is this? How many games work on Linux on the Steam Deck? Yeah, I'm not running the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck has lower requirement than my gaming PC has. Oh my god. Oh. Also, out of how many games? Out of the Proton library. So it's not. So this is really misleading. Proton library. So that's games that are known or have been tested on the Proton. What about? So 92% of the Proton library. How big is the Proton library? I can't fucking spell. How many games do they have? It's the Proton database here. Games on Proton database. Holy shit, that's not even that many. Let's see how many games are there on Steam. How is the Proton? I can't even fucking spell. Oh, it's only released. There are more than 50,000 games operating live on Steam. And only 8,839 of those are playable. Verified or playable. So, I can't do math. So, how many percent is... Let's just say 9,000. If anyone can do it in chat fast and I can type it, they fucking get a medal. 9,000 out of 50,000. 18%. Only 18%. Yeah, less than 20. Awesome. Awesome, Alexander. You got it. 18%. 18% I remember when the Steam Deck got launched, got announced, all games can work, some games can work, only a few games will work, only verified games. Granted, this is going to become bigger and better. But what he's showing here, if you don't know what I just showed you guys, that this is misleading as fuck. If you don't know that, you know, or it's even his personal library. Did he say the Proton database here, or did I read that wrong?
Similar scenario. I really wish that all of my games were supported on Linux. And actually...
Okay, personal library. Okay, that's even more misleading. Because people are not going to read this. They're not really going to read this. They're looking at this. And they're looking at this. That's... I wonder how you can see this, though. How can you see... Do I need to be connected to Steam to see that? I probably need to have my... I need to sign into Steam to see that. But I wonder how big of my personal library is available. But think about that. Of all of the games on Steam, only 18% is... Well, here you go. Verified and playable. And here's the thing. Verified, which is almost 50%, don't mean that it works that well. Playable, again, don't mean that you're getting the same experience as on the Windows. It just means that you can play it. Some things may not be running right. Some things may be missing. Like I said, for the longest time, if you were a Warframe player, you didn't get sound from the AI companion that you had. For the longest time. I think that's fixed now, or you used to use... Back then you had to use an alternative Proton version to get it to work, and there was other things that didn't work. This is a shitty fucking number. This is a shitty number. And yes, you can be really lucky. Like, I have about 1,000 games in my gaming library. I can be really lucky that all those... Let's just say I have 1,000 games. I can be really lucky and say, okay, all of those 1,000 games work. But there are millions of people using Steam. There are millions of people using Steam. They may not be that lucky. They may only have 1% of their game being playable. Heck, I will go out on a limb here, and this is just me speculating, but I would guess that most people only have, like, at best, a 50% fucking compatibility rate on their Steam games. Especially if they have bought games over the last 10 years. If you, like, bought games under Steam the last 2 or 3 years and you only bought new games, I can see the percentage going higher. But this is really misleading. It's massively misleading.
87% are, and I do play them exclusively on Linux.
Congratulations.
Of course, not all games perform similar, and some of them even have slightly worse performance. But
Why would... Again, I hate this argument. So I have the option to do something better, faster, stronger than last time. Or I have the option to do something worse and slower and less convenient than last time. Why the fuck do I not want to do the better, best thing? If I can have 2 cups of coffee, one tasted like fucking Alexander just peed in my cup, and the other one tasted like a fucking amazing fucking angel is sucking me off. Which one do you think I'm going to drink? I'm probably going with the angel thingy. Just putting it out there. If people have the option to choose between good or bad experience, or good, okay, great, okay, they're going for good over okay, they're going for great over okay, unless they have some political reason or philosophy or ethos about using Windows.
It's close, and it feels like every 1 to 2 weeks a major update gets announced that improves performance.
So does it under Windows and gaming updates. Steam or Cyberpunk just had a massive update with ray tracing and stuff like that. This is not Linux exclusive, this goes for Windows, whatever, yeah.
Especially on Wayland. The 2 things that will probably throw off most people are missing software, for example for configuring your mouse, or when an application suddenly breaks. For example, not that long ago you had to disable F-Sync in the loot tree settings because otherwise the Ubisoft updater would just get stuck.
Yeah, but of course Linux is way better than Windows for gaming. Or close to it. Of course gamers want to do this shit to get their games. He's just confirming everything I just said.
This luckily got fixed, but try looking up solutions when something similar happens to you. Not every problem, even with similar symptoms, has the same fixes. Because gaming relies on so many different dependencies, Valve's influence on Linux truly boosts development in almost every single way.
No. Valve have not contributed to anything under Linux that is not directly benefiting Valve. Have Valve done anything for GNOME, VLC, System D, maybe the kernel, maybe Wayland? Why? Because that directly benefit Valve or Proton. Have they done anything to Nano? Have they put like do they randomly give money out to open source projects to help the development and further enhancement of open source software? No. You know who does that? Microsoft. They throw thousands of dollars at open source projects all the fucking time. Microsoft do more for open source than Valve have ever done, even if you fucking put in Proton. This is really fucking strange to think about. Microsoft has spent more money and effort doing things to Linux that is not benefiting Microsoft once so fucking ever than Valve have. Everything Valve has done to Linux, they have only done it because it's benefiting Valve, aka Proton or the Steam Deck. That will also tell you that if the Steam Deck becomes a failure, Valve will stop doing it. So that also means, my friend, that all the advancement in gaming that you're seeing right now will come to a halt. Valve don't give a fuck about gaming under Linux desktop. They don't give a fuck about you as a desktop user. They give a fuck about Steam Deck users. You just happen to benefit from it right now. Luckily enough, or we as a Linux user, I'm part of the Linux user crowd, I keep forgetting that. But we are not the target. The target is Steam Deck. So when Valve have to make a decision, we are going to do this, but this thing is going to be really great for the Steam Deck, but really bad for the desktop users. What do you think Valve is going to do? They say, okay, we're doing this that's really great for the Steam Deck. Valve have never been a consumer-friendly company. Never. There are so many lawsuits going on with Valve and have gone on with Valve. There are so many issues that Valve have been confronted with ever since they fucking existed almost. Or at least ever since Steam came out. Valve is not the savior of Linux. Like, let me put it this way. I'd rather have Microsoft take over Linux than Valve. Honestly, to hand on my heart, honest to God and all that shit, I'd rather have Microsoft run Linux than Valve. Because if Valve ran Linux, they are going to fucking nickel and dime every fucking shit out of you. And they're going to make sure that you are not going to use any other operating system than their Linux operating system. Microsoft will be a little bit more large. They will just slightly take a kidney here and there, and maybe your foreskin and your firstborn, and then maybe your thirdborn. Maybe they will take an eye at some point. Valve is taking your whole fucking body and doing with it whatever they want.
And it's truly amazing to see that Linux as a desktop or console-like operating system is successful, because it opens up
100 million units sold in a year is not successful. Linux as a desktop running about, let's say, 3% of the market share, to be fair here, is not successful. Linux on the desktop and as a gaming device is not successful. Where did we see it? Did I close that down? Yeah, Linux, like Linux gaming being under 1% of the total gaming market on Steam is not successful. Linux is not successful on the desktop or as a gaming machine, even as a handheld gaming device. In a month where Nintendo sold 12 plus million devices, we looked that up on a live stream, where Valve sold 1 million in a year. Or was it 12 million in a year with the Nintendo? I can't remember it. That's not successful. Is it good? Yeah. Is it sustainable? Yeah. Is it something that we can say, oh, that's amazing? Yeah. But I will not call it successful. If I told you to put money, $100,000 in a stock, and you got in a year, you got a return of 3%, or you got a return of 80%, you would not call it 3% a success. You would call the other one a success story.
up gaming to a whole new set of devices which don't need to rely on Microsoft anymore. So in conclusion, gaming...
So we don't need to rely on Microsoft anymore. Okay, let's Linux Foundation. Microsoft is part of the Linux Foundation, which require them to pay X amount of money to be on the council of the Linux Foundation. That then directly are being paid, or means that Linus Torvalds is being paid X amount of percentage of his salary by Microsoft to develop for Linux. Let's just look at the Microsoft badge. Microsoft gives 10,000 to GNOME. This was last year, about a year ago, and they can't remember how often they do this. What I'm trying to say here is that if you're running Linux, you are not out of Microsoft grasps. You are using stuff Microsoft have put money into. He's running GNOME. He's using a system Microsoft have put money into. Yes, it's money they don't expect anything from and stuff like that, but you, my friend, my young child, you're not out of Microsoft fingers, because this here got money from Microsoft. So you're Microsoft button bits, okay? Who is paying and sponsoring most of Linux development? Big, massive corporations. I think it's Huawei, Intel, and AMD and stuff like that, and Google are one of the top contributors to the Linux kernel and open source projects in the world. That means that if all big corporations, which is run exactly like Microsoft is run and are doing the same bad shit as Microsoft is doing, if they stopped existing or stopped supporting Linux, the vast advancement within Linux that we are seeing today would go to a qual. It would be like developing Linux in the 90s, where we had to wait years before we got anything in Linux. Years before we got any new technology in Linux. Where now we get it almost every 3 months. So this illusion that a lot of Linux users have that, oh my god, we are free of the shackles of corporate America, corporate world, Microsoft, and all of that shit. Look at who is paying for the development or giving developers for the development of open source. Heck, your perfect example here. We will not have gaming under Linux worthwhile without Valve, to be honest. We will not have this great gaming experience under Linux. Even as flawed as it is, it's miles ahead of as it was 10 years ago. Would not happen without Valve's massive amount of money put into it. That also means that if Valve is like, fuck you, Linux, then you are fucked. You know, like, they can pull the rug away from us. And we are fucked. Now, games are not going to work under Linux anymore. If you think you're running Linux to get away from control from massive fucking businesses, stop running software controlled by big, massive corporations. This is hypocrisy at the highest degree. It's making me so fucking crazy when I'm thinking about it, because they think that because you're running this magical thing called Linux, it's automatically erasing every fucking thing else in the world. No, it's not. You just erased Microsoft. It's Windows. You're still being controlled by Oracle, Huawei, Valve, GNOME. Look at the fucking bullshit GNOME developers are putting all over our ears with telling us you can't have sliding wallpapers. We are still in, no matter how much free and open, like, the GPL, you are in the mercy of fucking Richard Stallman's vision when it comes to the Free Software Foundation and the GPL. If he decides to do something crazy, you are in his mercy to a large degree. Going from Windows to Linux and open source programs, all you are doing is you're switching masters. That's all you're doing. You're switching who is fucking you in the butt each night. That's all you're doing. Oh, I don't like Microsoft cock, so I'm taking Linux cock. That's all you're doing, and in the projects. So instead of being fucked by Microsoft, you're being fucked by everyone else. So you're going from being like a monotonous, I think the word is, one person fucking you, to being a fucking swinger club, where it's a free-for-all. And trust me, GNOME don't give a fuck about its users. KDE don't give a fuck about its users. Valve don't give a fuck about its users. Open source projects only give a fuck about its users as long as it's benefiting the open source project. And projects like GNOME are open about how fucking little they give about their users. Fucks they're giving about their users. This is why I can't stand watching Linux content anymore. Because it's become a... So Linux content have kind of some pillars that you have to adhere to. Linux is the best thing ever. It's the future. Open source is the best thing ever. It's the future. Proprietary software and Microsoft is just the devil. The same with Mac OS to some degree and Apple. Linux have its faults, but they're not as bad as everyone else's. That's how 9 out of 10 Linux videos is built up. Let's shit on Windows. Let's hype out Linux. Let's shit on proprietary software. Let's hype out open source. That's it. Maybe throw in a little bit of critical Linux in there. A little bit. So I don't sound too much like a fanboy. But go watch, I dare you guys and girls to go watch any Linux videos out there and you'll see this kind of formula going up. Praise Linux, shit on something else. Praise Linux, shit on something else. You rarely see a Linux YouTuber say, yep, this thing with Linux is the worst thing fucking ever. Even if it is the worst thing ever. Oh, well, it's not as bad as Microsoft because you're not under the control of Microsoft and stuff like that. Like, this guy here, Linux could come in and take his girlfriend, his classes, his kidneys, And he will still make excuses why that is way better than if Microsoft did it. That's what Linux is doing to people. And it's sad to watch. It's sad to watch. If they only understood how much fucking control they were under running Linux and open source, they would be going nuts. Instead of it's a name corporation, it's a lot of nameless people that are now controlling you. This was a fun one. I'm never going to do this thing. Linux people. Why do Linux people anger me so much? Like, why the fuck? What is this thing here? Am I running Wayland? Is it a Firefox issue again? What's going on here, people? Let's I have a couple of games in my stream libraries that just don't work because of Windows only entities. I don't know why this guy talks so much. I mean, he don't know what he's talking about. Prime example from today, I installed a Fedora in VM. After the update, the reporting tool found a kernel issue. Oh, there's a lot of kernel issues. So we have history. Restore previous session. There you go. Let's see if it's still coming up. Let's. I don't want to watch this video again. Let's do. What do we have here? Let's do this one. Yeah, that's
Har du overvejet at lease din nye Kia?
Yeah, that's
Du får
still.
lækkert udstyr, plads til hele familien og masser af kører.
Yeah, there's still windowing issues. Let's see if it's because I'm logged into Wayland. Which apparently should be the future. Log out. And the issue you are looking at is related to video drivers in VMware. Okay, so it's VMware issue. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I'm actually running Xorg right now. So here's the thing. This is the fun thing. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's open up OpenSUSE. Because I don't have that issue under OpenSUSE. I don't have that issue under Fedora. I don't have that issue under Ubuntu 2210. I think it's the one that I'm running. I don't have that issue under Debian. Yeah. Anton, you're so fucking right. The irony of a Linux activist using YouTube. It's like going up to Microsoft and telling them Windows is bad while running Linux on a laptop but having a Microsoft Surface tablet, Microsoft caps, Microsoft t-shirts, using Office 365. But yeah, Microsoft is bad. So here I have no issue. No issue whatsoever. No issue whatsoever. Oh, I probably should. Do I even have Firefox installed here? Yeah, I do. I probably need to update this also because Firefox has probably not been updated. Yeah, let's go on to YouTube. Just no issue. No issue. I don't know what the fuck they have done with the latest release of Ubuntu, but something is wrong. Like, something is wrong, man. So I don't get it. Let's see if there's any updates. They just did a massive TCC push. Sudo. Ruby firewall. Oh, they're doing removing a shit ton. Let's try and open up Ubuntu. I haven't updated my Ubuntu install, like my plain old Ubuntu with GNOME. Maybe I should run the upgrade and see. Let's upgrade it and see how smooth the upgrade goes with Ubuntu from 22.10 to 23.04. So if we go in here and we do shut it down, shut it down. Oh yeah, the video I did about Haiku. I fucking love Linux people come in and being like, oh, well, Linux is better. Yeah, but you don't understand. Linux just became a little bit better than Haiku in some aspects the last 2 or 3 years. You don't get that. They don't get that for some fucking reason. It's like, yeah. But think about it. It took Linux over 20 years to be a little bit better than Haiku or BOS. Think about that. That seep into the brain cells of the Linux fanatic. Or why are they called Linux activists? Help me out here. When I think activist, I think about crazy people on Twitter, people running around with fucking signs outside on the street, running an operating system. I have it makes no sense for me that that's activism. Yeah, sounds like feminism. Yeah, but it makes no sense for me. Crazy people. Yeah, it makes no sense to me that you are now an activist for running Linux. What are you an activist for or against? What is your statement by running Linux? What is the statement that you're making to the world that you're running Linux? Because here's the thing. For it to be a statement, people have to understand that it's a statement and not just a select few. When you're running around with a sign saying some political message, they understand what the fuck is going on. You know, they understand what's going on. When you're going on Twitter saying, I am actually an activist for this purpose and for this and that, people can understand that, oh, you're aligning with this political problem or issue. People running Linux, nobody have a clue what they're an activist over. Against Microsoft stealing your data. Go ask someone on the street if that's what they think. They don't. But if you go ask someone on the street why this person's angry on Twitter, you can read and understand it. Or if you're asking someone on the street, why is this person over there with the sign angry or yelling and screaming, oh, it's because of this message on the sign. The only people that understand what Linux users are protesting against are either other Linux users or tech people. So a really minute part of society, and you call yourself an activist. I am really, really struggling to grasp my head around this. This is also probably a later version of Firefox. But again, no issues. No issues. What is this new Christian Bale movie? Yeah, no issues. Maybe it's a KDE issue. So now we have let's do it this way here. I normally do it under the command line. But let's do it this way here and see how this is going to work out for us. So I clicked yes, do something. Please, maybe I should have the system monitor up so I can see it's doing this shit. There you go. I clicked yes. Oh dear God. Where's my sliding wallpapers? GNOME. I know we can set up via an XML file, but I don't want to fucking edit an XML file to get sliding wallpapers. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Also, what happened with the fucking updating tool? Did it crap itself? What happened? And now this is all fucked up. God, man. Oh my god. Oh, dark mode. There you go. That's what I want. Just keep it fucking being dark mode. Data collection is awesome because I love the attention. Yeah, you would probably be... Hey, you do it. You do it, and I will make a video about it. You get a conversation going, and I will make a video about it. And I will credit you in the video. I will show you the name. If you have a YouTube channel, I will direct everyone I can to that YouTube channel. Because if I do it, they will see me as baiting them. Oh, you're just doing it for the video. You get what I'm saying here? Oh, you're just doing it for the video. It's fake. But if you do it, and I have no influence on it, give it a couple of days. You know, go in there and then in a couple of days take the screenshots and stuff like that. I don't even have Reddit. Then make a Reddit account. What are you waiting for? Live a little. Maybe you can pick up some chicks. I will say this, I never really had any issues with upgrading Ubuntu though. It's almost always been a success for me. And here's the thing. I kind of like... let me put it another way. I don't like... I don't hate GNOME when I'm running Ubuntu's versions of GNOME, or when I'm running Pop OS, Cosmic, whatever. But when I'm running stock standard vanilla GNOME, I hate it. This I can kind of live with. If they gave me fucking sliding wallpapers by default, like really easily set up. He make a... I'll get harassed by Linux trolls. Just do it. And all I do is credit him, but not pay. I can't pay him. And he can get money from YouTube ads if he gets enough followers on YouTube. Get a little bit of money. Like $1 a month or something like that. YouTube ads pay nothing. Do you want to start the upgrade? Yeah, that's kind of why I'm here. Lock screen disabled. Yeah, who gives a fuck? Can I not open the terminal? I want to see the terminal. Fucking hell, I'm almost streamed for 6 hours, man. Well, that's a not like a live streamers on Twitch. They stream about 7-8 hours, but they do gaming content though. I just don't understand why it needs to look so much like Mac OS. Because this here looks ugly as fuck. This looks ugly as fuck. This looks ugly as fuck. I know you can somewhat theme it, but it's not pretty. It missed the So if you're going to copy Apple, at least do what Elementary OS is doing, having a consistent design language. You know, make things look consistent. They don't do that under Pop OS. They don't do it under Ubuntu's desktop. Like, they just look kind of the same, but not really. Probably should not open the store while we are updating. Like, it just looks like glued together to some extent. It looks like Windows. Some things matches, some don't. Why do we have this ugly shit down here then? Why don't we have like a you know, a blackish, darkish background when everything else, like, there's so many things that just don't. I'm. Yeah. You're a troll, but that's the fun part of it. Also, oh god, this is how fucking, it's only using one core, maybe 2 cores. Hey, Linux is so advanced, but we're only using 1 core. Or we're only 100% using 1 core. Oh, here it's a little bit more spread out. Holy shit, this is a fucking dubstep nightmare. Let's get the fucking wave lights out. Holy fuck. Cast memory. Not using any swap though. I can't stop thinking about Mac Minis now. Ubuntu make me want to buy a Macintosh. But I don't think Ubuntu have much tiling capabilities either. Well, it has those here. Yeah, that's all it has by default. It's a little bit better than macOS, but not much. What if we hover over this here? Yeah, nothing is happening. Every time I use GNOME, I'm like, oh, it's missing this from Windows. It's missing this from macOS. It's missing this, it's missing this, it's making this. But then I run KDE or XFCE or Cinnamon. I actually downloaded the Ubuntu the Cinnamon edition. I want to try it out. Any other desktop environment under Linux just seems to be well thought out compared to GNOME. Like, it just have way more features that you actually want to use. And it's like, okay, we kind of understand a little bit what the users kind of want out of our fucking environment. Even an old ass paradigm like XFCE that really don't have many features seems to have more features than fucking GNOME have. And I used to love GNOME back in the GNOME 2 days. I was, oh man, GNOME 2 was my jam. But GNOME 2 in today's world is like, it's like running a fucking Beetle, Volkswagen Beetle. It's so outdated. Mac as a daily drive is not a bad experience. No, that's what I hear a lot of people say. And almost every Linux user that I look into that goes from Linux to Mac, they fucking love it. Because you get the good parts of Linux. You know, the whole Unix-like behind the scenes shit. And then you get the good things from Windows. Support for Adobe and big software companies. Besides gaming, of course. Gaming is where macOS is massively behind. But it's like this perfect, or not perfect, but great mixture between what Windows have to offer and what Linux have to offer. And what's held me back for the many years is the price. It's the price point, like price to performance. So back in the Intel days, you just got more performance on a Windows machine for productivity. But nowadays, with the M chips, yeah, it's and with the power draw that they take, I could probably run a fucking Mac Mini full tilt and draw less power than my rig do when it's idling. It's really mind-boggling to think about. They are more expensive than they should be. They are. I installed macOS in virtual machines. I never ran a Hackintosh. I thought about it, but I never really did it. I always ran them in virtual machines. And then last year, I bought a MacBook Pro from 2013, I think it's from. And I installed, at that point, the latest version of macOS on it, like before what the fuck was it called? Monterey or something like, I can't remember it. But I dropped it out of bed, and now I can't use the track. I think the battery plumed up. It's just, I dropped it out of bed because it was on the bed and I was falling asleep and I kicked it. So it just slided off the bed. And now it's just really fucking weird. It's acting up like a motherfucker. And the funnest thing was, I was using it for about like 6 months. And I was running Mac OS and Linux on it. I dual booted Mac OS and Linux. I was running Manjaro on it. And it was, I would actually say that old of a computer ran better with Manjaro on it than Mac OS. Because Mac OS was not officially supporting it anymore. But if you installed Linux on it, it was a great Linux machine. I even booted up Elementary OS on a USB stick, and it was fucking amazing on the MacBook. It was amazing on the MacBook. The only problem was that a 13-year-old Wi-Fi chipset still only ran in single fucking band mode on Linux. A 10-year-old fucking chipset was only running in single band mode. So I got really awful fucking performance out of it. Well, Apple only support... they don't support them that long anymore. I think they're trying to kill off their whole desktop market and going over to... they're betting on tablets and mobile phones a bit more. Because, well... Let me put it this way, they're trying to kill off their Intel line. I do suspect that their M series will probably be supported for many years. Because, it's basically just a phone or a tablet that has more peripherals attachment to it. And we all know how long they support their phones. Fucking hell, man. Was it last year that the iPhone 6 went out of support? That's fucking old, man. Like, that's old. I still have, like... I have the original iPhone GTS. I still have that sucker. And then I used Android. And then I got, as a birthday present for my mom, I got the iPhone 6. And I used that until 4 years ago. Then I got a Samsung A80. And now I have a Samsung S21. I'm going to get a new phone this summer. And I'm debating getting a fucking iPhone. I do have a Samsung tablet also, but I was talking about in some other videos, is that there's just a massive difference between apps on iPhone and Android. Most of the times you're getting more on the iPhone. More features, more selection and stuff like that. And if I'm going with a Mac Mini, it makes sense to then buy an iPhone. So a lot of things are going to happen next week. Like when you think about it, my tech life, I'm kind of like either I go the Mac route, or I go what I'm doing right now, having a Intel, or not an Intel, but I am, a Windows computer with Android device. Because if I get a Mac Mini or decides on the Mac Mini, I am going to, so if I go with the Windows system, I'm going to continue the Android. Why is the fucking windowing so bad? There you go. I don't know if Android is, so all the apps that I want to use, note-taking apps and just apps in general, when I look at how they work with, so this is how I think. So the apps that I want to unify a lot of things. So I'm looking at it like this. I would love to have apps running on my Android tablet that works on my phone and on Windows. And that's almost non-existent. And the few that do, you have more features on your Windows version than you have on your Android version. And even here's the other fucking thing. Some of them, the whole sync between Android's devices is fucked up. They don't sync as to the same degree with each other as you get on the iOS and iPadOS. It's a little bit finicky, and then you only support either Dropbox or, there's so many fucking issues you have to go into. But if you get a Mac Mini, iPhones, iPads, they just talk with each other. And I kind of like that. I do like that. And should that not be what we want out of our fucking devices? Why do my phone needs to be separate from my tablet and my computer? Why can't they share a lot of... Like, I'm finding a lot of fucking shit on my phone. And only because I'm logged into Chrome on my phone and on my Windows machine are they shared with each other. But that's only within Chrome. And of course with my tablet. But again, that's only within, Chrome. I would imagine and think that we are so far advanced, like you say, with Apple devices and stuff like that they work really smart together. Why the fuck is Apple the only one that managed to do that? I kinda need, because my computer is starting to get too slow. I just got a new graphic card and it's okay. But my CPU is starting to get really slow. And if I'm upgrading to the highest CPU I can get for this motherboard, I'm only getting about a 20% performance increase. Where if I'm going up to the new Ryzen series or the new Intel i5 series, we are talking probably close to 50% fucking performance increase with DDR5 and stuff like that. And then I can get in NVMe card drives and, all of that fucking shit. And my PSU is almost 5 years, if not more, old. It needs to be replaced soon. Like, it's starting to get old. My fans are at least 4 years old. So a lot of things are just it's like, yeah, it needs to be changed just for this, for the sake of my computer runs 24/7. It always is turned on. And it's just for ease of mind is probably the right word I'm looking for here. That It's probably time to change this PSU, the fans, the motherboard, because I can't really upgrade the CPU anymore. But when I'm rendering and playing games and stuff like that, it started to show its age. Not on the graphic card, but the CPU is starting to get a little bit iffy-diffy sometimes. And like I said, I also kind of want to get onto the new... Oh, now we're getting issues. Yeah. Now we're getting issues. So this must be... Yeah, it must be a graphic card issue in the kernel with VMware. You're right, yeah. Because that was not an issue under the old kernel. What happens if we install the latest kernel for the mainline repository then? Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, the driver must not be that well supported on the new kernel. No, they will probably fix it in an update because Ubuntu is being run in a shit ton of virtual machining software out there in the world. So they will probably fix this in the future, in the close future. But yeah, so the amount of money that I have to spend on upgrading my computer, the question is, are they better spent doing the Xbox and Xbox and Mac Mini, or are they better spent just upgrading the computer, aka building a whole new gaming editing rig? And even if I build a new gaming editing rig, the Mac Mini probably will still be better at editing than the computer that I can build, because I'm going with an i5 13600K, and I still, if I'm not mistaken, even the entry level Mac M2 is beating that in rendering and stuff like that. And it's just like, you know, the only thing is that if I go the PC route, the next upgrade, if I need another upgrade, I probably do, but let's say I want to upgrade in 2 or 3 years, I just have to basically just upgrade the motherboard and the CPU. Because in 2 or 3 years, we will still be supporting DDR5, we will still, the PSU that I'm buying, I always buy kind of high-end PSUs, power supplies, that will last about 5 to 10 years. So that will still have a lot of years on it. The one I have in it right now probably could last longer, but that's another issue. I have a 650 watt power supply. You kind of need 800, 750, 800 nowadays to run just a basic fucking system. So my power supply is getting really close to the edge of what it can deliver if I'm upgrading everything. Yeah, post it on Linux question. Do it, Anton. So it's like what would make sense? What would make sense? Yeah, good PSUs are fucking must nowadays. My thought is that I'll be holding out a little while. Let's say, what if Microsoft comes out with a crazy Windows 12, that's some kind of chat AI? Yeah, but here's the thing. All of that, I can just run Windows in a virtual machine. And this is the other thing. If I'm getting a Mac Mini, I'm not going to throw out my computer. So if I get a Mac Mini, I will probably install Linux natively on this machine, or at least dual boot Linux and Windows on it. Heck, I'll probably even install Proxmox on it and use it as a home server. So I will take out the graphic card and stuff like that, you know, and then run it in, find like a really, really cheap graphic card, or even buy like a really, really cheap AMD AM4 CPU with iTPU on it. Well, that kind of don't make sense, because if I'm going to do Proxmox with virtual machines, I need a lot of cores. So I'll probably just install my old 1060 in it again, that don't use much power compared to the Intel Arc I have. The only problem is that I already bought the Intel Arc GPU. That's the only negative, is that I already upgraded the GPU. So I'm basically just throwing out what the Intel Arc 750 cost. Or I could run a Mac Mini and I could just because I can still game on it. I just don't think it's as good as an Xbox Series S, sorry. But I could probably still game on it as it is for a couple of years yet. So I could use the Mac Mini as my everyday driver. And then just switch over to my Windows machine for gaming and virtualization and stuff like that, like I'm doing now. So I'm only going to use this computer here when I'm recording Linux videos or Windows videos, or if I want to game. And you can just use what is it called, Synergy, or what is called the one where you can use one mouse and keyboard for every system on your network. Or have just like a really simple but even if I have to fucking switch 2 USB sticks, that wouldn't bother me that much. So I don't even really need the Xbox, to be honest, because my computer can still game. It's just when I'm playing Battlefield, it's maxing everything out 100%, CPU and graphic card. And I could, to some degree, if I get like a Ryzen R750 whatever, the 8-core 16 hyper-threaded system, that would probably get me, give me like 3 years more out of as a gaming computer only. And it cost it's way cheaper than the Xbox Series S though. Yeah, or the 580 XD, yeah. But that's only for gaming, yeah. They will not do me that well for rendering. Yeah, that could be a good one for gaming. And that's still cheaper than an Xbox Series S, if I'm not mistaken. So I could kind of go 2 ways. I don't know how much that is in Denmark. We could actually check it. 5800 XBD. Nope. It's more cheaper to buy yeah, it's cheaper to buy a Xbox. It's cheaper to buy an Xbox. It's like 3 or 4% cheaper to buy an Xbox. So it would, let me put it this way. I would not mind spending this extra like 200 of my money or 300 of my money to buy this compared to buying an Xbox. I would not mind spending this little extra to compare to buy an Xbox. But if I'm getting like a non-3D version, why the fuck can I not get... This is way too expensive though. This is more expensive than the 3D version. Are they going out of stock? Oh, here it is in Germany. I can get this one. So this here, if I go without the 3D version, I can get it for cheaper than the Xbox. Here, this is the exact same price as an Xbox. In here is the exact same price as an Xbox. If I get the model, I think it will. Oh, my tummy is itchy. I have been thinking about a Mac Mini M2. My problem is that if I should get that model, I think I can't read now. That if I should get the model, I think that will meet my needs. I'll spend almost the same as some of the pre-built workstations. That's true. But my whole problem here is that I probably are going to upgrade my GPU again. If the issues I have with the Arc GPU continues, where I just can't use it because it thinks it's being used somewhere else without rebooting once in a while, I have to go with AMD or Nvidia, and to get a graphic card comparable to what I'm having right now, it costs almost twice the fucking price. And if I do that, then it's massively cheaper to buy this one here and keep the Intel Arc and live with the frustration of it if they don't fix it with the next driver update. And a Mac Mini, or if they don't fix it, I would probably have to go with an Xbox, because for the I need like a 3070 series or 470 series. And I can almost get two Xbox Series S's, not the X, but the S version, for the same price as one graphic card in the 7 series line. I can almost get two. If I'm going with the 4000 series, I can get two Xbox Series S's and still have a little bit money over. If I'm not going with like a Chinese knockoff brand. So when I buy graphic cards, I don't go with the most expensive ones and that I can find. And I don't go with the cheapest version of the graphic card I want. Because if you go with the cheapest one, I always have bad experience doing that. Not the drivers, but the components just sucks. They're just not that well built. They don't last as long and stuff like that. And paying too much for like an extra fan or extra, LEDs and all that shit is stupid in my opinion. So I kind of go with like an Asus or Gigabyte, and then okay, what is like their middle of the road of a 3070 or 4070, It's a brand that you know and trust, and you see a lot of, you can see a lot of reviews on them and stuff like that. And for those kind of graphic cards, it just don't make sense to upgrade. Like my graphic card I have right now, when I bought it, cost the same as an Xbox I could find on an Xbox Series S. It cost exactly the same at the time when I bought this graphic card. And I sometimes regret that I bought it. When I'm thinking about that, well, with the Xbox Series S, it will last me like 3 or 4 years. Or let's just say 3 years. This one here for 1440p gaming, probably 2 years, depending on how much they optimize the drivers. It all depends. Let me put it this way: I don't regret buying the Intel Arc GPU, because I think it's important that we now vote with our wallets, because the ridiculous fucking pricing on AMD and Nvidia cards has to stop. And one of the only ways we can do that is supporting Intel. If they realize that they are losing a shit ton of customers because Intel is that much cheaper, and not bad to be honest, for what you are getting. They are really like the 750 is an okay 1440p gaming card. You don't have to play every game on Ultra, like between Ultra and High, you're barely noticing it in most games. Especially if it's like high-paced games, you're barely noticing. Even between high and medium, a lot of the settings you don't noticing the difference, unless you stand still and smell the roses, so to speak. And for like medium to high to ultra mix, it's a really good card. It's just, you know, having some driver issues, but I hope they fix them, and they probably will. So if I'm keep using this graphic card, me just upgrading my computer, my CPU, my RAM, my fans, my PSU, it will still be cheaper to buy an entry-level Mac Mini. It will still be cheaper. If I buy an Xbox on top of it, now it's going to be more expensive. But like I said before, I can still use this as a gaming rig. It's a really, like I said in my podcast, it's a fucking weird situation to be in. Because if you didn't have the generation chip with Intel and the generation chip with the generation chip with AMD, well, then I didn't need new motherboard. I didn't need new RAM. I just needed a new CPU. Because I'm already on AM4. If the new processor was on AM4 and gave the same speed performance and stuff like that, I would just buy an AM4 and say that's it. You know, prop it in. Probably a new motherboard, but still. That's it. But the RAM, the PSU, I probably have to change the PSU at some point, but the PSU can last me, I would say, at least a couple of years. The fans probably also a couple of years. I haven't really noticed any issue. It's just ease of mind that I want to upgrade it. And if I'm taking everything apart anyway, you know, to change the motherboard and CPU, might as well just go with the full fucking, you know, the full Monty on it. Yeah, the gaming is a weird thing, man. Even if you're a gamer nowadays and you want a graphic card, let's say you want a graphic card that wants to last you as long as a console, it would still be cheaper to buy a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X. Which is really weird. I could live with the entry level one, the one that cost 5,000 something, 500 or something like that. Hey, I could live with a Mac 1. So a Mac Mini M1 that you get for, let's say, 1,000 of our money less than a Mac Mini M2, is still a massive fucking jump from my system right now, from a rendering aspect, productivity aspect and stuff like that. It's still a massive jump. So I'm actually thinking about, because the only thing that is going to hold me back is the rendering. I may even wait a month and save up to like a 16 gigabyte version of the M1, because the performance gains that you get with rendering between an 8 and 16 gigabyte is like 20% or something like that. It's fucking crazy. But that's the only reason why I'm thinking about the M series, is because of rendering, video editing. That's where my brain is about. If I didn't do video editing, I would just buy a Mac Mini M1 8 gig. That's it. You know, that's it. But thinking about video editing, I probably need the 16 gigabytes. my GPU is more than 1/4 of my CPU than my PC. Yeah, it's weird, man. Yeah, today, if you're a gamer today, you get way more value out of a console. You sadly do, yeah. I could probably live with that, yeah. But I could probably also live with a Mac Mini M1 8 gig. I would probably prefer 16 gigabytes. You know, that would probably be the sweet spot. So the one that like, if I really, like, if money was no issues whatsoever, it would probably be like the mid-level one that I would buy. So no, this one here, the Pro Max, because this one here, getting that one with rendering speeds and stuff like that, it's like probably a couple of times faster than the rig I have right now. If I get this one here is probably 1 time faster, if not a little bit more, or maybe 80% faster than the one I have right now. This one here would be like probably 90% faster. This one here would probably be 2 or more times faster than the one I have right now. And not to mention the fucking electricity bill. You know, the electricity bill. But yeah, this is probably like... I may save up for this one, I don't know. But I could live with this one. I could comfortably live with this one. And even if you get the Mac 1 version, you just take a number of this away. It would be 4,500. And you can probably find them cheaper on you know, one of the used marketplaces we have here in Denmark. Oh yeah, those tiny Lenovo's is amazing, man. They really are amazing. Because my other thought here is, and I'm probably going to do this anyway, but I kind of want, you know, not one of those Lenovo Tiny, but I want like a really, like a cheap laptop. And the battery don't need to be good, because I kind of want just a separate computer just for work at home. So like, you know, one of those cheap Lenovo laptops with Windows 10 on them, Pro or something like that. So when I'm doing work, instead of working in a virtual machine, I can then sit and work in front of the laptop, and I can do it in bed and stuff like that. And use it as a research machine. Probably dual boot Linux on it anyway. All my laptops I ever had has always had Linux on them. Every laptop I ever owned. So that will give me, you know, and then I don't need the computer right now. I can just use the well, I probably need it anyway as a virtual machine device and stuff. It's probably also, I probably can't do much video recording on those old laptops. Yeah, so here's my thing. I was thinking that if I asked my boss, if I pay for the machine, and I buy that old cheap laptop for doing work at home, which I'm not getting paid for, by the way. It's on my own free will that I'm doing it because I find it interesting. If he can take the, you know, the taxes away from it. You get what I'm saying here. So I can basically buy it tax-free. I don't know what the rules are with that. If I pay for it, I would probably see if they'd be okay with that. So I can save a little bit of money. Because I do a lot of work from home. And because of the work situation, they can't pay. It's, you know the rules in Denmark. If you are flex job, it's some weird fucking rules they have. But hey, if I could save like 25% on a laptop, you know, I could just get a little bit better laptop. And then I can do some, you know, I can say, well, this is the one I will be using when I'm doing a little bit of coding from home and stuff like that. But I don't know how the rules are with that. It's probably illegal to do that. Back in the day, we could do, like in the 90s, one of my friends' dad had his own auto repair shop. And a lot of times, if you needed to buy really expensive electronics, if you gave him a little bit of money, he would, you know, you could save like 25% of it because of taxes. But back then, you know, the rules was really different than they is today. I don't know how hard they look at that. But it's something that I've been, it could be nice if that was the case. Because they can't give me a laptop, because then if I get fired or I don't want to be down there anymore, I have to pay taxes on it and stuff like that. Or they have to get it back. And if I pay it, I don't mind buying it, but it could be nice if I could get a little bit of, like a little bit of a benefit from it. No, it's just I've not promised. They don't require me to work at home at all. It's just if I'm learning something or I need to learn something interesting for work, I do it a lot. I read articles and I watch some YouTube videos while I'm cooking or doing background stuff. Or if there's a situation we need to have resolved, I could like spend like 30 minutes at home, an hour, like, oh, what about this and what about... You know how it is when you get home, you get all the ideas and stuff like that. So I just go in and do it instead of writing it down and shit like that. I'm just like, oh, let me just look at it, And if I'm bored and stuff, I'm like, oh, let me try and figure this coding issue out. And then it's not like I'm spending hours and hours and hours. I spend like... maybe 30 minutes a day from Monday to Friday. Some days I spend no time. Some days I spend an hour. It's not like I'm sitting, 5, 6, 7 hours a day and doing it. Sometimes I do it in the morning before I have to go to work, because I wake up kind of early. So if I had like, 30 minutes before I have to go to work, or an hour, I will sit and do a little bit of pre-work, what you will call it there, and then continue at work. Some weeks I do nothing. Like the last 2 weeks I've really done not really much. And then now I'm trying to learn Android development, because I have an idea for something that could potentially, hopefully, earn me some money also. So yeah, I'm spending, when I have free time at home, I'm trying to learn Android development. And they also need to do something with Android. So it's kind of like I'm learning it for myself. A lot of the things I do at home is things that I will be doing even if I didn't have a job. It's just that now that I have the job, it makes more sense to do it. If that makes sense. Like it's like, instead of pushing it off and say, oh, I can do that tomorrow or next week, I'm like, yeah, but if I do it now, we can fix this at work. But it's things that I always... Had I not had a job, I would have been doing these exact same things right now. Oh, you just posted it. So it's not like I'm doing something I normally would not do. It's just like... I probably am doing it sooner than I normally would. Because normally I would just push it off and be like, hey, that can wait. 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 Where right now I'm more like, yeah, well, maybe I should just get it done, because it can benefit me for my YouTube channel and at home, and for my own interest, and it could benefit me for my knowledge at work. So I make sure that what I do at home is not just work. It's like things that I normally would do on my own time anyway. And if it's something that I know that I will not be doing for my own sake, I don't do it until I get to work. If it's something I know this is specifically for work, and I would not research or look into it or look it up or anything like that if I was not at work. So I would not do it at home. But I would be learning... I also want to learn C#. I've been wanting to learn C# for years. I've been wanting to learn Android for years. I wanted to do more Python for years. All of these things is things that I'm doing right now at work. So it's just things that I postponed for my own free time that I now have I have an excuse to actually do it, instead of just sitting here and say, oh, I want to do it. I want to do it. Now I have an excuse to actually do it. Well, the things that I learn becomes my side hustle. It becomes my side hustle. It becomes my side hustle. Because what I do at work is not the same as I do on my channel. Well, everything is related to some extent, you know. And I do talk about situations that I get at work, but the things that I'm, like, if you're talking development, I'm working on at work, is not the same as I'm working on at home. But a lot of things is translatable, you know. So OpenCV and Tesseract, well, I do that at work, but I also can do that at home for other projects where I'm using OpenCV and Tesseract. So I could do, let's say, face recognition at home, and I could do text extraction at work and stuff like that. And that's kind of how I do this. I have the work thing, and then I'm looking at, okay, how can I make this into something else that I can use for either content or for my own interest, or as a side hustle? Because of course I can't take the coding that I do at work and then, oh, look, they own that shit because I'm employed by them. So you know how it is. Like, you can't use your work as your own when you are employed by a company. But you can what you learn you can use, you know. The knowledge that you gather you can use. So if you're learning about installing Active Directory machines and stuff like that, you can use that. You know, see, hey, I have this experience, I've done these machines, and this is the pitfalls, and this is what you should look out for, and stuff like that. That you can always use that. But if you're making a tool that will make it easier for you to do it at work, you cannot go and say, hey, you know, look what I made. Here's the GitHub page, just go download it. That you can't do. So there's like a clear line between what I work on at work. So I have like a folder on my Windows partition, not Windows partition, Windows VM that's work related. So everything in that folder, when I'm working on that, that's not recorded or anything like that, or being used for anything other than when I'm at work. And then I have, you know, PowerShell and shit like that. I don't really do that at work. I have made a couple of PowerShell scripts to help me at work, to do some things better at work, but I made them at home, and I have never used them, so they're just laying around on my thumbnail. I never found a use for them anyway, but I learned PowerShell, so hey. And that was again like, oh, I may need this at work, and then I never had to use them anyway. But again, I learned PowerShell, which again, I wanted to learn for years now. So it's kind of nice that you can do it that way. Did OnePlus just came out with a new phone? Which is also a Chinese company, by the way. How expensive is this? What is it called? Oh, the CE3 Lite. It's actually quite cheap. Huh? Oh, it's the Nord. Ah. The OnePlus 7T. Oh yeah, I get about me getting a new phone every second year. Yeah, I pay them over the phone plan, the phone bill. I don't just pay them outright. But I do like getting a new phone every second year. And I get a little bit of a discount, and you can also write it off in taxes if I'm not mistaken, and stuff like that. You know, it's not like... And I don't pay much monthly for them. You know, if it's a phone over 2 years, you can kind of guess like how little it is. No, I do have a... Hey, in Denmark, the phone contracts are so fucking cheap that it makes no sense not to have one. It's actually more expensive to have a prepaid plan in Denmark. Like if you're like, okay, I'm going to buy, let's say 100 minutes and 1 gigabyte or something like that of data. That's more expensive to do than having a plan. Like I don't pay for phone calls. I don't pay for text messages. And then I have 50 gigabytes download in my country and 20 in EU. And it is it's like a $20 contract or something like that. $20 US for all of that. For free texting, free phoning. I think it's free phoning, or is it? It must be free phoning. So yeah, 3 gigs of data. That's not a lot, man. So my tablet has its own plan, and I'm actually debating on just canceling that one and use my phone. Just get another SIM card and use my phone SIM in that one, so I have, so it's all the same plan. And I'm getting 20 gigabytes, I think it is. 20 gigabytes for... Oh, let me do the conversion. $60? No. Not 60, but I'm... $8 or $9? $8 or $9? For I think it's 20 gigabytes download. No phone, no text, just internet. I think it's 20 in Denmark and 10 in EU for like, let's say $10 to be safe. $10. And I have used the data plan somewhat, but not really much. The only time I used it was when I was up at Christmas at my mom, so we can watch, some Christmas shit, because she has really bad cable TV. And yeah, I just upgraded Ubuntu. Yeah, phone plans and mobile data is not that expensive here. The only issue with mobile data is that you cannot get unlimited mobile data. Yeah, it's 2304, yeah. They still don't give us unlimited data for some fucking weird reason on mobile phones over the mobile network. And if you go up to like a terabyte of data and stuff like that, you probably have to pay about $40 per month. Yeah, for that money you can probably get like 500 gigabytes or terabyte download, depending on what, if you also need, free text and phones and stuff like that. But I do know that the States, they are really behind when it comes with their mobile infrastructure. It's really outdated. Oh, you can get unlimited data. Okay, I have 2 subscriptions with that. It is not free, but you can get it. So how much do you pay for unlimited data for, like, let's say a tablet? Mobile data. Unlimited mobile data. Just like a ballpark, you don't have to be precise. Just give us a ballpark. It's not like I'm needing it, but if it's not massively more expensive, I may upgrade my phone to like unlimited mobile data. I haven't actually looked into it, to be honest. I really can't fucking remember. I can see it in my phone if I'm not mistaken. And those are with unlimited data. Yay, another fake fucking Instagram profile. Oh, easy. Yeah, I have Call Me. Maybe I should just get an easy... Where's my settings? There it is. Oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. This month, I've used 1 gigabyte of data, mobile data. 1 gigabyte. Because I mostly use my phone for like Instagram and shit like that when I'm home. Ah, oh yeah, the old TDC, yeah. What is Call Me's plans? I can see it in here. Oh yeah. When you took the train, I can definitely see that. Oh, that's it's. I kind of want this one. Yeah, here, free data and free talking. Ooh. I think this is the one. I have 500 gigabytes. Can that really be right? They just upgraded it. So yeah, 500 gigabytes apparently is the one that I have right now. Yeah, Oyster, yeah. I just like these ones here because they seem to be the cheapest. And I think this one here... This one here is the one I have for my phone, my mobile, or my tablet. Yeah, that's not the normal price. That's only for the first 3 months. Then it's 150. Because this is what I pay every month, if I'm not mistaken. But for only 50 more, I can get free data. So if I'm getting the free data version, and I get another SIM card, that would be still cheaper than doing any of these. So I may do that. But I think I need to have this for like 6 months before I can cancel it, because I got it this December with my tablet. But then if I get this one here and get 2 SIM cards or an extra SIM card, I can just use that on my tablet. So 200 for free data, free. Is it also free text then? Yeah, I'm not going to use tethering. Oh my god. I'm not going to do tethering. I may have to call them. Fair use 1 terabyte. Or 1000 gigabytes. Yes, it's free talk and text. Yeah, here it seems like it's not unlimited either. But they probably are throttling you. What about this one here? $500 gig is still like I said, I use almost no mobile data because I really don't consume so when I'm out, if I'm not at home, I almost never watch YouTube videos on my phone, really rarely. And what I do the most is Instagram. I sit and watch Instagram if I'm bored, and that don't take up much data. And then I listen to Spotify, but I have like a offline playlist for when I'm outside, so I don't use data. I don't need data connection to listen to music. And it's like, how many fucking numbers do I have on that? Almost 2,000 numbers. I have 117 hours and 8 minutes in that playlist. So I'm not going to to get tired of the songs on it, so to speak. And Spotify is really good at compressing music without almost any sound quality loss. Yeah, you really need to fucking use your phone. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I may just go with this one here and then get like an extra SIM card. I need to call them up next week and see if, because I will still save about 50 of our money on it. I did get a text that they upgraded my plan, but I didn't really read it. I was just like, yeah, I'm getting more for the same. I didn't really read it. I think it was 100 gigabytes I had before, and now it's 500 gigabytes for this amount of money. So this here would be like, what is let's see how much it is. So for 20, let's just say $23, you get 500 gigabytes of data, unlimited texting, unlimited phone. So almost half the price of what you were getting 3 gigabytes for. With YouTube running, yeah, that could hit the limit quite fast, yeah. You can, however, go into YouTube. I don't know if you could that back then, but I think now you can go in and limit YouTube's bandwidth for, like, you know, you can lower automatically set it to use a really low quality for when you're on your phone. Because there's no reason to render it in like max HD quality if you're just looking at like a picture that's 1/3 of the screen. You fell asleep to, well. I think I would give it 10 more minutes, so it'll be like 7 hours, and I think that will be it for me. Then I need some more to drink, and then I need to relax because I'm getting really tired right now. But I may need to call them up to get to see if I just get an extra card and then cancel the other one and then just get this one here. Yeah, I will still be here for like 10 more minutes or something like that. And then I will chillaxy. I'm thinking about getting this one here. Either that one or the newest iPhone. There'll probably come a new iPhone out. But it'll probably be the 14 Plus. I don't need the Pro version, I just need the normal one here. Also, accessories. You just get more accessories for the iPhone. Actually, I think this is the one that I have. Plus 80 gig, so free text and talk for 80 gig. I think this is the one that I'm having. But it makes no sense not to upgrade to this 500 gigabytes. Heck, maybe even going up to this one here. Yeah, might as well just do that. Fuck it. And I do have, like... I have never had a problem with connectivity on this... on these guys here, with these guys here. But they do use Telia. They're part of they're like the discount brands of Telia. Every time I see an iPhone, I think about the video that Linux Experiment did, where he was bitching and moaning about Android just so he could justify buying an iPhone. It's just for draft at a cheap pop. Yeah. It's not that expensive. Yeah, you're right. And then you don't have to think about, you know, running out of... even I don't have that issue, but if I am going to like a family member, I'm going to show off, you know, all my video collection on YouTube and stuff like that, I don't have to think about data, a data plan. And I can just share it over, you know, like I said, share one plan with 2 devices. That would make way more sense. Yeah, but again, like I said, I'm thinking about... yeah, I don't like this, but it's Linux and blah blah. All of these excuses just to get a fucking... I hate when people making excuses to do something. You're in need of a new phone. There's a lot of good cheap phones out there. Like, I would not be... against you buying a OnePlus North. Like, I would not be, you know, against buying one of these. The OnePlus North is like a really good discount phone. It's a good phone for the price, man. But where do you live in the world, Mabel? What country, so we can see what the price for this one is, because it's really, really, really cheap. Yeah, but are you like German, France, Italy? No, I don't think Norway's in the EU. Yeah, I don't have a utility. Well, I do have a couple of phones laying around. I should have a utility phone, to be honest. West side, so Russian. Or Polish. What currency are you using? It's just so we can see what kind of money you have to pay for it. Like, nobody can figure out who the fuck you are from if you're like Polish or Russian or... Oh, sorry. That's Eastern European. My bad. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so... You use euros. Yeah, sorry, I totally read that wrong. Can I just put EU in here then? Oh crap, that's the... Let's see what it cost in Germany. So about 300 euros. I don't think there is a difference between France, German, Spain. No, Spain. Yeah, I think so. About 300 euros. About 300 euros. And it's running Android 11. I don't know what the max supported version is. I'm not that big into Sony. My brother's girlfriend is really into Sony phones. What version is this here though? Why the fuck can I not see what? Yeah, I don't need the sensors, I don't need the buttons, I don't need the multimedia. Why can I not see what Android version? They take a lot of screenshots, so we can use it. 1+1 Nord. Oh, 11 1G. Holy, oh, that's the 1+, sorry. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Where the fuck is it? No, not bookmarks. Go away. History. CE3 Lite. So this one was Android 13. Yeah, so that's this one here's the old version of it. Oh my god, you get a fucking charger with this one. Wow. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. That's an ugly motherfucker telephone, but yeah. OnePlus is getting really expensive. They used to be massively cheap. So is Samsung, to be honest. They are fucking on the high end also. I don't know. I know a few people that run OnePlus devices and they seem to really like them. This is ugly. This one here I can live with. Yeah, Huawei was really the talk of the town, yeah. I still think that if you can swing it and you can get a good like payment plan, you should. If you want to go Android, go Samsung. Like Samsung is the like. I would even say that some functions on Samsung phones are just way better than even fucking iPhones. But yeah, they are expensive. Xiaomi is okay. They still have a lot of issues with advertisement. You have to take that off. But they're still good phones. They're still in the news, and they're still just doing what they, you know, they just keep doing what they're doing. 39 hours. Okay, let's see here. 9 hours ears only. Okay, 24. 6 hours with ANC on. That's the same as I'm getting with my Galaxy Buds Pro. Yeah, Xiaomi, they seem to make some good phones. I do need some new earbuds because my Samsung ones are getting really weird. They start to, like, sometimes they don't connect correctly, and sometimes they, even in the case closed and everything, they still say, oh, it's not in the case, it's just discharging one of the fucking, the right one is not, something is wrong with the case. I think I've dropped it too many times. So I've been looking into Jaybirds, and because I kind of want, I don't want like a branded headset that is like branded for one phone. Because if I buy Samsungs, they only work, all the functions only works on Samsungs. If I get OnePlus bots, they only all of the features only works on OnePlus, and the same with Sony and so on and so on. So I'm going for like Jaybirds and all of those. Like I'm looking into those. JBL. I had JBL before, but they broke on me. They were actually really good for the price. They just stopped randomly working for some fucking weird reason. The tweeter in them or something like that broke for some fucking reason. What was the other thing? Yeah, so I can't remember I can't remember what the fuck the other one is called. I just want, I'm because the Apple earbuds are fucking not good to work out with. The Samsung earbuds are not really great to work out with. And I want headphones that I can work out with, without feel afraid that they're not afraid, but stuff like this. If you're laying on your back and doing a lot of shit, they would just fall out. Yeah, that's true. The best phone is the one they give you at work. Yeah. Well, the best electronics are the ones that you don't have to pay for yourself. But anyway, I need to go now. It's 8 minutes longer than I wanted to stay on for anyway. So see you all later. Have an amazing day. Go do something fun and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye bye.